What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei was the reincarnation of the Devil King Leviathan. The original Leviathan died. However, in death, things are not necessarily over. The spirit of the original Leviathan finds its way to the body of Issei Hyoudou, and from there, Issei Leviathan was born. Not content to wallow in old grudges, Issei Leviathan sets out to fulfill his original goal before his passing, to prove his dominance as the one true serpent with no equal. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into the story. Chapter 1, Leviathan. Even if I have to sacrifice my life to take one of the 3 faction leaders down, that is a worthy trade, said Kateria Leviathan, a busty bespectacled woman. That isn't an equal trade to me, commented Azazel, leader of the fallen angels, as he examined his left arm, wrapped up in Kateria's suicide attack. As Azazel, clad in the armor of the sacred gear he had created, Downfall Dragon Spear, prepared to cut his arm off, the multitude of arms that burst from Kateria's form were suddenly severed by a jet of water. Shame on you, Kateria. A Leviathan does not commit suicide. A victory is not a victory if you are not there to witness it, said a deep, rumbling, baritone voice. The 2 combatants turned to face the person who had interrupted their battle, and both were noticeably shocked. Issei, what is the meaning of this? Asked Azazel curiously. Oh, Governor of the Fallen, it has been some time, commented Issei conversationally. What the hell do you think you are doing? Shouted Kateria in rage. Know your place, Kateria, you are much too young to mouth off to your own grandfather, said Issei coldly, getting a confused look from Azazel. Issei, are you feeling alright? Questioned Azazel curiously. Of course, although, I suppose my awakening was rather sudden, I believe this should prove to be sufficient evidence to support my claim, said Issei, before 12 devil wings burst from his back and his power skyrocketed. Everyone in the vicinity, mage, devil, and angel, turned to look at Issei in shock. This pressure? I have not felt anything like this for decades, commented Azazel in shock. Yes, the cycle of reincarnation is rather tenuous to grasp. I suppose being the original serpent would cause some delays, especially with my indomitable will and desires, said Issei calmly, before turning to Kateria again. Now, cease this foolishness. A Leviathan willing to give their life, merely to reclaim the underworld. How low has my name sunk since my death, that my descendants would be reduced to cannon fodder? I will change this from now on though. In the meantime, you will listen to me now, understand, granddaughter, said Issei, focusing his energy on his descendant. Oh, of course, stuttered Kateria fearfully, before Issei let up his pressure. Good, with that out of the way, said Issei, before swiping his hand, causing all the invading mages to explode in a shower of gore, as their blood vessels hemorrhaged. The gathered powers looked on in shock, barring Azazel and Michael, who had seen such power before. Issei swiftly descended to the ground, shortly after which, Azazel joined him, keeping a fair distance from him, while Kateria ungracefully touched down. Embarrassing, scoffed Issei, before some of his energy burst towards Kateria and restored her clothes, while also revitalizing her partially. Rias hesitantly approached Issei, unsure of what was wrong with him. Issei, are you okay? Asked Rias tentatively, as Issei turned his gaze on her. Ah, the Gremory princess who helped me regain my status as a devil. Thank you for the role you played in my awakening, but I am afraid that I am no longer to serve under you, said Issei, before 8 red chess pieces appeared in his hand. Those gathered looked at him in shock. Issei, what did you do? Asked Rias in shock, hand clasped to her mouth in worry. I do apologize, but a king such as I will not bow to anyone, nothing personal of course, said Issei, as he walked up to Rias and dropped his pieces in front of her, which she quickly caught from falling to the floor. Issei then walked over to Seraphal Leviathan, the current Leviathan, and gave her a scrutinizing glance. A Leviathan who utilizes ice magic, how peculiar, although, it is still a domain of water, so I suppose it fits. I will come by and test you sometime, to ensure you are not soiling my name as well, said Issei, sparing a quick glance to Kateria, who flinched under his gaze. Issei, is there something you wish to tell us? Questioned Serzex. Issei looked at the Crimson Satan, before looking past him, into the eyes of the silver-haired Queen of Annihilation. You are the daughter of Lucifuge, are you not? Questioned Issei rhetorically. Graphia looked at Issei in surprise, before a magic circle appeared around Issei's hands. Issei snapped his fingers, causing the circle to shatter, and instantaneously, Graphia felt a chill run down her spine. You are, and it seems Lucifer's deal has been upheld. That devil always did keep his word to me in the end, commented Issei, with a small smirk. Everyone's attention was suddenly brought to Azazel, when an attack was launched at him, by none other than his charge, Valley, the White Dragon Emperor. "Ah, I was wondering when you would try something, Valley," said Azazel calmly, as he climbed out of the hole he had just been blasted into. "Well, I would have done it differently, but now seemed like the right time," commented Valley, clad in his white armor. Valley glared at Issei from under his mask. "I suggest you not bite off more than you can chew, young Lucifer. Even your ancestor took me completely seriously when we sparred," said Issei dangerously, getting a few gasps of surprise. "So, this isn't just some act, Issei. How surprising, for the two wielders of the heavenly dragons to be descendants of the original Satan," commented Valley. "I am actually a reincarnation," stated Issei simply. "All the same, I am now even more excited that you are to be my rival. A devil, and the holder of the boosted gear, how ironic," said Valley. "Rival? I'm sorry to disappoint you, Valley, but you are just simply not a concern of mine anymore," dismissed Issei, causing the younger members gathered to look at Issei in shock. "Really? You're ignoring me?" questioned Valley, with a hint of steel in his tone. "Nothing personal of course, but I have much more important things to deal with," said Issei calmly. "And what is it that you wish to accomplish, Issei?" questioned Michael. "The same thing I wished to do before it was stolen from me by your creator," said Issei, glaring at the Archangel. "What could that be?" asked Azazel curiously. "Why should I tell any of you anything? There are only 3 people here I care about right now, my direct descendant, the one using my title, and the one from Lucifuge," retorted Issei. "Mao, can't you tell us, pretty please Mr. Leviathan?" asked Seraphal curiously. Those gathered looked at her in shock at how casually she was speaking to, if his words were to be believed, the original Leviathan. Well, since it is you asking, very well," said Issei, getting a few to look at him in thinly veiled disbelief. "Michael, Azazel, I don't suppose either of you remember why the Satans fought against Yahweh?" queried Issei, only to receive 2 negative responses. "Well, Beelzebub and Asmodeus were merely sheep. They fought in the war because Lucifer and I did," said Issei, surprising a few of the devils. "You see, the reason we fought was simple. While our reasons were the same, the motivations behind them were different. Lucifer fought to get revenge for being cast out of heaven. I'm sure you remember that, Michael," said Issei, getting a nod from the angel who had cast out Lucifer. "I too sought revenge against Yahweh, but not for any reason such as anger or indignation. No, I sought revenge for having my life's purpose taken away from me," said Issei, with a hint of anger in his tone. "What would that be?" asked Serzex curiously. "I will not say. It is something wholly personal to me and me alone, although, given how we struggled to defeat Yahweh, I would have no doubt failed in my task. I believe that for this reason, I have been wavering through the cycle of reincarnation. My dying will kept me from doing so prior, I believe, due to the single desire I possessed before my death, that of power. I needed more power, and in this vessel, I am the wielder of the heavenly dragon Draig. For that reason, my will merged with Issei Hyoudou, although, I suppose now, it is more appropriate to call me Issei Leviathan. My conscious will, having merged with Hyoudou, has now led to my new self. I am not truly the original Leviathan, as I am human to some extent and also dragon, having given up my left arm, but I am not a simple reincarnated devil anymore either. I have the memories and powers of the true Leviathan," said Issei calmly. The brief silence was then shattered, as a new figure, wearing Chinese armor appeared. "Valley, time to go," said Biko, a descendant of the legendary Son Goku. Very well, but know this, Issei, we will have our fight," declared Valley, before he left with the new arrival. I am surrounded by petulant children it seems," grunted Issei. "So what do you plan to do now? Are you to reclaim the seat of Leviathan?" asked Serzex curiously. Issei looked over to Serzex, before glancing at Seraphal and walking over to her. Seraphal, to her credit, didn't flinch, and merely stared down the Leviathan. The stare-off lasted well over a minute, causing tensions to rise among the group, before Issei suddenly smirked. "No, I believe not. I think you forget. Leviathan is a title to all of you, but I am the original Leviathan and no one can take that from me. Besides, I believe Seraphal here will in fact become a true Leviathan," commented Issei. "What do you mean, I am a true Leviathan?" pouted Seraphal, getting most gathered to look at her in exasperation and Kateria to grit her teeth. Issei leaned in closer, until he was only a hair's breadth away from Seraphal's face. "Not yet my dear, but you will be. You will be mine," whispered Issei teasingly, into Seraphal's right ear, getting chills to run down her spine. "Also, Lucifuge, I believe you must not know, however, I'm sure you wondered why you could never feel an attraction to any devil before," said Issei, as he stood up and looked at the maid. Graphia's eyes widened, as she quickly pieced together the facts available to her and looked at Issei searchingly. Indeed, Lucifer and I were good friends, and each offered a trade of sorts with each other. Although we usually saw eye to eye, in order to ensure we both had full support behind each other, we made a trade of sorts. I will not say what I gave, and I won't say what I was promised, but I'm sure you are smart enough to gather from context, servant to the house of Lucifer, the original Lucifer, mind you, said Issei, confirming Graphia's suspicions. Now, I will be off, I need to take care of some business, but I will come by to the underworld soon and announce my presence. Of course, with one of the original Satan back, I do believe that many of those discontent with your current government will fall in line, especially once I complete all my arrangements, and then some, said Issei, sparing a smirk at the confused Seraphal. Now, come Kateria, there is much to be done, ordered Issei, causing his descendant to quickly rush to his side, before a large magic circle with the symbol for Leviathan appeared under the two. Oh, and just as an aside, I'll throw in my vote for peace. After all, it will help me achieve my life's ambition, said Issei, before he and Kateria disappeared. The younger devils all released a heavy sigh once Issei left, as he had not stopped exuding his power, making it difficult for them to breathe and move. Well, I must say, this meeting did not go at all the way I expected it to, commented Azazel. That's putting it mildly. To think, one of the original Satan would come back, reincarnated in the form of Issei Hyoudou, holder of the boosted gear, added Michael. Well, in any case, I do believe we achieved what we set out to achieve in this meeting, that of peace between the three factions. It also appears that Issei will in fact bring back some of the dissenters of the old Satan faction as well, which is immensely beneficial for us, devils in particular, as it will reduce the chance of a civil war immensely, said Serzex. Although, I do wonder what he wants from Seraphal and Graphia, said Azazel curiously. I believe I know what he wants from me, said Graphia, sending a pointed glance at Serzex. Well, we both knew the charade was dated, conceded Serzex, with a nod to Graphia, confusing those around them. What charade? Asked Azazel curiously. That is personal, said Graphia coldly. I see, said Azazel, with a knowing smirk. Line break. The two Leviathan appeared in a dark forest. Now Kateria, explain to me why my line has become so weak, questioned Issei, glaring at his descendant. What do you mean, your line is as strong as ever, the line of Leviathan? Protested Kateria nervously. Is that why my most defining ability is not used by my descendant? Asked Issei, raising an eyebrow questioningly. Kateria looked at Issei in confusion, before a spear of sharpened water came dangerously close to her left eye, flowing rapidly back and forth in place, maintaining its shape. The Leviathan was the serpent with dominion over water, yet I did not see you use it against Azazel at all. Do you not understand the power of the Leviathan? Have you forgotten why my name was feared? My name wasn't feared because of a meaningless title, it was because the battlefields I fought on were awash with blood. Even the Citri clan, those known to specialize in water-based magic, were nothing compared to me. So why has my descendant become weak? Questioned Issei. That new Leviathan is a Citri. So, I set out to defeat her without my own magical prowess, growled Kateria. Pride? You are not a Lucifer, Kateria. I know the truth so don't deny it, said Issei commandingly. Fine. It was because she took what should have been mine. I am the true Leviathan, not that childish girl, shouted Kateria in frustration. If you had acknowledged the truth, you wouldn't have been in this mess. A true Leviathan draws power from their envy. Denying it, along with your true powers, is why you are weak, which we will soon rectify, said Issei, before starting to walk deeper into the forest, expecting his descendant to follow after him. As the duo waded deeper into the forest, Kateria started to notice her surroundings. Why did you bring us to the forest of familiars? Asked Kateria curiously. Good, you noticed, said Issei approvingly. Well, to answer your question, I am here to regain my old friend, one who has been with me since the beginning, said Issei calmly. Issei continued walking until he reached a large cave, with water flowing around it, forming a shallow pool in the center. Issei stepped into the pool and waited, telling Kateria to wait on land. A deep rumbling sound was heard and seemed to be approaching Issei, who stood there unmoved. Eventually, when the sound of claws slamming against the ground became deafening, a vicious-looking scaled head, not too dissimilar from that of a dragon's head, emerged, quickly followed by 8 more. 2 thick webbed wings came into sight along with a heavily spined, scaly body. Kateria felt her blood run cold, as the 9-headed Hydra was finally revealed. She unconsciously backed up a step, before looking on in shock, when the creature brought its head towards Issei in a small bow, who then patted the creature on one of its many heads. It is good to see you once again, old friend, said Issei fondly. Kateria finally managed to overcome her shock and speak. Old friend? The 9-headed Hydra is one of the most evil familiars, one who would even kill its own master, said Kateria fearfully. Of course, for there has and always will be, only one master that the 9-headed Hydra would bow to, a true Leviathan of course. If you were a true Leviathan, you would not fear one of my most trusted comrades during my life. If you were a true Leviathan, even he would bow to you, said Issei. The Hydra looked at Kateria, before exhaling in a manner which Kateria identified as contempt. It appears that Umamaru does not recognize you as a true Leviathan, commented Issei, continuing to pat ahead of the Hydra. Umamaru? What kind of a name is that? Asked Kateria, with a huff, only to freeze when she heard 9 growls. Umi, for he has dominion over the sea. The 9-headed Hydra has no equal in the water. The Leviathan should also have mastery of water, Kateria, chided Issei, before turning back to Umamaru. Will you serve with me once again, old friend? Requested Issei. The Hydra gurgled, in what Kateria assumed was contentment. Thank you, I will be sure to bring you a treat next time, said Issei, before a magic circle with the symbol of Leviathan glowed under the Hydra, bathing it in a pale glow, before fading. Issei stepped away from the serpent, causing it to let out a small grunt of unhappiness, before turning around and retreating back into its cave. Now then, tell me what has become of the House of Leviathan? Demanded Issei. Most perished in the Civil War, informed Kateria hesitantly. Issei's eyes hardened at this, causing Kateria to flinch. Are you to tell me, the noble line of Leviathan has nearly become extinct? Asked Issei dangerously. Kateria hesitantly nodded, before a wave of immense power burst from Issei, causing her to drop to her knees from the sheer malice coming from the energy. Issei's power eventually receded, allowing Kateria to stand and breathe comfortably again. This displeases me greatly, but also pleases my recent reincarnation, said Issei calmly. What do you mean? Asked Kateria in confusion. Simple, if my line is dying out, I will just start rebuilding it, said Issei. You mean, said Kateria, before trailing off. Yes, a harem. Although, my line will be strong, I will not tolerate any weakness in my mates, and I believe I have 2 in mind already, said Issei thoughtfully. Kateria thought for a moment, before scowling. Please tell me, you're not suggesting who I think you are, groused Kateria. Well, if she wants to use the name of Leviathan, she might as well help bring it back, said Issei, with a shrug. Kateria growled for a second, before chuckling. Heh, that would make her my grandmother, that is so not right, but at least I can call her an old hag, muttered Kateria, but Issei heard her. You do realize you are older than her, right? Questioned Issei. Don't take this from me. If you're going to start sticking it physically to my rival, then I'm sticking it to her verbally, shouted Kateria. You're acting rather petulant, granddaughter, commented Issei, with a small, amused smile. It is your fault, your presence is changing me and I can't explain why, defended Kateria. No doubt, due to a lack of any elderly guidance and the chance to be childish. You were merely a suppressed adult before, acting the way you thought you needed to, but now, you are acting the way you really want to, explained Issei. So you're saying I was just a repressed kid acting like an adult? Said Kateria, with narrowed eyes. More or less, it happened a lot during the war. Parents dying left, right and center, led to kids trying to emulate them, shrugged Issei. Kateria was silent at this, before Issei started walking towards her. Come, I would like to see the state of the Leviathan line now, take me to what remains of it, said Issei. Okay, but don't explode when you see what the state of it is, said Kateria apprehensively. If need be, I will just destroy a few mountains, said Issei nonchalantly, getting Kateria to sweat drop, before she formed a magic circle under their feet. Chapter 2, Coin. As Kateria and Issei appeared outside a somewhat lavish, 5-story mansion, Issei started at it unhappily. Why is it so small? Asked Issei, with a small frown. Downsizing, supplied Kateria nervously. Kateria, what exactly have you been doing for the past few decades? If your answer is building a mindless grudge against the current Leviathan and as a result, you let our line crumble, I'll be very annoyed, said Issei sternly. Sorry, said Kateria questioningly. You will be, said Issei, with narrowed eyes, causing Kateria to gulp. As the duo entered the building, Issei looked around curiously. Kateria, where is everyone? Asked Issei, causing Kateria to sweat. I'm sure they are just in their rooms busying themselves, said Kateria nervously. Issei flared his power for a moment and waited. As the seconds ticked by, Kateria grew more and more nervous, until finally someone arrived. The person who arrived was a tall man, with very pale skin. He had waist-length black hair, with the front strands falling to his shoulders. His face was long and quite thin, with pronounced cheekbones, golden eyes, with slits in his pupils and purple markings around his eyes. He was wearing black pants and a gray tunic, over a black shirt, coupled with a thick purple rope belt, tied in a large knot at the back. He wore open-toed black sandals and had his legs bandaged up to mid-calf, and to complete his look, wore black and blue tomo-shaped earrings. Shortly after the man arrived, 2 other people appeared as well, a man and a woman. The man was of average height and possessed a slim build and tan skin. His maroon hair was spiky and styled up, aside from a tuft covering his forehead and 2 bangs framing his face. He had a scar over his right eye, which was closed, but his left eye revealed a purple pupil, also with a slit, like the other man. He possessed many snake-like features as well, such as having slanted eyes and a rather flat nose. His attire consisted of an elaborate whitish coat, with a purple inner lining and cuffs, intricately decorated by silver-colored motifs. Studs lined the chest and high collar of the coat, and armbands made of metal were affixed around the middle of his upper arm. Under the coat, the man wore a dark shirt and also sported a pair of crimson leather pants, held up by a studded belt, with similar styled belts circling diagonally around his thighs, and simple brown shoes completed the look. The last person to arrive was a woman, who unlike the other two, appeared relatively normal in comparison. She had a round face and possessed violet hair, which reached her shoulders, along with green eyes. She wore a lime green colored blouse, with a green neckline and trim, combined with a long white skirt, and wore green boots to complete her look. She was rather curvaceous as well, but also held a friendly smile, clashing strangely with the other two, who wore expressions of boredom and apathy respectively. 3. You tell me there are 3 people left in the Leviathan household and none of them are even devils, Issei said, looking to Kateria in disappointment. Kateria gave a nervous laugh, which made Issei pinch his nose in frustration. I'm getting evil pieces then. This is not acceptable, declared Issei tiredly, before regaining a calm disposition and looking at the 3. Although, a creation from Yamada no Orochi's body and a mage imbued with his poison, I'm honestly intrigued. Such a thing should be impossible, said Issei curiously. I'm surprised you could know that just by looking at us, commented the pale man. I am the original Leviathan, recognizing all serpentine traits and their dominion is one of my unique talents, explained Issei, before turning to the woman. You however confuse me. You have no serpentine traits, yet I clearly feel something from you. You feel like a mage as well, but strangely, also like a familiar, said Issei intrigued. Well, you would be right on both accounts. I was cursed into a serpentine form and served as a familiar, but, once it was broken, I learned magic as well, said the woman. I don't suppose the 2 of you would mind explaining just exactly how you came to possess features of Yamada no Orochi, questioned Issei. Through alchemy and magic, a piece of his flesh was given consciousness. I am this consciousness. I possess the abilities of Yamada no Orochi, being able to transform into a large 8-headed serpent as well, but retain no memories of his life. I am also essentially immortal. As long as a single cell of my being survives, I can regrow from it endlessly. To add to this, I possess a weaker version of the Kusanagi. It rests within me, but I can call it out as I wish. It doesn't not possess a powerful holy aura, but it is damaging due to the poison coating it, explained the pale man. Issei nodded, before turning to the darker-skinned man. I was a mage as well. She served as my familiar for some time as well, said the man, gesturing to the woman at his side. One day, a powerful magician came recruiting for strong subjects. I proved to be immensely durable and possessed magic and a constitution that would work well towards achieving the man's goals. I do not know how, but somehow, he procured a sample of Yamada no Orochi's poison and using magic, embedded it into a sphere containing its power, called a lacrima. After that, the lacrima was forcefully implanted into me. During the implantation process, I lashed out wildly and brought the man to death's door. He clung to life only long enough to exclaim I had become the ultimate mage, before dying. Very interesting, said Issei thoughtfully, before turning to Kateria. I'll spare the mountain my wrath, as while not numerous, these 3 are very valuable and unique. That being said, I expect more from you in the future, Kateria, said Issei. Oh of course, stammered Kateria quickly. Good, I will go take care of what I must now, so do try to not sully our name anymore. However, before I go, what are your names? Asked Issei, turning to the 3 at the end. Orochimaru, said the pale man apathetically. Cobra, said the maroon-haired man, in an equally bored tone. I'm Kinana, nice to meet you, said the woman happily. I see, I will remember your names. I will also allow you to refer to me as you wish, either as Leviathan or Issei. I look forward to working with the 3 of you, said Issei, before a magic circle appeared under his feet and he disappeared. How did I not know of all this? Asked Kateria, once had left. You never asked? Grunted Cobra. That and I find you both petulant and annoying, said Orochimaru, before leaving. In all fairness, your presence is also not as commanding as Issei's, added Kinana, before leaving with Cobra. Line break. Now, time to deal with Hyoudou, thought Issei, appearing near a small lake in the familiar forest, quite close to where Umamaru dwelled. Issei closed his eyes and delved into his mind, finding the original Issei Hyoudou, and surprisingly, next to him was Draig. Finally, now explain what you did to me, body stealer, shouted an indignant Issei Hyoudou, who didn't appreciate having his body hijacked. I won't call myself a body stealer, this is your body after all. I'm more of an extra consciousness, said Leviathan. What do you mean? Asked Hyoudou. Simply put, you are a person who fit all the prerequisites for my being. The potential for immense growth, a link with serpents, an unwavering drive, and the ability to grow and learn from your mistakes. That, coupled with immense envy, made you my perfect host. Although, your envy is interesting, in that it is envy for men who can attain numerous women, like that Phoenix boy, said Leviathan. That doesn't explain why I got shoved in here though, said Hyoudou in confusion. That was because I am more powerful than you and needed to take control. I'd be happy to let you out and even be in control of this body, provided you agree to all my terms. This is your body after all, and while I can control it, I'd rather not. You are the one, the immense growth factor and unwavering drive, something I always lacked, which no doubt helped lead to my undoing, said Leviathan. What are your terms then? Asked Hyoudou in surprise. Aside from you agreeing to help me achieve my dream, only the ability to take control when a serious matter comes up. When dealing with high-ranking devils or recruiting people to our cause, for instance. While you have ambition, you have little tact and common sense. I will of course help you. Teach you how to best manipulate and influence people, which will help you attain the harem you so deeply desire. Doing so will help me after all, as I do need to repopulate the Leviathan line, especially after the catastrophe Kateria has created. I still remember when she was a bright-eyed child who enjoyed reading books and playing with serpents. Now she has gotten too involved in titles and politics, quite regrettable, said Leviathan. That's it? Asked Hyoudou in shock. Of course, what more would I need? There is not a great deal you can actually provide me with, and this is all I desire. My envy has waned greatly during the cycle of reincarnation, and I only wish to carry out my goals and see my line prosper. That is why I need you. You still have your drive, whereas mine is lacking for the task I seek to complete, explained Leviathan. Well, in that case, I suppose I can agree to your terms, as long as you help me get my harem, said Hyoudou thoughtfully. Easily done. I did have my own before dying, it should be very easy to build up another one, said Leviathan dismissively. Then you've got yourself a deal, said Hyoudou in excitement. Excellent, go to Umamaru after this then. You need to train your body up, in order to wield my magic properly. Tell him to give you the wild water training. It will do wonders for you, said Leviathan calmly, before Hyoudou disappeared from the mindscape, regaining control of his body. That boy is too impulsive for his own good, muttered Drake, realizing Issei hadn't even asked what the goal he had to accomplish was, upon hearing he would get a harem. Yes, but I'll make sure to teach him better in the future. I do need to have every advantage I can right now though, in order to get my way, admitted Leviathan. What exactly is your goal anyway? Asked Drake curiously. I want to reign as the strongest serpent. In order to be unchallenged in that regard, I need to topple the best, said Leviathan. You couldn't possibly mean you wish to face Ophis or Great Red, said Drake in disbelief. Think bigger, commented Leviathan, with a smirk. You're mad. If you couldn't even defeat Yahweh on your own, how could you possibly defeat that thing? Questioned Drake in shock. That is why I need a host with drive and an immense growth factor. You are just a lovely bonus, Drake, but I'm sure you will be just as invaluable as those other two aspects, confessed Leviathan. There are limits to even my power. In time one can use them to kill a god, but that thing may just be stronger than even that. You'd be a fool to try and defeat it alone, said Drake. True, which is why I have no desire to face it alone. I will see to it that I can gather a few who can assist me in my goal. After all, a four-pronged attack was needed to match God. I can only imagine what needs to be done to beat that thing, commented Leviathan. I still think this is foolhardy. Although my host has already proven unusual, this only adds to that. I may as well enjoy the ride, for if that is your end goal, there is a good chance the destination will lead to death, said Drake thoughtfully. Time will tell, Drake, time will tell, said Leviathan confidently. In regard to time, without a vessel chaining you to this body, you will eventually disappear. You do realize that, don't you? Queried Drake. Of course, but as Hyoudou is improved to my liking, eventually I will become one with him. It will be the only way to truly use the full extent of my powers. As of now, he can only borrow them and I can only crudely use them through this body, expending much more energy than is necessary. Once we become one though, both problems will be solved, admitted Leviathan. You seem awfully relaxed at the idea of ceasing to exist, commented Drake in surprise. Well, I have been dead for a while now. Like I said, the cycle of reincarnation changed me. I don't feel the same urges as I did previously. All that remains is the desire to fulfill my goal and restore my name to glory. That's all, said Leviathan tiredly. However, I wonder why you lied to the others, telling them you had already merged with Issei and become one with him, muttered Drake. Well, as far as they will ever know, that will be the case. I will take control when dealing with them to continue the charade. I need to have freedom in my movements now, and they are more likely to do so if they believe I am the merged Issei, rather than the actual mind of the original Leviathan. It would also be unwise of them to let a simple-minded teenager run around with my powers. This was the best way to get me everything I wanted, and as a Leviathan, I generally always get what I want, said Leviathan, with a smirk. Line break. Issei had dutifully made his way to Umemaru's cave, before hearing a soft growl. As the Hydra emerged from the cave, he looked down at Issei with a frown, recognizing that the body was the same, but this person wasn't his master. I'm here for the wild water training, said Issei nervously. Issei's apprehension grew when he saw Umemaru give a small smirk. Could Hydras smirk? Umemaru certainly seemed to be, and as he opened his many mouths, Issei sweated nervously. Issei saw water building up within the throats of each mouth, swirling rapidly. Leviathan guy, what exactly is the wild water training? Asked Issei nervously. Simply put, stay alive against Umemaru, until you learn to control the water yourself, supplied Leviathan nonchalantly. Stay alive? Questioned Issei in fear. Yes, and I suggest you start running soon, said Leviathan. What did I do to deserve this? Shouted Issei tearfully, as he started running, dodging stream after stream of highly pressurized water, which shattered the trees and rocks they struck. You didn't think omnipotent control over water came easily, did you? It is during life and death experiences that one's true power is pushed to its limit and new depths are reached, explained Leviathan. Issei simply continued to cry in fear as he ran. Line break. It had been a full 24 hours since Issei had left, and he had yet to return to Kuo, which had quite the demoralizing effect on the members of the Occult Research Club. The group sat in silence in the clubroom, lacking the spark that made them so animated as of late. Asia held a smile, but it seemed somewhat forced, as though she wasn't really happy. Akino's smile was flawless, but her eyes seemed dulled. Kaneko appeared the same as always, but her body seemed to droop ever so slightly. Gasper was hiding in his box, not making a peep or movement. Kiba also was unmoving, although his lips were set in a thin line, not able to fake a smile right now. Zenovia's expression was blank, but her eyes seemed to hold disappointment. Lastly, Rias held a forlorn expression and appeared to be the most affected by Issei's departure. Yar, what's with those glum faces? Asked Azazel, walking into the clubroom and seeing everyone looking so glum. Oh, Azazel, what are you doing here? Asked Rias, failing to keep her lack of enthusiasm from her voice. Surzex asked me to help you out with your sacred gears. I am an expert on them after all. Although, I never signed up for counseling a bunch of moody teenagers, said Azazel. Well, sorry for being moody, said Akino snappily, her smile wavering, as her eyes fixed Azazel with a glare. Here I thought you were over hating fallen angels, sighed Azazel dramatically. Well, I was, but that was only because of him, said Akino in annoyance, trailing off towards the end, as she became sad once again. So what? You're all just going to mope about because Issei is gone? Asked Azazel, causing most of them to flinch. You do realize that the Issei you all know and love is still alive, he just isn't the same anymore. It's hardly the end of the world. Granted, you might not see him as often, but he isn't gone, said Azazel. Well then what exactly do you propose we do? Asked Rias. The same thing you were doing before. The original Satans always did value power. If you all become stronger, he may be interested in you again. After all, considering he is interested in the current Leviathan, as well as the previous contender for the title, the task won't be easy, but it is your best chance, explained Azazel. In that case, we will all get stronger, declared Rias, with the others giving a nod. Although, I doubt that any of you could ever be as strong as them, so this really is an exercise in futility, thought Azazel tiredly. Line break. What kind of insane training is this? Gasped Issei, leaning against a tree, with Umemaru staring down at him. Training that is designed to push you to your limits, of course. There is a very real risk of dying during this training, so you had best stay alert, said Leviathan. Couldn't you just teach like a normal person? Muttered Issei. I'm not a normal person, said Leviathan. Umemaru stirred, before deciding to go back to his cave, leaving Issei. Lucky you, looks like Umemaru has decided that is enough for today, said Leviathan appraisingly. Yay, thought Issei dryly. In any case, let me take over for now while you rest, I need to do something now, said Leviathan. Fine, thought Issei, before entering his mind, leaving Leviathan to take control. Now, those strange pieces I removed from myself seem to be able to turn people into devils. I need to get some for myself, although where would that be? Muttered Leviathan in thought. That reminds me, how did you just pull those things out of you? Shouldn't that have killed you? Asked Drake curiously. If I wasn't actually a devil, it probably would have. However, seeing as I am one, it had no lasting effect on me. As for how I removed them, I control all water, even that present in my body fluids. Those pieces don't integrate completely, so I was able to extract them, as they were something foreign. I can do the same thing with poisons and other drugs as well, explained Leviathan. That's quite an ability, complimented Drake. If only it didn't have the drawback of being restricted to those with weaker wills than me, lamented Leviathan. I believe then it would be what they call a broken power, commented Drake. And doubling your power endlessly isn't? Scoffed Leviathan. Now, how exactly am I going to get my hands on some evil pieces? Questioned Leviathan. I did say I'd check up on that other Leviathan, might as well kill two birds with one stone, thought Leviathan, before a magic circle appeared under his feet and he disappeared. Chapter 3, Fools. Issei Leviathan appeared in the exact same place he remembered the original Leviathan housing should have been. With Kateria being brushed aside for the new Leviathan, Seraphal, it was logical that she would move. To Leviathan, this meant that Seraphal must have taken over the old dwelling of Leviathan. For this reason, Leviathan was quite confused when he exited his magic circle and found the entire place to be devoid of all devil signatures. Just what happened in the time I was gone? Questioned Leviathan in thought, as he made his way through the fairly well-maintained streets. A lot, actually, commented Drake. Leviathan frowned at this, not liking the idea that he had missed a great deal. But honestly, for fallen angels to take over my old domain, I'm a little disgusted, muttered Leviathan. Just before Leviathan could take another step, a glowing blue light spear impaled the ground in front of him. Halt, devil! This is the domain of the fallen angels. If you come any closer, we will recognize you as an enemy and attack accordingly, spoke a black-haired fallen angel, with brown eyes. He wore black dress pants and an open black vest, revealing most of his tanned upper body. I see. Now, when you say we, do you perhaps speak of an army of sorts? Asked Leviathan curiously. At that moment, 24 fallen angels appeared, forming a semicircle in front of Leviathan, with the original fallen angel in the middle, furthest away from Leviathan. Yes, said the fallen angel menacingly. Deep guffaws escaped Leviathan's body, as he laughed in amusement at the fallen angels. Hyoudou, wake up, ordered Leviathan mentally. Huh, oh, what is it? Asked Issei sleepily, from within their shared mindscape. Now is an excellent time to see how strong you are. None of these fallen angels should be too much of a challenge for you, if you could survive the first session of the wild water training. Add in your sacred gear and you should have little trouble with them, explained Leviathan. Are you sure? Asked Issei nervously. Just think of this as practice for your future harem. You want to be able to protect them, don't you? Questioned Leviathan rhetorically. Of course. All right then, if it is for my harem, I'll do it, exclaimed Issei. There we go. There is the drive you will need to get stronger. Now, show me what you can do, encouraged Leviathan, before handing control back to Issei. Meanwhile, the fallen angels had been staring at Issei oddly, as he conversed within his mind. 1 minute he was laughing, the next he froze completely for 5 seconds, before his entire demeanor changed. Whereas before he had appeared arrogant and assured, now he appeared anxious and excited. Let's do this, boosted gear, shouted Issei, as the familiar red and green gauntlet appeared on his left arm. Boosted gear? The red dragon? Questioned the lead fallen angel, in confusion. Now, get ready to be crushed, shouted Issei, before his gauntlet let out a loud confirmation of a boost. Quickly, stop him, shouted the fallen angel, as 4 of his comrades rushed Issei. Issei tensed in anticipation, before leaning his body back to dodge a light spear. In an instant, they were upon him and 2 of them lashed out with spears, aimed at his midsection, from both sides. Issei ungracefully dropped to the ground and quickly rolled towards one of them and sprung up with a right uppercut, which lifted the angel off his feet. Issei then quickly followed up with a left jab, to the angel's midsection, cracking his sternum and sending him crashing into a building, unconscious. What the hell, when did my punches get that strong? Asked Issei in shock, while jumping back to avoid a slash from a light spear. I don't think you understand the power it takes to survive wild water training. Add to the fact that I've merged with you and all your base stats have improved a fair bit, plus the boosted gear, which doubles your strength. Well, you saw for yourself how much of a difference it can make. After all, multiple small increases in power can quickly lead to a rather sizable boost overall, explained Leviathan calmly, even as Issei narrowly avoided a light spear thrown directly at his face. Boost, echoed the gauntlet, bringing with it an extra boost of energy for Issei. Issei charged another fallen angel and quickly slid under his legs, just like he had slid under a tree branch, to avoid a particularly close stream of water from Omimaru previously. Issei rolled over and quickly grabbed the fallen angel by his ankles and used his core to push himself up, slamming the fallen angel into the ground in the process. Lunging forward, Issei buried his elbow into the spine of the fallen angel, crippling him. The other 2 rushed at Issei in a frenzy, working in tandem to force Issei back. One rapidly thrusted his spear towards Issei's midsection, while the other continuously slashed at Issei's limbs. Issei picked his moment carefully and after a particularly poor slash, grabbed the arm of the fallen angel and moved him into the path of an incoming stab, leaving him to be impaled in the midsection. The fallen angel, who had just unwittingly stabbed his comrade, froze for an instant, but that was all Issei needed, as he slammed both of their heads together, breaking their noses and causing the one who had been impaled to pass out. The final angel grasped his nose weakly, before Issei slammed his knee into his solar plexus, causing his mouth to open in a silent scream, as Issei swung a double axe handle into the back of his neck, knocking him out. Issei panted slightly, trying to regain his breathing, only to find the remaining 21 angels surrounding him in a tightly knit circle. Well, isn't this the predicament? I suppose you have two options now, balance breaker, or use my power, said Leviathan thoughtfully, unperturbed by the situation. How are you so calm? Asked Issei in surprise. Oh please, if they actually come close to killing you, I'll step in and demolish them, but this is training for you to grow stronger, scoffed Leviathan. Drake, balance breaker? Asked Issei tiredly. Not quite there yet, said Drake flatly. Fine, let's give this a try, thought Issei, as the angels simultaneously thrust their spears at him. Burst, shouted Issei loudly, expecting the fallen angels to explode. Instead, the fallen angels simultaneously retched on Issei, while soiling themselves, before coughing out blood and collapsing. That was disgusting, shouted Issei, wiping the grime off his face. Well, you do have potential, although you need to target which fluids you target, or things like that will happen. Gastric juices, sweat, urine, blood, all of those are fluids, and if you can't isolate which fluid you want to control, things like this will invariably happen, explained Leviathan. Issei focused for a moment before the filth coating him sprung off his form, covering the downed fallen angels. Why are we here? Thought Issei in annoyance. Just follow my directions, we may just be leaving here with a new recruit, said Leviathan calmly, causing Issei to quirk an eyebrow. Line break. Issei had followed Leviathan's instructions and soon found himself at a rather strange-looking building. It had a dome-shaped roof and was made of white clay-like material. So, why did you want me to come to a weird block of cheese? Asked Issei in confusion. Just go inside, muttered Leviathan in annoyance. Issei shrugged, before making his way forward, only to find two fallen angels in front of him. Stop right there. Who are you and what are you doing here? Asked the fallen angel. Unfortunately for the angels, Leviathan, and Drake, the fallen angels were girls. Issei had started to drool, as he noticed their chests straining against the tight, black corset-like clothing they were wearing. Before anyone could react, Issei had lunged at the two and placed his seal on them. Dress, break, shouted Issei in glee, as their clothes exploded, leaving their large chests to bounce free. You suck, growled the same fallen angel, covering herself. Appei? I haven't seen Appei for a full day now, mumbled Issei happily. What the hell are you doing? Shouted Leviathan. I need my fix, damn it. I was waking up to bare boobs every day. I'm going through Appei withdrawal here, shouted Issei mentally. Well, you want to drive, this is where he gets his from, sighed Drake. Just get inside, I'll place the harem as a higher priority for the future, grumbled Leviathan. You got it, agreed Issei happily, leaving the bare fallen angels behind, who both made no move to stop him. Entering the building, Issei was surprised at how futuristic it looked. The entire place was painted a metallic silver and there was fancy-looking technical equipment all over the place. From that point on, Leviathan guided Issei through the facility, leading him to a strange door made out of black steel. Is there any reason this whole place was empty? Asked Issei curiously. Well, are you telling me you can't feel the 50 or so fallen angels behind this door? You better get your boosted gear ready, answered Leviathan. Issei nodded, as his sacred gear appeared and nudged the door slightly. Surprisingly, it opened up rather easily, allowing Issei to see inside. The room looked a lot like a coliseum, only the center was taken up by a large cube, which appeared to be made out of plastic. Surrounding the cube was 3 levels of plush chairs, arranged around the cube in an orderly manner, all of them filled with fallen angels. Issei counted 48 total, 12 sitting in each zone around the cube. Inside the cube, however, were 2 more fallen angels. It was what was between them, however, which garnered Issei's attention. That is what we are here for. Her, confirmed Leviathan, as Issei gazed at the woman. Issei was abruptly brought out of his thoughts though, when he heard her cry out in pain. Her legs were chained to the ground and her arms were held over her head by 2 strong wires, which came down from the ceiling of the cube. One of the fallen angels had just plunged a black rod into the woman's right forearm, which suddenly glowed black and dark blue. A strange purple glow then enshrouded the woman, before being drawn towards the rod. This, like Asia, that time, thought Issei, before feeling the boosted gear boost. Issei's body was frozen for a full minute as he boosted 6 times, watching the spectacle in front of him. Suddenly, something snapped inside Issei, and he let loose a roar. The fallen angels were all startled by the sound, even the one currently holding the rod, which was piercing the woman. Issei charged and slammed his gauntlet fist into the cube, shattering it. As it turns out, it may have looked like plastic, but it was closer in composition to glass, which sent shrapnel flying in all directions. Many of the fallen angels died in the initial attack while the rest were badly wounded by the thick, rigid material, which quickly buried itself into their limbs and torsos. The two fallen angels surrounding the woman were unharmed, but Issei quickly rectified that, slamming his left fist, gauntlet and all, into the face of the unarmed fallen angel, breaking his nose and launching him into the seats. As his back slammed into one of the chairs, it quickly folded around the chair, causing him to release a strangled cry, before slumping to the ground. The last remaining and as of yet, unharmed fallen angel, who was also the one currently holding the rod, was frozen for a minute, as brown, sometimes green eyes, stared down at him. Issei's mind was churning with emotion right now, not able to think straight. He was only focusing on instinct now. The instinct that enhanced his disdain for fallen angels and wanted him to tear the person in front of him to bits. The fallen angel dropped the rod and prepared to form a light spear, only for Issei to slam his right fist into his gut. Issei then quickly followed up with a left uppercut, before gathering what magic power he had at his disposal, forming a red ball of energy. "Dragon shot!" shouted Issei, as he punched the sphere of magic, which quickly expanded and annihilated the fallen angel from existence. Issei was breathing heavily after his attack, his shoulders moving with each breath, as his chest expanded and contracted rapidly. "Who are you?" questioned a voice to Issei's right. The voice caused Issei to snap out of his thoughts and turn to face the woman. She had long, scarlet hair and brown eyes. Her figure was something which would have made Issei turn into a drooling mess, if this had been any other occasion, but seeing the multitude of puncture wounds along her body, caused Issei to refrain from his actions. She wore a torn white robe, decorated with crosses in blue, on both sides. The sleeves were torn off completely, revealing her skin to be rather pale. Her feet were bare, and the robe was cut off at her knees, revealing a few puncture wounds on her legs, but they appeared old, in comparison to the fresh ones along her arms. "I'm Issei Hyoudou, who are you?" asked Issei. "What are you doing here?" asked the girl, ignoring Issei's question. "I'm not sure myself, someone just told me to come here," confessed Issei. The girl looked at Issei in confusion. Issei stared back, before noticing her bonds and decided to do something about it. As Ascalon burst from Issei's sacred gear, the girl's eyes widened in shock. "A holy sword? Are you with the church?" asked the girl quickly. No, Michael gave me this sword, but I'm actually a devil," said Issei, before cutting the ropes binding the girl, causing her to slump forward onto him, her legs not prepared to take the weight of her body. "What? An angel gave a devil a sword?" gasped the girl in disbelief, as Issei severed the bonds, holding her legs in place. "It is a long story, but there is peace now, between the angels, devils and fallen angels," said Issei calmly. "Come on, I'll get you out of here, you need to get medical treatment," said Issei, shifting the girl in his arms, so she was on his back, her arms draped over his neck, while he held her by her thighs. As Issei walked through the facility, there was only silence. Exiting the facility only yielded more silence, as the two female fallen angels who had been guarding the place, had left after Issei had stripped them. When the two had finally passed the fallen angels, which Issei had defeated upon arriving to the area, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. "Urza, Scarlet," said the girl weakly. "What?" asked Issei in confusion. "My name?" said the girl, before finally allowing herself to get some much-needed rest. "Urza Scarlet, huh?" muttered Issei thoughtfully. "I'm honestly surprised you haven't reacted at all to having a woman pressing into your back," commented Drake thoughtfully. "Hey, she's injured, I'll react after she gets healed," thought Issei in perverted glee, feeling her large chest pressing against his back. "Lust? Why did it have to be lust? Envy I can deal with, but lust is just not my thing," sighed Leviathan. "Humph, you better get used to it then. Before he was your reincarnation, Issei was the very personification of lust," said Drake in amusement. "Hey, Leviathan, can she be part of the harem, pretty please?" pleaded Issei. "You just met the woman?" stated Leviathan in shock. "But she is such a woman," drooled Issei in thought. Drake laughed to himself, as Leviathan slammed his head onto the floor of their shared mindscape. "Welcome to my world," commented Drake in amusement. "Line break." Azazel hummed to himself thoughtfully. A rogue group of fallen angels, who had been doing unapproved experiments behind his back, had all just been wiped out, if the two women in front of him were to be believed. That, by itself, didn't really have much of an impact on Azazel. Fallen angels had a habit of going rogue on him, and with the new, but very fragile peace, which had been formed recently, Azazel expected it to continue. No, what really grabbed Azazel's attention, was the fact that Issei had been the one to do so. That single fact stuck out, like the lone nail in a plank of wood to Azazel. After getting every detail from the two women, he had discovered something rather interesting. Issei had used a move, not from the old set of skills that the original Leviathan possessed. No, Issei had used one of his most iconic moves. Dress break. I see. Is there anything else you would like to add? You will be punished, but any extra information will help lessen it, said Azazel calmly. Well, we may have held captive a former prospective member for the Holy Sword Project, said one of the fallen angels. Prospective? Queried Azazel curiously. Yes, they had no affinity for holy swords, but they held an affinity for other types of swords, added the other fallen angel. Demonic swords, said Azazel simply, getting a nod from the two. I see. Please go to the second floor. Barakiel will be ready to administer your punishment. Luckily though, the information you provided means you will only be mildly punished, said Azazel, getting two relived sighs. Thank you, said the two before leaving. So, the original Leviathan are you? To think, your bluff fooled us all. I suppose the real Issei is in there somewhere after all, thought Azazel in amusement. Line break. Urza Scarlet awoke to find herself propped up against a tree, wearing what appeared to be a blazer, perhaps part of a school uniform. Ah, yeah, sorry about that. I didn't exactly have any spare clothes on me, said Issei, getting Urza's attention. The boy was now lacking his blazer, the same one currently draped around Urza's shoulders. He was clad in a tattered, short-sleeved, white dress shirt, which had clearly seen better days, a red shirt under that, black pants, which were frayed around the ankles, along with white and blue sneakers. It's fine, I'm accustomed to much worse after all, said Urza calmly. I see, said Issei, causing silence to descend upon the pair. Urza took the time to examine herself and found her wounds had been washed and dressed roughly. Looking at the material around her arms, she noticed it was of the same design as Issei's dress shirt, meaning he must have torn it up to make his hasty bandages. Thank you for looking after me, said Urza, bowing her head slightly. It's nothing. I couldn't exactly leave you there and I have my own issues with fallen angels anyway, said Issei calmly. I see, said Urza, causing a new silence to pervade the area. I don't suppose you could tell me why you were being held captive back there. I don't mean to pry or anything, started Issei, before trailing off at the end. There was an extended pause, lasting almost a minute. Issei took this to mean she didn't want to talk about it and made to blow out the small fire he had made between the two so they could go to sleep. As he stood up and prepared to kick sand over the flame, Urza spoke. What do you know of the Holy Sword Project? Asked Urza, causing Issei to freeze. Quite a bit actually. One of my friends was a survivor of it, the only one I think, said Issei thoughtfully, before sitting back down on his log. Well, I was once a candidate for it, said Urza disdainfully. Do you mean you survived it as well? Asked Issei curiously. No. When they examined me, they detected no aptitude for holy swords, but they found something else, continued Urza, pausing briefly, as she collected her thoughts. Issei sat there quietly, watching the redhead's eyes dart upwards in thought. I had no aptitude for holy swords, but I did possess an aptitude for demonic swords. Looking back on it, that was the first sign of something suspicious. If this was really something to do with the church, they should have wanted nothing to do with demonic swords. I was 10 at the time though and didn't think anything of it. I was naive, foolish even, but I trusted them, recollected Urza, before pausing once again. Well, you were a kid, it makes sense that you'd trust them, even now. I'm probably too trusting myself and it has got me into trouble before, said Issei, recollecting on his tryst with Rainier. I suppose that makes us both fools then. In any case, they took me to a different facility, one without the Holy Sword Project, and that is where my journey deviated from this friend of yours, spoke Urza, getting Issei to refocus on her. They took me to what I later learned was a church taken over by fallen angels. The occasional broken statue was probably my second clue that something was amiss. The church may have its flaws, but it was by no means sloppy when it came to preserving artifacts and statues. Eventually, they started to run tests on me. Routine tests, they said, analyzing my blood, my capacity for magic, my aura, a whole host of things that I lost track of them, said Urza, trailing off in thought again. Urza shook her head momentarily, before resuming her tale. Over time, they realized that I possessed a very potent affinity for all swords, just not holy swords. They started by testing my skills with elemental swords and I was very adept at them. They then moved on to other swords. Energy swords, strength-boosting swords, all manner of swords, before they finally found a demonic sword to test me with. That was probably the third clue that something was wrong. Why would the church condone the use of demonic swords? Once they gave me the sword, it resonated with me deeply. Its power was immense. Upon touching it, a few of the fallen angels around me were vaporized. This caused them to become more cautious, and that was when I was moved to that facility. Every day, they would stab me with that same accursed rod, trying to extract my affinity for their own use, but it never worked. The first few times they tried it, more fallen angels died. That's what led to them forming that cube to contain the energy. They also refined their extraction tool, using it as a power holder, instead of a direct conduit for the energy. They were never successful though. I don't remember when they told me, but when they wanted to try and break my spirit, to see if that would improve the extraction, they told me Yahweh was dead. It didn't really have the impact on me that they wanted, as after years of torture, I had already accepted that God would not save me, so I wasn't shocked by the news, I just accepted it. They didn't like this fact and finally revealed they were fallen angels to me, explaining how the church had abandoned me and that I was all alone, but I didn't care. I wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing me give up, finished Urza, a deep fire burning in her eyes. Issei didn't know how to respond at that at all. A few months ago, he was a simple pervert, with aspirations of a harem. A little while after that, he had been thrust into the supernatural world, learning everything he did on the go. A few days ago, his body had been taken over and he had a new addition to his mind, in the form of the original Leviathan, but his life was easy compared to Urza's. She is quite something. An affinity for swords of almost all kind, unwavering will, and already at ease with the loss of God, along with anger at the fallen angels, she would make a good recruit, said Leviathan. Is that fair though? After everything she's been through, it is fair to put her back into things like this? Doesn't she deserve a break? Questioned Issei. Why not ask her and see what she wants? Suggested Leviathan. Urza, do you have any plans for what you would like to do from this point on? Asked Issei, getting the brown-eyed girl to look at him. Not really. I didn't have aspirations at the beginning of the project, and I don't have any now. I'm just glad to be free, confessed Urza. Would you like to stick with me? I mean, I know we just met and all, but after all that, I want you to be able to have some balance in your life. I have to admit though, if you stick with me, there will probably be a bit of fighting, possibly a lot. I kind of have a habit of getting into trouble, said Issei nervously. Do you have a dream? Asked Urza. Of course. I'm going to be the harem king, proclaimed Issei, getting Leviathan to slap his forehead and grumble at his new vessel's stupidity. What's a harem? Asked Urza. I suppose they wouldn't have explained something like that in the church. Well, a harem is when a guy has a lot of girls he likes, together with him. The harem also does stuff together, like, live together and sleep together, said Issei nervously. So, it is something like having multiple wives? Asked Urza searchingly. Sure, said Issei, after a moment of thought. That sounds interesting. Can I join? I know I probably look like a mess, but I'm sure I'd be a good addition. At the very least, I can simply protect you, as you gather your harem, said Urza seriously, getting Issei, Draig and Leviathan to all freeze. I can't believe it, muttered Draig. I've been alive for centuries and never seen anything like this, added Leviathan. I'm the luckiest man alive, shouted Issei in his mind. Do you really want to? Asked Issei skittishly, completing different to his thoughts. Well, you did save me, and while I may not like what was done to me, I can't deny I did grow strong from it, and I always did want a family. I don't see why not, said Urza. In that case, I guess I'd be a fool to refuse, said Issei, with a grin. Well, they do say fools tend to flock together, said Urza, with a smile. Chapter 4, Damage. Leviathan had been watching Issei interact with Urza for a while now. Initially, Leviathan was annoyed with Issei's absurd perversity, but knowing it would help push his new host, he decided to simply accept it as is. No, what truly confused Leviathan was whenever Urza seemed to reciprocate any of Issei's perverseness, he seemed cowed, almost reluctant to act the way he wanted to. Issei, it is time to get back on track to the original reason we took a break from the training, said Leviathan, snapping Issei's attention to him. Oh right, the evil pieces, shouted Issei aloud, causing Leviathan to smack himself in the face. What are evil pieces? Asked Urza, as the duo was still seated around the fire Issei had lit. Oh, that's right, it makes sense you wouldn't know about them. Well, I was a human once and I was turned into a devil through the use of evil pieces. They are based on chess pieces and are capable of turning any species into a devil, explained Issei. I see. Why did you become a devil though, if you were human? Was it due to the overwhelming desire to build your harem? Asked Urza, only for Issei to clam up. Well, not exactly, mumbled Issei, causing Urza to tilt her head at him in confusion. There it is again, what is that? Thought Leviathan. What happened? Pressed Urza, not noting Issei's distress for what it was. Well, before I go into that, did you see my sacred gear? It's what gave me the power to rescue you. Draig is the one who helped me, he's a dragon and his soul was sealed into this, the boosted gear, said Issei, materializing the red gauntlet on his hand. I know about them I think, the two dragons who were fighting with each other, during a war long ago. I don't remember the story very well though, said Urza. Draig, what were the two of you fighting for? Asked Issei in curiosity. Simple, Albion and I had a disagreement. Of course, dragons don't settle disagreements like humans, we fight to make the other submit, explained Drake, the green gem of the sacred gear glowing as he did so. How interesting, it can talk through the gauntlet, commented Urza. Okay, but what was the disagreement over? Asked Issei. The disagreement was over, it was because Albion, huh? I don't remember anymore, said Drake thoughtfully. What do you mean you don't remember? That's kind of an important reason as to why you two keep fighting through your wielders, exclaimed Issei in shock. Well, it was centuries ago, besides, the important point is that we had a disagreement. That's why we fight, the reason isn't that important after all, said Drake. Issei was momentarily speechless. Drake, I know I might be a raging hormonal pervert, but I think I just lost a little respect for you, said Issei, in a stunned tone of voice. Humph, well, I wouldn't accept a breast-loving pervert like you to know anything about pride anyway, snorted Drake in annoyance. So you like breasts? Asked Urza after a minute. Of course, breasts are the best, he. Big ones are the best of the best though, declared Issei. I see, are mine big? Asked Urza contemplatively. They're huge, exclaimed Issei. I see, that's good then. Larger breasts mean more breast tissue to produce milk for my future babies, said Urza, freezing Issei at her words. Again, what is that? I'm getting to the bottom of this, thought Leviathan in annoyance. Issei, I'm going to send you and our newest acquaintance to another area. Prepare yourself, warned Leviathan. What? Wait, thought Issei. What is it? Asked Leviathan patiently. What about the pieces? Also, I don't think she is healed enough yet, said Issei, sparing a thought for the redhead in front of him. She is strong enough to survive. As for the pieces, there is still time, and it would be better for you to amass your forces quickly. There is only so long we can keep this facade going, not the least because I will disappear one day and you are a terrible actor and won't be able to imitate me properly, from what I can see. Now, place your hand on the girl and give her a warning, this may be an uncomfortable transition, said Leviathan, ignoring the subtle twinge he got from Issei's psyche when he was told to touch the girl. As Issei moved to do as he was told, Leviathan was contemplating where to send Issei. Somewhere likely to produce strong people who would side with a devil who is a raging pervert. Perhaps sending him to a den of succubus won't be the best idea, but, on that note, yes, they respect power and even stupidly perverted as he is, even now he has power, thought Leviathan. Prepare yourself, warned Leviathan, before a magic circle with the symbol of Leviathan on it appeared under Issei and Urza, and teleported them away. Their new surroundings appeared quite eerie. There was an ample amount of fog on the horizon and the area itself was very cold. Issei shivered, but it wasn't from the weather, no, there was something else that was radiating an aura quite similar to a devil's, but twisted somehow, feeling even more unholy. There, now then, head into town and search for someone who you think will make a good addition to our forces. In this area, there should be at least one person. In the meantime, there is something I need to investigate in your mind, so I will be unreachable for now until I contact you again. Good luck, informed Leviathan, before delving into Issei's mind and leaving his awareness of the outside world behind. Line break. A ball of purple energy started to form in Issei's mind, before turning a bright blue. The sphere of energy reformed rapidly, spikes shooting out randomly, until a person was formed. The figure was masculine, as well as quite tall and slim. His hair was a deep blue, and was shaped into a mohawk at the top, looking as though two waves had crashed in the middle of the figure's head. The figure's eyes were teal, and their face was rather rectangular, with their cheeks appearing hollowed out slightly. The figure wore a black cloak, with blue shark teeth-like spikes, jutting around the collar. The cloak reached to mid-calf and revealed two dark green boots, that appeared to be made out of the hide of a crocodile, or a similar creature. The man also wore dark blue pants, which flared out over the boots and a long-sleeved, light blue button-up shirt, with the top button undone. Now then, time to find whatever is messing with Hyoudu's mind. I can't keep having him act so oddly, it makes it hard for me to anticipate his reactions, and if he is to succeed where I never could, his mind must be strong, said the figure. Leviathan, what are you doing so deep in Issei's psyche? Asked Drake, appearing as a massive green eye. Drake, said Leviathan, acknowledging the dragon with a nod. Well, prompted Drake, as Leviathan continued to walk through Issei's mind. Something is conflicting with Issei's thoughts and actions. You made the point that his perversity is what gives him his drive, which I was able to accept with some difficulty. However, whenever our newest recruit would reciprocate anything towards Issei, I would feel a sudden jolt in his mind, and he would instantly clam up. Naturally, this is unacceptable, as if his perverseness is what gives him his drive, it cannot be stifled any time it is reciprocated, explained Leviathan. Perhaps. Although, be mindful of what you find in partner's mind, warned Drake, before the eye disappeared. Honestly, what could ever be dangerous to me? Muttered Leviathan, before continuing on. As Leviathan probed Issei's mind, he glanced at a few memories. One of note was of when Issei heard about breasts from an old man. That explains the obsession at least, said Leviathan, before moving on. Issei's mind was structured very strangely. It was like walking through a hall of mirrors, with memories on each side, starting from his very earliest towards the edge, to his most recent, as he neared the center. Leviathan watched all the events of Issei's early life in interest, noting very subtle things that Issei no doubt missed. The holy sword his childhood friend had. The time Issei very nearly became the slave of a succubus during some of his absent-minded hentai shopping. He has always been easily manipulated, it seems, commented Leviathan, noting Issei only escaped his fate as a slave, thanks to an exorcist coming to investigate a slew of disappearances in the area, which caused the succubus to back off. There was another occasion, where Issei unknowingly crossed paths with a sprite, which made him wander into a lake for its amusement. Very easily manipulated, reaffirmed Leviathan, as he continued to trawl Issei's mind. Eventually, Leviathan reached the events of this year, noting how Issei's memories were full of delusions in the beginning. The desire for a harem truly is strong in this boy, muttered Leviathan, before stopping as he reached something odd. Previously, all the memories appeared on a mirror-like screen, openly showing the events reflected within. Now though, Leviathan was staring at a screen which was black as charcoal and had what appeared to be burns along the edges and cracks at the bottom. Odd, said Leviathan, before walking up to the mirror and projecting his mind into the memory, by placing his hand on the blackened surface. Line break. Leviathan looked around and noted with some distaste, he was in a church. Now why would he have been in one of these, of all places, muttered Leviathan, before looking up to his left. There, high in the sky, yet clearly visible to Leviathan, was another man, a devil, who appeared to be looking at the scene in annoyance. Something to remember, I'm sure, decided Leviathan, memorizing the effeminate boy's features. Issei, please save me, cried a woman. The cry brought Leviathan's attention back to the events at hand. This devil is trying to kill me. I love you so much. That's why, let's defeat this devil together, said the girl, who Leviathan noticed with some amusement, was a fallen angel. How interesting, muttered Leviathan, before a wave of red energy destroyed the girl. In that moment though, Leviathan felt something tremble. Line break. Projecting himself back into Issei's mind, Leviathan noticed another crack had been added to the mirror. How odd. Every time that memory is relived, does this mirror crack once more? Postulated Leviathan, before backtracking to when Issei had first met the fallen angel, in the odd hall of mirrors. Going through all of Issei's memories of the fallen angel, Leviathan noticed that some were happy and others were conflicted, but they all led back to that blackened mirror. How curious, what could cause a black stain on a person's mind? Muttered Leviathan in thought, before heading towards the center of Issei's memory hall of mirrors. Having always been the most astute out of the four great devils that had ruled the underworld, Leviathan was already speculating on what Issei's mind, both layout and the odd memory out, could mean. As he got closer and closer to the center, Issei's memories fixated more and more on the girls he was interested in, but in each and every mirror, where events occurred that could have furthered their relationship, there was a crack and blackening of the edges of the mirror. Eventually, Leviathan reached the center of his host's mind and found something extremely interesting. There, on a simple gold chair, which was raised on a platform, was the very same girl that had appeared in the cracked and blackened mirror of the memory Leviathan had projected himself into. The girl was asleep, appearing quite peaceful. However, what really got Leviathan's attention was the black throne-like chair on a platform higher than the one the sleeping girl was on. There, on the raised platform and seated in the black throne, was a woman who closely resembled the one below her, only appearing more mature and clad in less clothing. So, you seem to be the root of the problem, said Leviathan, startling the more mature girl. Who are you? Scoffed the fallen angel. Me? Does it really matter? Well, I suppose it does, considering you should at least know who will eliminate you. I am the original Leviathan, the one who battled with God centuries ago, said Leviathan, causing the girl to tremble. TT, that's impossible, sutured the girl in fright. Now, don't forget to introduce yourself, it is only polite, admonished Leviathan. Our Rainier, spoke the fallen angel timidly. Excellent. I'm glad to see that your lack of modesty didn't carry over into your manners. Now then, would you do me the favor of disappearing? You seem to be causing quite the plight for my host and I can't have you doing that. Oh no, I need Issei to be at his best if he is to defeat that beast. So, will you die for me? Asked Leviathan, raising his hand, as a rope of water wrapped around the fallen angel. The fallen angel struggled against her magical binding, trying in vain to free herself. The smaller, more innocent version of herself, disintegrated into purple particles of magic, before flowing into her, giving her a small boost in power, but not enough to escape the binding. Just as Leviathan prepared to end the life of Reiner, a new presence appeared beside him, resting what felt like a hand on his shoulder. "Can I request you not do that?" asked the figure, which had just appeared. "What are you?" asked Leviathan, turning to face a silvery specter. It belonged to a man based on its general structure, but it wasn't well defined at all. "Me, well, I am a being that can transcend dimensions, that should be enough for now," said the specter. "Very well then. Why do you wish to stop me from ending that girl's life?" asked Leviathan. "I'm afraid it isn't as straightforward as you would think. You see, that girl and Issei are intimately linked in nearly every dimension. I can't have you removing her when she still has a role to play in this world, well, if I can help it. True, on some occasions, we have not been able to intervene in time, but this isn't one of those times," said the figure. "What do you mean I'm linked to that filthy devil?" struggled Reiner, not at all liking what she was hearing. "Well, my dear, without you, the story of Issei Hyoudou does not occur. In this dimension and in so many others, but not all, you are the one domino which knocks everything into motion. Frankly, if there is no Reiner, there is no Issei Hyoudou, Red Dragon Emperor. True, he does not always become a devil, but you play a key role in all scenarios," said the specter, stunning Reiner. "That is all well and good, but Issei has already become a devil and this girl is for all intents and purposes dead to the world, barring this small fragment in his mind. What possible role could she still have in this world?" asked Leviathan calmly. "She is still needed for his emotional maturity. You have noticed Issei's hesitance, no?" asked the specter, to which Leviathan nodded. "If Issei cannot deal with her himself, he will never be able to accept the love of others. Truly, you have done quite a bit of damage to the Issei of this world, fallen angel Reiner," said the specter, turning to Reiner towards the end. "I see. Why should I believe you though? I do not think a simple two-winged fallen angel could be that important," scoffed Leviathan. "Well, as unlikely as it sounds, it is true, not because she is as you said, simple two-winged fallen angel, but because she was the first girl to reciprocate Issei's feelings, even if it was all fake. That makes her Issei's first and the set point to which he will advance with any future romantic interests," said the figure, causing Reiner to scowl. "I'm not that filthy devil's first anything," said Reiner, only to feel the length of water encircling her, tighten. "Need I remind you that I am the original Leviathan, a devil? Watch your tongue, little girl, as your continued existence is on the edge," said Leviathan, before turning back to the specter. "Do you not realize that because of her, Issei actually can't reciprocate the feelings of any of the girls interested in him currently? As it stands, there are only 2 girls he can potentially reciprocate feelings for, his childhood friend, as he had fond memories of her before the fallen angel killed him, and the newest redhead, as he is yet to actually believe she is reciprocating his feelings seriously. That and the fact that she was tormented by fallen angels as well. However, if I leave her to dwell within his mind, his harem will simply not come to fruition, which, as strange as it sounds, isn't good for me," continued Leviathan. "Would you consider not killing her if I tell you me and my associates are the reason you were able to take form in Issei's mind?" said the specter, regaining Leviathan's attention. "Oh, is that so?" asked Leviathan. "Indeed. We were watching you, trying to ascertain if you would be a good possible recruit, or if you would side with our enemies. After a bit of observation, we decided to allow you to try and fulfill your goal, given that your goal goes towards one of ours," said the specter. "So what, you want me to leave this woman to continue to torment Issei's mind?" asked Leviathan, sparing a disdainful glance at the bound Reiner. "Oh no, feel free to fix the damage she has had on his mind, but please don't eliminate her soul, she still has a role to play," said the specter, before wavering slightly. "I see, it seems my powers cannot penetrate too deeply into this dimensional space. Please do heed my warning though. That being said, while her soul needs to remain, feel free to re-educate her. This particular Reiner has numerous flaws, which need to be corrected as it would happen," said the wavering specter, before being snuffed out completely. "Interesting. You seem to have some marginal importance in the grand scheme of things," said Leviathan, turning back to the still-bound fallen angel. "However, I think your attitude could use some adjusting," finished Leviathan, causing Reiner to pale, as teal eyes bore into her being ominously. Chapter 5, Creatures of the Night. Unbeknownst to the events currently happening deep within his mind, Issei was walking around with Urza, trying to figure out exactly where Leviathan had teleported them. "It feels colder than it looks, almost unnatural," commented Urza. "Really? It feels, well, sort of calming to me, maybe it's a devil thing," muttered Issei, getting a glance from Urza. "Actually, I've been meaning to ask about that. What did becoming a devil do to you? Are you no longer allowed to set foot in a church?" asked Urza curiously. "Well, technically no, but it depends on the church. With the treaty though, maybe devils will be able to soon. Although, you do become weak to holy objects, water, swords, prayer, the Bible, things like that," Sunlight is also a bit of an annoyance, said Issei thoughtfully. I see. Is that perhaps why we are here then? There is a distinct lack of sunlight. I'm actually confused as to how we are seeing right now, given there doesn't seem to be any source of light nearby, postulated Urza. Lack of sunlight. Maybe this is where vampires live then, hummed Issei. That is an odd conclusion to reach. Why vampires? Asked Urza. Well, actually, a devil I knew was a half-vampire and he hated the sun and outdoors, even though he was a daywalker. Since this looks like a place where he would be right at home, I just figured it must be the home of vampires, explained Issei. As the duo continued to walk, they noticed the fog seemed to be easing. So, those lights, are they possibly from a town inhabited by vampires? Asked Urza, noticing a few soft orange glows scattered on their horizon. Maybe, let's check it out, suggested Issei, to which Urza nodded. As the two walked closer to the settlement, the atmosphere seemed to artificially become chiller. With each step, things became colder and more ominous. Drake, what is going on? Thought Issei. Well, if I'd have to guess, this feels similar to that time one of my wielders was an exorcist and was hunting down vampires, commented Drake. What do you mean? Gasper never felt like this, questioned Issei, even as a chill went down his spine. Well, I would hardly call that devil a proper vampire. Don't forget that he was only half vampire as well. Full-blooded vampires feel much more undead, answered Drake. How do you feel undead? Thought Issei in confusion, only to still, as he started to hear voices. You didn't really think we would just let everything you did slide, did you? Spoke a chilling voice. No, but that's why I've been trying to make up for everything I did in the past. Spoke another voice sounding fairly cold as well, but somewhat more regretful. We were tormented by you for years, do you really think you can make up for that? Added another voice, sounding significantly angrier than the other two. Look, I know I wasn't the nicest person around, but we are vampires for crying out loud, being cold is a part of us, surely you should have been able to take it, retorted the regretful voice, sounding slightly more exasperated now. That's easy for you to say, when you are leaps and bounds stronger than all of us, shouted the angrier voice. As Issei and Urza neared the voices, the fog started to clear slightly, revealing three figures. One was of a man, while the other two belonged to women. Look, I made some mistakes, but I'm not going to sit here and listen to you whinge. I am stronger than both of you, and if you want to keep hindering my efforts of trying to make up for my past, I'll make you know your place, said one of the women, turning dark towards the end. Arg, there it is again, that annoying superiority complex of yours. We are stronger than before, we'll beat you if it comes to a fight, growled the other woman, with the man nodding in agreement. So that's what this is all about, it isn't because of how I acted in the past, it's because I'm stronger than you and you can't accept it, isn't it? Said the first woman. Screw you, Mocha, we'll beat you here today, roared the other woman. Issei and Urza had finally gotten close enough to see the three, who had been arguing. On one side, was a tall man with thin facial features and black messy hair. He was clad in suit pants and a collared, long-sleeved, white shirt. Next to him, was a woman, who was quite developed for her stature. She was a head shorter than the man and wore a blue skirt, with a red top that was sleeveless. Her hair was a light brown and tied into two braids. Opposite the two, was another woman, this one looking even more developed than the other. She was taller than her female counterpart and her delicate facial features looked almost too perfect to be human. Her long silver hair cascaded down her back in waves, with the very tips appearing a bright pink. She was wearing a green blazer and a tan striped skirt, along with simple black shoes and black socks, which reached to just below her knees, along with a choker around her neck. Her eyes were strangely red though and had slit pupils. In fact, now that Issei took the time to study them closer, the three of them all shared a few common features, that of red eyes and slit pupils. I'm trying to change, to be a kinder person, but if you want to push this issue, I won't stand by quietly, said the more voluptuous woman. The other woman roared, before rushing her female counterpart, only for a foot to snap her neck to the side, with quite some force, sending her flying. You're still as rash and irritable as ever, sighed the silver-haired beauty, to which the brunette growled in anger. At that moment, the man rushed the silver-haired woman, swinging a right fist at her face, only to find his attack was easily dodged by his dainty target, who swayed away and backwards slightly from the attack. As for you, you're still just as shrewd as you always were, but also just as weak. Know you place, exclaimed the woman, before kicking the man in his ribs, sending him crashing to the ground near his partner. Now, go away, before I actually take you seriously, said the silver-haired woman, causing the brunette to growl, as the man stood up. Fine. Mark my words though, there will be repercussions for this, said the man, before raising his partner to her feet and forcing her to leave with him. There, now that that is dealt with, are you two going to come out from there? Asked the woman, turning towards where Issei and Urza were hiding, behind a few sturdy oaks. We're not here to start any trouble, said Issei, placating the other woman, who slightly lowered her guard. What are you doing here then? Asked the woman. Yes, what are we doing here? Asked Urza. Muttered Issei, drawing a blank on how to respond. It astounds me sometimes, partner, how absent-minded you can be. Why are you here? Muttered Drake. We are here because we are searching for strong people to join us, said Issei, in a stroke of brilliance. Join you, for what? Asked the woman, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. For the harem, right? Asked Urza, getting Issei to splutter and the unknown woman to raise an eyebrow in surprise. No, not for the harem, shouted Issei in embarrassment. Why not? She is rather attractive as well. Do you not find her desirable? Pressed Urza, causing Issei to cry internally. Drake help! Exclaimed Issei, only for the sound of deep chuckles to reach his ears. Who are you two? Asked the pale woman. I am Urza Scarlet, a former member of a derivative of the Holy Sword Project, said Urza, getting the other woman to tense slightly. Holy swords? Do you have a holy sword? Asked the red-eyed girl, as she raised her guard again. No, I don't. He does, said Urza, pointing to Issei, getting the pair of red eyes boring into her, to swivel to the perverted brunette. I'm not here for a fight, really, said Issei nervously, wholly uncomfortable with the glare he was receiving. Who are you? You never answered, asked the silver-haired girl. I'm Issei Hyoudou, said Issei. A devil and wielder of the boosted gear, added Urza, getting the other girl's eyes to widen and Issei to look at her in shock. Why would you tell her that? Asked Issei. I'm sorry, was that supposed to be a secret? Please hit me, said Urza, causing Issei to sigh and pinch the bridge of his nose in frustration. What is with this girl? Shouted Issei internally. The Red Dragon Emperor, really? Asked the silver-haired girl, sounding more interested than alarmed at this piece of information, confusing Issei. Yeah, why? Asked Issei bewildered. Would you care for a spar then? Asked the girl, sounding more and more interested by the second. Why? Asked Issei. I haven't been able to have a good fight in some time now, even more so since I've been trying not to antagonize the others so much. It isn't that bad, being nicer, but I still have my pride. I am the strongest vampire here, so I can't find a challenge anymore, admitted the girl. What is it with silver-haired people and fighting? Thought Issei, remembering his destined rival. What is in it for him? Asked Urza, bringing Issei's attention back to the current moment. You said you were looking for strong people to recruit. In that case, look no further, as in this entire area, there is no one stronger than me. If you can best me, I'd be honored to fight alongside you, that is, if you are not all talk, said the girl, her tone turning dark towards the end as well. You must join the harem as well then, said Urza simply, getting Issei to look at her in shock. What are you trying to do? Asked Issei in shock. I told you, I would help you form your harem and protect it and your interests, explained Urza simply. Fine, if he can actually beat me, then he should be worthy enough for me, said the girl. Can I at least know your name then? Asked Issei, feeling that he had no control in the matter. Mocha Akashia, strongest vampire in Romania, said the silver-haired girl. Very well then, since this is a spar, I shall watch over the match and say when to stop, said Urza. I'm sorry, but why are you bossing me around? Asked Mocha, with a thin smile. I am just ensuring order and a good fight, defended Urza. Alright, let's do this then, Drake, exclaimed Issei, before his gauntlet appeared on his left arm and announced the first boost. I see, so that's how it works, commented Mocha curiously, noticing the rise in Issei's power, before frowning slightly. You're still weak though, said Mocha. Well, sorry for being weak, I was only human a few months ago and didn't even know I had a sacred gear, defended Issei hotly. I see. It seems this will be just as disappointing as always then, sighed Mocha, lowering her guard. Oh yeah, roared Issei, before rushing the girl. Mocha watched on in amusement as the boy slowly ran at her, even after a second boost was announced from his gauntlet, doubling his speed. To Mocha, Issei was still moving ridiculously slow. Pulling her right leg back, Mocha prepared to punt Issei in the face, only for him to slide under her. Issei just barely grazed Mocha's skirt with his hand, before grinning triumphantly, as another boost kicked in. Partner, you're only at 3 boosts right now and I can tell you in full certainty, she is still much stronger than you. Think very carefully about what you do next, warned Drake. It isn't even a question Drake, a pay is life, thought Issei. So, you have some skill, but do you really think you are a match for me? Taunted Mocha. Just wait, dress, break, exclaimed Issei, before the vampire's clothes exploded. An expanse of pale creamy skin was bared to Issei's eyes and he couldn't help but drool. Mocha blinked at suddenly being stripped, before she scowled slightly and her energy rose around her, hiding her from view, before revealing her wearing a new set of attire. She wore a sleeveless white dress, which wrapped tightly around her figure, reaching mid-thigh, before it split. Her arms and legs were covered in black steel, with white cross designs along them and white steel pauldrons on her shoulders. Her shoes had also become low-heeled black shoes. To complete the look, 2 bat-like wings emerged from her back. You just forced me to transform into my battle form. I hope you are ready, because now, I will make you know your place, growled Mocha. Partner, if you know what is good for you, do not let her hit you. You need at least 2 more boosts to be able to survive one of her kicks in this form, said Drake. A near miss from a roundhouse kick caused Issei to backpedal quickly, before the brunette shot off to the side in a run. Why are you running away? Fight me, coward, roared Mocha in annoyance. I'll fight you and one of your kicks won't kill me on impact, shouted back Issei, before dodging another punt. The silver-haired vampire growled at the evasiveness of her opponent. Every time Mocha threw a kick, Issei seemed to just dodge the attack, sliding away from it. How are you avoiding all of these kicks? You're moving much slower than me, asked Mocha, even as she tried to drop an axe kick on Issei, only for him to roll away from the attack. When you've been hunted down by a 9-headed hydra for sport, you'll learn to dodge everything, answered Issei, as he picked himself up, before another boost was heard. You can now survive a direct hit, partner, informed Drake. All right, in that case, Ascalon, shouted Issei, before his holy sword jutted out of his gauntlet. Mocha stopped her attacks at this, feeling the power of the blade. So, you had something like this with you as well. I guess I really do need to take you seriously, commented Mocha. That's right, I will be the harem king. No one will beat me, proclaimed Issei, only for a small foot to sink into his gut. Yes, well, before that, know your place, shouted Mocha, before her sidekick launched the brunette tumbling away. There, it is over, said Mocha in satisfaction, only to be confused when she heard chuckling. You think that's it? 1 hit and I'm finished? Don't mess around, I've taken much stronger attacks than that. I was almost fried to a crisp once. It will take more than that to put me down, roared Issei, standing up defiantly, as another boost sounded from his gauntlet, even as blood trickled from the sides of his mouth. Partner, now is your best chance to attack, said Drake. Okay, dragon shot, said Issei, gathering his power into a small ball of red energy. As if that will beat me, laughed Mocha, only for her eyes to widen, when Issei punched the small ball and a wave of red energy rushed her, overwhelming her. Reset, echoed the gauntlet. Issei dropped to his knees after that attack, feeling thoroughly drained. As the dust from his attack started to clear, Issei looked on in anticipation, his breath coming out in short pants, as he coughed out a bit more blood. I have to admit, I'm impressed, came the voice of Mocha, from within the dust. To think that one attack was capable of taking away such a large amount of my armor, I guess I underestimated you after all, continued Mocha, as she approached Issei. As Mocha exited the dust cloud, Issei could see all the steel covering her form had been destroyed. Her dress was mostly unharmed though, but looked a bit ruffled. If it wasn't for that cheap trick you used at the start, I might have even respected you after that, finished Mocha, coming to stand in front of the kneeling Issei. Yeah, well, if this was a real fight, I would have just made your body explode from within, even if I haven't got the targeting down yet properly, huffed Issei. So you mean you were holding back? Now why don't I believe that? Asked Mocha teasingly, even as Issei weakly glared at her. It was a good fight, but I'm afraid I won't be joining you. Come back in a year or two and maybe then you'll be able to beat me, but I'm stronger now, laughed Mocha, before helping the brunette up. Thanks, mumbled Issei, as the silver-haired girl held him steady for a moment. In all seriousness though, don't ever try something like that on me again. Now, for my reward, said Mocha, before biting into Issei's neck. Issei's eyes widened in shock and a slight amount of pain, as the vampire sucked his blood. That was delicious. Even if you are not an excellent fighter, you are an excellent snack, purred Mocha, licking her lips hungrily. What the hell? You bit me. Does that mean I'm going to become a vampire now? It was already bad enough being in the sun when I became a devil, but if I become a devil and a vampire like Gasper, I might never be able to go to a beach again, whined Issei comically. Mocha raised a delicate eyebrow at this. You know someone who is a devil and a vampire? How is that possible? Asked Mocha sharply. Oh, Gasper was a half-vampire, half-human, before he was turned into a devil, that's why, answered Issei nervously. I see, and no, you won't become a vampire, that requires me injecting my blood into you, said Mocha. Well, I guess that is the end, said Urza, walking over to the duo. Yeah, agreed Issei. Is there somewhere we can rest for a bit? That really did take a lot out of me, asked Issei. Still not as bad as the wild water training, thought Issei to himself. I suppose since you did give me a somewhat decent fight, I can entertain you for a bit, follow me, said Mocha, turning on her heel, expecting the others to follow. Are you sure it is a good idea to follow a vampire into an area full of vampires? What's that expression, like lambs to a slaughter? Asked Urza. I think we'll be fine, I hope, said Issei uncertainly, before following after the vampire. The two followed the silver and pink-haired girl, as she led them closer and closer to the lights they had seen in the distance, before veering off to the right, confusing the duo. Isn't that the town?" asked Issei. "Yes," answered Mocha curtly. "Why are we walking away from it then?" asked Issei. "Simple, I don't live in that town, my family and I live on the outskirts of the town in our mansion," replied Mocha. "A mansion?" thought Issei in confusion, before seeing a large outline on the horizon, which slowly came into focus. "That thing is huge. It's even bigger than Leviathan's mansion," exclaimed Issei in shock, as a 12-story mansion came into view. "Yes, sometimes I wonder if it is overkill, considering there are less than half a dozen of us who actually live in there, but at least we all have ample space," commented Mocha. The trio walked up to the large wrought iron gates in front of them, which Mocha easily pushed open, despite their overwhelming size and no doubt weight as well. Walking up to the building itself, Mocha opened the door, pushing it open easily, once again, ignoring just how large and heavy it must have been. "It's like watching Kaneko carry that massive bag up the mountain," thought Issei in awe. "Now, please take care to follow me and don't get lost. My sisters are not as hospitable as me and you might find yourself lacking a limb or two, if you irritate some of them," said Mocha, unnerving Issei. The silver-haired beauty led the two up a long set of stairs, which were draped in rich velvet carpet. Reaching the third level of the mansion, Mocha led them down a long hallway, before turning and stopping in front of a door. "You can rest in here, my room is across from this one, so if you need something, you will know where to find me. Do try not to wander though," said Mocha, before opening the door, revealing a fairly lavish guest room to the duo, before turning on her heel and walking across to the door behind them, entering her room, with the door shutting softly behind her. Urza helped Issei over to the bed, before closing the door behind them. "That was interesting," commented Urza. "Yeah, I wonder what was up with those other two, that were trying to start a fight with Mocha," hummed Issei. "I have no clue, but what matters now is getting rest. You will need to fight Mocha again tomorrow, in order to recruit her," said Urza, with a nod. "Recruit? I could barely survive against her, I'm just not strong enough yet. I bet if I had Balance Breaker I could do it. What do you think, Drake?" asked Issei, looking at his left hand. "The vampire is indeed strong, but in the same way you beat Riser, you can beat her as well," said Drake, appearing as a green glow on Issei's hand. "Well yeah, but I wanted to hurt Riser for what he did. I don't really like the idea of slinging boosted holy water at Mocha, or making her explode from the inside," sighed Issei. "You did bring out a holy sword against her though," pointed out Urza. "That was more for intimidation than anything. I need to stop her advance somehow and I figured that would buy me some time," defended Issei. "Yes, and then while boasting about your dreams, she struck, and you were almost taken out," muttered Drake. "Whatever. If I can't beat people without killing them, then that will just be something I need to deal with. I can't recruit people if they are dead, and I don't want Leviathan getting angry with me," whispered Issei. "You did kill quite a few fallen angels though," pointed out Drake, only for Issei to clench his jaw. "That was different," thought Issei. "In any case, get some rest. I will watch over you," declared Urza. "You need rest more than me though," refuted Issei. "Nonsense, I am fine," said Urza, before toppling over, eyes closed. Luckily for Urza, she landed on the bed. Issei quickly stood up and carried her over to the head of the bed, with some difficulty, before tucking her under the covers. Issei sat down on the floor, at the foot of the bed, resting his back against the wooden fixture. "Drake, what do I need to do to get Balance Breaker?" asked Issei quietly. "It depends on you, partner. In the past, my hosts would usually awaken them during times of stress or emotional turmoil. Sometimes, it was when they were facing overwhelming odds and needed an extra boost. Ultimately though, it comes down to the wielder," explained Drake. Issei thought on this for a moment, before a familiar voice spoke up. "Hyoudou, come in here for a moment, there is something you need to see," said Leviathan. "Where the hell have you been? You send me off to some random place and then disappear. I thought you were going to help me," ranted Issei in his mind. "Oh, believe me, I have and will continue to do so. Now then, come in here, before I pull you in here," said Leviathan calmly. Issei grumbled to himself, before closing his eyes and entering his mind, his head slumping to his chest in the real world as he did so. With his awareness of the world gone, Issei didn't hear the door to his room opening. A pair of red-slitted eyes watched the Red Dragon Emperor in silence, before walking over to a closet and grabbing a blanket. "Vampires have excellent hearing, you know. The walls are also quite thin here. I'll give you a second chance tomorrow. If you can impress me with more than your words, maybe I will join you, but you'll have to work for it," said Mocha, as she draped the blanket over Issei's slumped form, before leaving the room, the door closing silently behind her. Chapter 6, Past Mistakes. Issei opened his eyes and found himself in his mind with a weird-looking man next to him, who he had never seen before. Teal eyes stared at Issei patiently, confusing him slightly, before his mind started to connect the dots. I'm impressed. I didn't think you would figure out who I was without a pointless shouting contest to begin with. You really are improving, it seems, commented the blue-haired man. Leviathan? How? You're dead, spluttered Issei. There, that is more what I expected from you. You know, before I died, I had a body, this is what I looked like. Considering I am only a soul now, it isn't hard at all to reform myself into my own image, quipped Leviathan. Why did you need to take a form? Asked Issei curiously. I like taking form. Would you enjoy being a blob of energy? Retorted Leviathan. Issei conceded the point with a small nod, before shaking his head. What did you want me to come in here for? Asked Issei. That is a surprise. For now though, let's go for a walk inside your mind. Follow me, said Leviathan, before turning around and walking away. Issei stammered for a moment, before following after the devilish entity. As you can see, your mind is structured from the outside in. Your earliest memories are on the outside, and as we get closer to the center, we will eventually see more recent memories. Here is your third birthday, one of your earliest memories that you remember quite well, said Leviathan, pausing briefly in front of a mirror. Issei looked at it and saw a much younger, cuter version of himself, hugging a small teddy bear. What is strange though, is most people normally have their earliest memories in the center, as they are the things they try to protect and hold on to. Your typical collection of firsts usually go into them. First birthday, first stuffed toy, first day of school, first friend. Speaking of your first friend, given what you grew up to become, it is surprising your first friend was a girl, but then again, you thought she was a boy anyway, commented Leviathan in amusement. It isn't my fault, Irina's hair wasn't girly at all, and she was more excited about playing outdoors than me. That's not normal for a little girl, they are supposed to play with dolls, defended Issei. Leviathan looked back at Issei for a moment, before laughing uproariously. Dolls? Her father had a holy sword and was most likely an exorcist. I think dolls would have been pushed away in favor of defeating evildoers, or whatever else children like to believe they are capable of in their youth. In any case, let's continue, said Leviathan, before continuing on. Keeping your most recent memories closer to the center though, that is strange. Why, you ask? Simple, it means you value the present and what is happening in your life now, more than your past. While that means you should be able to move on from things that happen to you easily, it seems that isn't always the case, said Leviathan, stopping in front of a cracked mirror. Why don't you take a look inside? See exactly what has damaged your mind, suggested Leviathan. Issei looked at the mirror uncertainly. Whereas before, all the mirrors had been clear and pristine, this one was black, charred and heavily cracked. There had been a few others with cracks, but Issei had thought they would have been the memories of particularly bad beatings from the kendo club, or that weekend his parents had found his stash and thrown it all away. Issei slowly walked up to the mirror, before feeling a hand on his back. You'll thank me once this is all over, said Leviathan, before shoving Issei into the mirror forcefully. Issei disappeared from view, leaving Leviathan alone. The original Leviathan waited there patiently, before the seconds turned to minutes. The memory was not that long. What is taking him so long? Muttered Leviathan, after 5 minutes had passed. When Issei still hadn't returned after 15, Leviathan sighed and reluctantly stepped into the mirror. Line break. It was the same memory Leviathan had seen before, the memory of Rainier's demise, only Issei was not where Leviathan had appeared, floating in the air. No, he had replaced the version of himself in the memory. Unlike in the memory though, Issei was frozen in place. Issei, please help me, I love you. Don't let that devil kill me, pleaded Rainier. Ria stood behind Issei, practically twitching for any sort of signal from Issei to kill the fallen angel, but he wasn't budging. Leviathan watched for a minute, even as Issei stood there in place, before floating over to him and pushed him to the side. Issei seemed to split in two, one making up the Issei of the original memory and the other Issei consisting of the current Issei. So, you got stuck in the past? Commented Leviathan, as the memory of Issei gave Rias the okay to kill Rainier, as his current form watched on in muted silence. After Rainier was killed, the memory repeated itself. Can you still not think about this moment? Just the memory of it has frozen you, continued Leviathan. Issei said nothing, as he watched Rainier get killed again, before the memory started over again. You keep this particular memory very close to your center, care to explain why, especially since it isn't a good memory? Asked Leviathan. The memory repeated itself 2 more times, before Issei spoke. Because it is one that changed me. One of the most innocent people I have ever met was killed, by my first girlfriend, of all people, who then ended up being killed, by the woman who I wanted to become my girlfriend. It was all so confusing and painful, I didn't know what to do. I had no control, powerless, whispered Issei. Yes, you were fairly powerless, but not completely. Looking back, it was you who defeated your first girlfriend. You have grown even stronger now though, so why are you still hung up on this memory? Asked Leviathan. I don't know, muttered Issei. Leviathan gave a small snort at this, before placing his hand on Issei's right shoulder. "Time to leave this memory," said Leviathan, before the two left the memory and appeared in front of the cracked mirror again. "Come along, we are almost to the center of your memories, and I know there is someone just dying to see you," said Leviathan, mirth evident in his tone. "Wait, if these are my memories, how can there be someone else in here?" asked Issei in confusion. "Memories are just that, memories. However, if you suppress them, they can grow and fester, mutate, control you, limit you, encourage you, or even break you completely. In a way, your memories did all of these things. You simply don't realize just how your memories have affected your very sense of being," said Leviathan, before stopping and turning around. "This is the end, just a little further ahead is your core. It contains the one thing which you, unwittingly or otherwise, have decided defines you. In order for you to grow, you need to confront it," said Leviathan, gesturing for Issei to walk forward, stepping to the side. Issei tentatively walked past Leviathan, unsure of what to expect. As he started to focus on what he saw, he felt himself go numb in disbelief. "Hello Issei, will you die for me, ugh, bastard?" Cursed, what Issei could only assume, was a figment of his imagination, Reiner. "Tut, tut little fallen, I told you not to mess with him," said Leviathan, recoiling his whip of boiling water that he had struck the scantily clad fallen angel with. Reiner growled in anger, but didn't let her sharp retort out. He was still holding the whip after all. What is she doing here? How is she here?" asked Issei anxiously, never tearing his gaze away from Reiner. As it so happened, a fragment of her soul broke off during that memory you just saw. If you haven't learned by now, strong souls, such as myself, can keep themselves from moving on and later reform through others. The fallen angel over there is not a strong soul in the slightest, but it possessed strong desires, enough to latch onto you, well, a part of it at least, explained Leviathan. "That doesn't make sense, she hated me, why would she want to become a part of me?" retorted Issei. "It wasn't by choice. Ignorant as she was, she only latched onto what she could. You were the only one there nearby that she could attach to," said Leviathan. "Exactly. Why would I want to remain with a pathetic devil for ugh?" scoffed Reiner, before screaming in pain. "I honestly expected you to learn after the first few times, but since you need to hear this again, I am a devil, stop insulting them before I pluck your little wings and mount you on a wall somewhere," admonished Leviathan. "Why do you want me to see this, see her?" asked Issei. "You want a harem, no?" asked Leviathan, to which Issei nodded. "Well, I noticed something whenever that girl you rescued would reciprocate any of your advances, you would practically recoil. So, tell me, why does someone who wants a harem shy away from potential women who wouldn't mind being a part of said harem? I decided to find out for myself and trawled your mind, eventually finding her. Normally, I would have simply killed her and been done with it, but the point was raised that in order for you to truly move on, you need to confront her. Hence me bringing you here," explained Leviathan. "I get it," said Issei quietly, getting a small nod of approval from Leviathan. "But I can't do it right now, sorry," said Issei, causing Leviathan to frown, before Issei pulled himself out of his mind. "Ah, poor Leviathan, your plan didn't work, Issei still can't bear the sight of me," teased Reiner. "I am this close to chaining you up, don't push it," said Leviathan, holding his thumb and index finger very close together. "Do it, it won't help little Issei get over what happened. In fact, you might even make him have flashbacks to what happened to that foolish holy maiden," taunted Reiner, before wincing, as the whip struck her again. "You win this round, but you won't win the war," said Leviathan in annoyance, before following suit and disappearing. Line break. Leviathan reappeared on the edge of Issei's memories, and sighed in exasperation. "That did not work well at all," muttered Leviathan. "Yes, but I am surprised at the restraint you showed," spoke a voice, causing Leviathan to laugh. "I thought you said you don't have enough power to penetrate too deeply into this dimensional space, yet here you are, back again," commented Leviathan, turning to face the same faceless mass of energy that had spoken to him before. "True, but I needed to see how you would react to my words. I see you lived up to my expectations and have reaffirmed my idea to recruit you. The use of a whip to try and make Reiner politer was unexpected, but it seems to be effective, though I do hope you don't go overboard," commented the mass of energy. "I only care for my main ambition, I'm not about to indulge in petty torture of a being so far beneath me. I have more class than that," scoffed Leviathan. "Well, in any case, we won't watch you so closely anymore, but I may pop by occasionally. Good luck," said the specter, before fading away. Line break. Issei awoke to find himself seated on the floor, with a blanket loosely draped over him. "What did I miss?" asked Issei in confusion. "It seems your new friend has a softer side to her than you thought. Honestly, did you have to strip her though?" commented Drake, appearing as a glowing green mark on Issei's left hand. A soft yawn grabbed Issei's attention, before the sound of frantic shuffling reached his ears. "What happened? Where am I?" demanded Urza, utterly confused. Issei stood up from the foot of the bed, which led to him having a pillow thrown into his face, with surprising force, from a girl who was supposed to be near death's door a few hours ago. "Oh, it's you, Issei. Why am I in the bed and why were you on the floor?" asked Urza. "You collapsed, and I wasn't that tired, so I let you have the bed," explained Issei. "So I inconvenienced you. I'm sorry, please hit me," said Urza, bowing her head, only for Issei to sigh. "I'm not going to hit you, we are in this together, so it is important both of us are strong and healthy. How else are you going to help me create my harem?" joked Issei, but it seemed it was lost on Urza. "I see, of course. How could I be so blind? Not to worry, from this moment on, I will not have such a poor lapse of judgment again," declared Urza. "I'm guessing by all that noise the two of you are awake," said Mocha, entering the room a moment later. "Ah, you are here. Very well then, as my first step in building Issei's harem, I will defeat you in combat and force you into submission," said Urza strongly. Mocha raised a delicate eyebrow in disbelief. "Perhaps you need to rest a little longer, you seem to be delusional," said Mocha. "Nonsense, I will defeat you here and now, scoundrel," said Urza, before a sword materialized in her right hand, one thrumming with demonic energy. "How did you do that?" asked Issei in surprise. "Oh, it seems I forgot to tell you about just how deep my affinity for demonic swords is. In fact, it is so great, that I can materialize them as well. Think of it as the counterpart to the sacred gear blade blacksmith, except instead of holy swords, I make these," said Urza. Maybe you are worth something after all. Very well, I will humor you with a spar, follow me," said Mocha, before turning with a swish of her silver hair, and leaving. "Are you sure you are ready for something like this?" asked Issei nervously. "Of course, I recover extremely fast. Now, let us gather a member for your harem," said Urza, before getting off the bed and following after the vampire. Issei sighed, before following after the two. Mocha led them outside into an open area, just in front of their mansion. "Ready when you are," said Mocha, before leaping back to avoid a slash. "You are quicker than I thought," complimented Mocha. Urza didn't respond, simply charging in again, before sweeping her blade from left to right, seeking to bisect Mocha. Mocha jumped onto the flat of the blade and kicked Urza in the head, causing her to be sent flying back and for her blade to clatter to the ground. "You're more agile than I thought," added Urza. Urza then materialized two more swords, before lunging at the vampire. "It seems despite your natural aptitude for bladed combat, you have no real style and were never taught either. My sister would have already torn you to pieces if you attacked her with this weak offensive," quipped Mocha, ducking under Urza's dual sword swipe, before lashing out with a mule kick to her gut, sending her flipping through the air. The red-haired knight dug her blades into the ground, slowing herself down, before pushing off from the ground again. "Take this," shouted Urza, throwing the sword in her right hand towards Mocha at blinding speeds. The vampire leaned to the side, letting the blade fly by harmlessly, before backflipping to avoid Urza's vertical slash, with the remaining sword. "Good, but not good enough," admonished Mocha. "Fine then," said Urza, slamming her blade into the ground, before sweeping her left arm in the air above her in an arc, causing a dozen blades to materialize. "Dance, my blades," commanded Urza, punching her right fist forward, as her swords flew at Mocha. Mocha cartwheeled away to the right, before feeling her senses scream at her, causing her to twist in midair, the only thing that saved her from being impaled, by a dozen more swords that had popped out of the ground. "Impressive, but I've humored you enough I think," said Mocha, before rushing Urza and slamming a kick into her head, only for the redhead to tank the hit, blocking it with her right arm. "I win," said Urza, gripping onto the leg, before materializing a sword in her left hand which she stabbed into Mocha's thigh. Mocha gave an ear-piercing yell, as the cold steel rammed through her porcelain skin. "First blood is mine, I win," said Urza, pulling the blade out and releasing the vampire, who slumped helplessly to the ground. "I approve," commented Leviathan. "That was scary, but strangely arousing. I didn't think I had a blood fetish," thought Issei. "You fool. It isn't the blood that you found enticing, it was their fighting prowess. My past hosts had harems, true, but those that made them up were always strong as well. With the threat that comes with being the Red Dragon Emperor, only the strong would risk interacting with my hosts in an amorous way," explained Drake. Issei was brought out of his thoughts, when he heard multiple voices approach them, growing louder in intensity. "There she is," shouted someone, gaining the attention of Issei, Urza and Mocha. "So this was your big plan, come and attack me when I am wounded. Exactly what I would expect from a bunch of cowards," scoffed Mocha, standing up, despite the blood running down her leg, showing no signs of weakness. "On the contrary, we have come to stop your attacks on us," commented a pale man with graying hair. "My attacks? I haven't attacked anyone in years," retorted Mocha. "Yet despite your words Elizabeth and Franz both returned yesterday, beaten and bruised, citing you as the culprit," said another man, who possessed black hair. "They attacked me," defended Mocha. And you expect us to believe your word over theirs, despite the evidence and your past history, retorted a woman, with long, wavy brown hair. She's telling the truth, we both saw it, interjected Issei, drawing the attention of the mob, consisting of approximately a dozen vampires. Who exactly are you? An outsider? Why would we believe your words over the words of our own? Asked the brown-haired man rudely. One of your own is right in front of you telling the truth, but you aren't listening to her, protested Issei. Indeed, it was clear that Mocha was the one being attacked when we stumbled upon her and those two others. Cowards, 2 against 1 and they still lost, added Urza. I believe you should watch what you say to us, we will not take insults to our kind lightly, warned the gray-haired vampire. The group of vampires took a step to advance on Urza, who was still standing next to the wounded Mocha, only for Issei to walk in front of them and summon his gauntlet. I won't let you touch Urza. If you can't believe Mocha's words then leave now, she is more than a match for all of you, said Issei. On the contrary, the 12 of us against her is a rather equal match, however, with that wound you so kindly dealt to her, we can actually defeat her, said the brown-haired woman in amusement, before flinching as Issei summoned Ascalon. Are you sure about that? Do you really want to make an enemy of the Red Dragon Emperor? Asked Issei warningly. The group of vampires looked slightly cowed at this, before regaining their bravado. Not to worry, the vampire race is of superior blood, you will fall just as easily, Red Dragon or no, said the brown-haired man. The two sides glared in anticipation as the tension started to rise, before Mocha broke it. Very well then, if I leave Romania, will you fools let this nonsense go? Requested Mocha. Leave? Why would you leave here? For what reason? Asked the gray-haired man. I've grown bored of this weak place, filled with fools and bravado, with no one to challenge my strength. If my presence is such an inconvenience, I will leave, repeated Mocha, with a shrug of her shoulders. Do you mean that? Asked the gray-haired man, ignoring the insult. As long as no one tries to get revenge through my family, then yes. Believe me though, I will know if someone tries, said Mocha threateningly. Very well, those are agreeable terms. You must leave within 24 hours, said the gray-haired man, before signaling for the others to leave, which they did with only some grumbling. Why'd you offer to leave? We could have taken them, asked Urza. True, but you did best me, even though I was holding back. A deal is a deal. I was bested, granted, it wasn't by you, but it has been a long time since someone has gone toe-to-toe with me. I will join you two under 2 conditions. The first, I will train Urza in proper usage of a blade, so she can give me a better fight. The second, I will not join this harem of yours, until you best me personally, Issei. Are those terms agreeable? Asked Mocha. That is better than I was expecting, take the deal, interjected Leviathan. I agree, added Draig. Okay then, we've got a deal, said Issei, sticking his right hand out for a handshake. Mocha grasped the hand tenderly, not using her monstrous strength, before pulling Issei towards her quickly. I also get to have a snack when I feel like it, added Mocha, before sinking her fangs into Issei's neck, who could only yelp in surprise. Fine, but when I beat you, I get to decide when you get to do that, grumbled Issei, rubbing his neck in annoyance, once Mocha had pulled back. If you beat me. If, smirked Mocha. Leviathan, take us away from this crazy place, thought Issei, placing his left hand on Urza's shoulder, as Mocha was still holding his right hand. Very well, 2 pieces down, several more to go, said Leviathan, before the 3 of them disappeared. Chapter 7, Split. In a flash of light, 3 figures appeared on the edge of the Devil Capital. Issei, Urza and Mocha looked at the buildings in the distance with curiosity. Wait, we actually made it. About time you got it right, commented Issei. What are you talking about? Asked Mocha, narrowing her eyes on the devil. Stammered Issei, not able to answer the silver-haired girl. Yes, I noticed you zone out and talk to yourself at times. I didn't mean to pry, but it does seem odd, added Urza. Guys, what should I do? Thought Issei nervously. Might as well tell them the truth at this point, especially since I will need to take over to get those pieces for us now, said Leviathan. Issei gave a small sigh, before preparing to explain his unique situation. Well, you see, I have a voice in my head, started Issei, before pausing. Actually, I have 2, but one is in my hand, actually, the boosted gear. Okay, let me start over. A few days ago, the soul of a devil slipped into my body. Only thing is, this soul belonged to the original Leviathan that died years ago. The tricky part though, is he took over my body for a bit and made a lot of important people think that the 2 of us had fused. The truth is, we will fuse in time, but that hasn't happened yet, but if these people were to find out, I could get in serious trouble, explained Issei. I see. That is quite interesting, commented Urza. I'm curious, is this other Leviathan strong? Asked Mocha. Strong enough to kill hundreds of mages at once with one attack. Yeah, he's strong, said Issei, with a nod. I'm assuming they are training you somehow as well then, correct? Inquired Mocha. Yep, him and Umamaru, the nine-headed Hydra, said Issei, causing Mocha to raise a brow at this piece of information. You mean to tell me the nine-headed Hydra is willing to train you and not merely kill you on sight? Asked Mocha. Not so much me, but Leviathan, said Issei. I see, in that case, it seems I made the right choice in deciding to join you. From the sounds of things, your growth rate is commendable and I'm looking forward to a good fight later on down the track, said Mocha. Okay. In any case, he is going to be taking over my body for now while we try to get those evil pieces. See you later, said Issei, before relinquishing control to Leviathan. The devil glanced at his two newest recruits, who seemed largely unfazed by his presence, but he noted a slight stiffening of the vampire's shoulders. Let's go then, said Leviathan, leading the two into the heart of devilkind. Line break. Seraphol, what brings you to my little slice of hell? Asked Ajuka Beelzebub, a green-haired man, who was as infamous as Surzex, also attaining the title of Super Devil. I just had a feeling I should be here today, said Seraphol, legs swinging off the edge of the work desk she had sat on, ignoring Ajuka, who was looking over some papers. And I suppose that has nothing to do with the fact that the original Leviathan is back and you are simply hoping to run into him? Questioned Ajuka, never looking up from his work. I don't know what you mean, Ajuka. It isn't like I know for sure who might come to visit you or when, teased Seraphol. Now why don't I believe you, Seraphol? Questioned Ajuka rhetorically. So it seems the two of you have been expecting me, said Leviathan, as he walked into the study, being led by one of Ajuka's attendants, Mocha and Urza to either side of him. Oh look Ajuka, it is the other Leviathan, what a coincidence, commented Seraphol, giving a small giggle. I suppose I can guess what you are here for, given those two beside you, said Ajuka, swiveling his blue eyes away from his work at last, to gaze at the form of Issei. At least the Beelzebub of this time seems to have a brain. You would be correct in assuming I am here for a set of these evil pieces. It seems my line has been reduced to nothing and I intend to build it back up, said Leviathan. I hope that you don't intend to build up your forces and try to take over the underworld, commented Ajuka. Hardly, I merely want to achieve my goal and these two will be a big help, said Leviathan. Ajuka looked Urza and Mocha over critically, before giving a nod. Your judgment is quite astute. Very well then, I will require some of your blood to attune the pieces to you. If you would be so kind of course, said Ajuka, walking over to one of the desks around him and grasping a test tube. Leviathan sighed, before a small stream of blood came out of his nose, which quickly flew into the test tube. Ajuka capped the tube and walked off, while Leviathan gave a small snort. I know, said Seraphol, once Ajuka had left. Know what? Asked Leviathan. That you didn't really fuse with Issei Hyoudou yet, said Seraphol cheekily, enjoying the way his lips tightened. And you just confirmed it again, hee, giggled Seraphol with a wink, sticking her tongue out. How, just out of curiosity? Asked Leviathan, realizing that he had been found out. I didn't get to become the Satan in charge of diplomatic relations because of my good looks. I can read all of your subtle tells, so I knew you were telling a half-truth the whole time at the end of the meeting. What I want to know, is why, said Seraphol. Issei needs training and I can't do that when he is going to school, said Leviathan. 1 week. You have 1 week to train Issei as much as you want before you need to let him come back to Kuo. He has to finish school, after all. My dear Sona works so hard to look after that school for everyone and it would be a shame if that effort was wasted. I might just slip up and reveal the truth to the whole world, said Seraphol, with a grin. Even though that means revealing Issei Hyoudou is still separate from my soul? Queried Leviathan. Aha, nodded Seraphol happily. I see. You are a powerful devil after all, commented Seraphol, causing the bubbly girl to beam. Although, I'm more interested in those two behind you right now. Why are you two with him? Asked Seraphol. Issei saved me from a group of fallen angels that were torturing me. After that, I joined him to help him build his harem. I beat Mocha here as my first task, said Urza. And you don't mind following Issei Hyoudou, knowing he is not the actual Leviathan? Asked Seraphol. I am following him because he wants a harem and big breasts. I did not even know of Leviathan before today, admitted Urza. I am more curious to see what Issei can grow to become, commented Mocha. Now I'm curious too. Okay then, once Issei goes back to school, every Saturday, I want to spend 1 hour with him and 1 hour with you, like a double date, said Seraphol. And I assume saying no means you will tell the rest of the truth? Questioned Leviathan rhetorically, only for Seraphol to wink. Fine then, I should get to know you better as well then, considering you will end up joining this harem of his, said Leviathan, causing Seraphol to tilt her head to the side. I don't know about that, said Seraphol. You are powerful and have big breasts, meeting both of our primary criteria. The fact that you call yourself Leviathan merely makes it an inevitability, said Leviathan. We'll see then I guess, sang Seraphol in amusement, just before Ajuka returned. Here you are, a full set of evil pieces, said Ajuka, handing Leviathan a small ornate box, carved out of marble, containing 15 chess pieces. Now how exactly do I use these to turn a person into a devil? Asked Leviathan. You just put the piece on their chest and say a little line like, I, Seraphal Leviathan, command you to rise again and live as my faithful knight, supplied Seraphal. I see, he seems simple enough. We will be leaving now, said Leviathan, before he, Mocha, and Urza, left the two Satans. Line break. Inside his own mind, Issei wandered through his hall of mirrors, each depicting a memory of his life. It was one thing to recall a fond or bad memory, it was another to relive them though, as Issei soon found out. Having dived into some of his earlier, happier memories, such as him playing hero with Irina, he felt a familiar joy blossom in his chest. In a similar way, when he decided to try and relieve a memory of him peeping on the kendo club, he felt every blow just as he had then when he was only a human. An involuntary wince escaped Issei as he recalled this, before he focused on a new memory. He had just received his acceptance letter to Kuo Academy. Strangely enough, the joy he felt was genuine, just as it had been at the time, but this time, a strong sense of foreboding was at the back of his mind. As Issei exited the memory, he decided to make his way to the center of his memories and confront his first girlfriend and a murderer. Sadly for him though, these two weren't mutually exclusive. I'm honestly surprised you are back here so soon. By yourself no less, commented Rainier in boredom, cheek resting on her fist, as she stared at the devil. Issei looked up at her with a conflicted expression. The most prominent emotion on his visage was anger, but there was a great deal of curiosity in there as well. Why did you do it? Asked Issei. Kill you? I felt like it, happy, drawled Rainier sarcastically, causing Issei to growl. I don't care about that. Why are you here? Roared Issei. Really? You don't care that I killed you? Asked Rainier, raising a delicate eyebrow in amusement. I already accepted that you killed me. After all, even though I became a devil, I was happy with it. I want to know why you are here in my mind. Why can't you just disappear already? Asked Issei in annoyance. You're asking the wrong person, crooned Rainier. After all, you and I both know how I got here, but we also both know why I am still here, continued Rainier. Why can't you just leave me alone? Said a deflated Issei, his shoulders sagging and head dropping slightly. Do you know how hard it has been to try and open myself up to people again? Do you even care how badly you messed me up? Asked Issei softly. Nope, said Rainier cheerfully. Of course you don't. I don't understand how you and Azazel are the same species. He was a leader, a teacher, helpful, useful. You are just petty, selfish, and a pathetic weakling. A supposed mighty fallen angel, who lived for years, defeated by a breast-loving pervert, who had only been a devil for a few days. You're a joke, Rainier, said Issei, turning his back on the fuming fallen angel. Who the hell do you think you are to talk to me like that? I'm your superior in every way, raged Rainier. But you're dead, barely hanging on from vanishing from existence, while I can match people 10 times stronger than you. Face it, you're a joke. You've got great pay, sure, but so did that freaky stray devil Visser. You're just a pretty face with nothing else going for you, even someone like Razor wouldn't care for you, said Issei, before walking away from Rainier. Oh, you think you are so fucking great, you filthy devil. You are nothing but a weak, sniveling loser, who would die just for a hentai mag, screeched Rainier, even as Issei kept walking. I know, so what does that make you, considering I beat you into the ground? Said Issei, just before he left Rainier's view. Issei kept walking, ignoring Rainier's rantings and ravings, until they faded into the distance. I'm genuinely surprised you just did that, commented Leviathan, appearing in front of Issei and causing him to stop walking. Well, what do you think? Asked Issei. I think you are making a big leap forward, all things considered, but you clearly aren't there yet, said Leviathan, pointing off to the side. Issei followed the direction Leviathan's finger was pointing in and saw the familiar cracked and blackened mirror, looking somewhat less damaged. Progress is better than nothing though, said Leviathan. Thanks I guess, said Issei. Take over for now, said Leviathan, before Issei faded from view. One step at a time, muttered Leviathan. Why does it have to be one step at a time? Asked a voice, which Leviathan didn't recognize. Similar to before, a fluid apparition appeared in front of Leviathan, causing the devil to feel uneasy. And who might you be? You are not the same person who appeared the past few times, asked Leviathan. Oh, so he's been here too, how curious. I wonder what brought him to this reality. In any case, I've gotten off topic, said the blurry figure. What was the topic in the first place? Asked Leviathan. Progress. Yes, why wait for it, when you can make it happen instantly? As it so happens, I'm quite familiar with the charge you have locked up inside this boy's mind. Oh yes, in most realities she seems to be very adamant on surviving, quite curious. Someone as weak as her managing to cheat death in nearly every iteration, it really makes you wonder, just how she could have been so stupid and arrogant to keep falling into this scenario over and over, said the figure, before giving a small chuckle. What do you mean by progress? Asked Leviathan curiously. Do you want her to submit to you? It can be done in a matter of minutes if you wanted to. Want to reclaim this body as your own? An hour or two is all it would take. Power beyond your imagining? Within days you could be the strongest being in this realm, tempted the apparition. There is always a catch with offers that sound too good to be true, I would know, since devils specialized in making them, commented Leviathan, narrowing his eyes on the figure in front of him. Ah, but I didn't even intend to meet with you, I was merely following the fallen angel you have here. Meeting you was pure coincidence and I've not met you in any reality before. Surely this is not a fluke, no, there must be a reason for it, and I merely want to know why. Everything happens for a reason and since he came to see you as well, you must be quite a valuable asset, explained the figure. I'm flattered, said Leviathan, as he crossed his arms over his chest. Well, just think about it. Your deepest desires at the tips of your fingertips, you just have to decide if you want them badly enough, said the figure, before moving past Leviathan and heading towards Rainair. Where do you think you are going? Said Leviathan, uncrossing his arms and tensing up in anticipation. Don't get so worked up, I want you on my side, I don't want to upset you. I just want to have a quick look at the fallen angel of this world. You have my word, I won't touch her, said the figure, before continuing on. It's odd though, I would have expected a devil of standing such as yourself to have dealt with her already, I wonder why you haven't yet, said the figure, before disappearing from Leviathan's view. Line break. Issei blinked as he found himself staring at Mocha and Urza. I see you are back to being yourself, commented Mocha. Yeah, I'm guessing everything worked then? Inquired Issei. Of course, just look at what you are holding, said Urza, only for Issei to gaze down and spot the chess pieces he now held. Alright, I think it is time we go back then, said Issei. Back where exactly? Asked Mocha. The house of Leviathan, said Issei. Your house or his house? Asked Mocha. His, for now, said Issei. Is that wise? We know the situation, but will the others also understand? Asked Urza. Probably not. What do you two think we should do then? Asked Issei. Expand the harem more first, said Urza instantly. I'm all for expansion, but I was thinking of recruiting more people to fight with, not wrestle in the bedroom, said Mocha. The two don't have to be mutually exclusive, pointed out Urza. Any suggestions then? Asked Issei. You could always go back to the forest of familiars. While many of the creatures there are quite unremarkable and commonplace, there are some that are exceedingly rare and powerful, just like the 9-headed hydra you mentioned earlier, said Mocha. Okay then, we've got a plan, let's go, said Issei, pumping his fist, only for it to start speaking. Partner, that may not be the best idea. There are some things in the familiar forest that should be left undisturbed, the less said about it the better, said Drake. Why though? With the four of us, I'm sure we can beat anything in there, said Issei. Just don't say I didn't warn you, especially if you run into her, said Drake ominously, before going silent. So are the rest of us in agreement? Asked Urza. Yeah, sure, I suppose. I just wonder what Drake was talking about, mumbled Issei. Leviathan, take us away, thought Issei, placing his hands on the shoulders of his allies, only for nothing to happen. Leviathan, you in there? Asked Issei. Yes, I was just dealing with another guest, nothing to worry about. Where do you plan to go now? Said Leviathan, after a moment. The forest of familiars, replied Issei. I see, in that case, be sure to meet up with Umamaru, he will help guide you all and ensure no one tries to attack you in there, advised Leviathan, before the three warped away. Chapter 8, Blue Destruction. Issei, Urza and Mocha appeared just outside the cave that housed Umamaru. The great serpent felt their arrival and poked 3 of its 9 heads out to have a look, each one scrutinizing a person in turn. Umamaru, do you think you could guide us around the forest? We're trying to find more strong people to join us, asked Issei apprehensively. The 3 heads all fixated on Issei, who involuntarily swallowed in fear. The 3 heads turned towards each other and seemed to be having a mental discussion, before the other 6 heads emerged, along with Umamaru's body. One of the heads seemed to bob in a nod, before walking off, prompting the other 3 to follow. How exactly did you manage to tame the 9-headed hydra? Asked Mocha, causing the creature to give a low rumbling growl. I didn't tame anything. Leviathan and the 9-headed hydra were friends in the past and it is only helping me because Leviathan is in me, explained Issei quickly, causing the growling to stop. It seems quite touchy, said Urza, causing it to growl again. He just doesn't like people who haven't earned his respect, said Issei, stressing the masculine pronouns, which succeeded in calming Umamaru down. That seems like it would be difficult to manage in regard to teamwork. What if he attacked your allies because he didn't respect them? Asked Urza. Umamaru wouldn't do that, I think, said Issei, before picturing the scenario. On second thought, that might be something to worry about, muttered Issei. The group came to a halt at a large lake, which seemed to be completely devoid of life. The water was picture-perfect still and there wasn't even the usual sounds one would expect in a forest. Umemaru gave a loud bellow, which shook the trees, and Issei, with Urza and Mocha merely frowning in annoyance. Back for more? Questioned a voice that sounded like it was coming from underwater. A single gray fin broke the surface of the lake, before a slitted eye appeared as well. Umemaru seemed to snort from all of his heads, before stepping back. You've brought guests this time, commented the shark-like creature, two more fins breaking the surface of the water, on either side of its head. What occurred next thoroughly shocked Issei and caused Mocha and Urza to raise their brows in surprise, as the shark-like creature seemed to stand up and transform, taking on a slightly bluer hue and growing dark blue hair. In addition to this, the animalistic facial features started to twist, becoming something decidedly human-like in nature. "Who are you three?" asked the Sharkman hybrid, staying submerged in the water from his chest down. "We are recruiting strong people to help us restore the Leviathan name to glory," said Issei. "And why would I care about that? I'm no Leviathan," said the creature. "You would get to engage in combat with many strong opponents," added Urza. "Heh, not interested, I only want to get ahead in my tally against Umemaru. Small fry aren't my thing," said the creature, before beginning its descent into the water again. "Wait, stop," shouted Issei, only for the creature to stall. "I'm waiting," growled the creature expectantly, unnerving Issei. "What if one of us bests you in combat? Would you be inclined to join us then?" probed Mocha, only for laughter to ring out in the area. "A vampire thinking they can fight with someone whose domain is water? Now I've seen everything," said the creature. "Oh? That sounds like an insult to my pride," said Mocha. "Kihihi, fine then, I'll humor you for a moment, defeat me and I'll hear you out," said the shark, staring at Mocha with its left eye. "I'll make you know your place," said Mocha, the metallic armor of her battle form appearing, before she shot off the ground, rushing the creature, only for it to sink under the water, causing her fly kick to go wide, which was quickly capitalized on, by a whip of its thin tail as she passed, striking her across her back. Mocha grit her teeth, feeling her blood leak onto the back of her dress, before twisting in midair and pushing off a tree, shooting back at the Sharkman. Opening his jaws wide, the creature prepared to crush Mocha between his sharpened teeth, only for Mocha to somersault in midair and land an axe kick on the head of the creature. Mocha then pushed off the head, leaping into the air, only for the shark to follow, blasting upwards after Mocha. "You are just a simple fish after all. The water may be your domain, but you are out of the water now, know your place," said Mocha, looking to kick the creature charging at her back into the water, only for it to open its mouth and shoot out a bullet of water at Mocha, causing her eyes to widen. "Ugh!" cried Mocha in pain, as the bullet of water struck her and propelled her to the shoreline, even as little sparks of electricity danced along her skin. "Normally you'd be right, but I'm not exactly a simple fish. I don't just live in the water, I am one with it, able to use it as I wish. Why else do you think I would be able to fight with Umemaru?" boasted the creature, which turned in midair and dived back down into the lake, sending water up into the sky. "Ugh, I didn't expect things to be easy, but that was quite a surprise," commented Mocha from her kneeling position, as a few more electric jolts ran along her arms and legs. Mocha clenched her dainty fists so tightly that blood started to leak out from her palms. "However, my pride won't allow seafood to laugh at it," said Mocha, before the blood that had been pooling in her palms began to harden and lengthen, leaving Mocha with two pitch-black spears in her grip. "Seafood? Take this then, water-style, water shark bomb jutsu," said the aforementioned seafood, before a high-speed water projectile, in the shape of a large shark, blasted towards Mocha. "Know your place," said Mocha, throwing the spear in her left hand to meet the incoming attack, while the spear in her right was quickly launched after, aimed directly at the Sharkman. The two spears ripped through the air, before doing the same to their targets. The shark of water exploded, the spear ripping right through it, leaving its constituent water to fall harmlessly back into the lake, while the shark of flesh was run through the shoulder and impaled against a tree. The shark of flesh and blood pulled the spear out of his left shoulder and walked back into the water, the puncture wound healing as soon as the water reached it. "You're good girly, I'll give you that much. It's been a long time since someone actually wounded me, especially considering that I know you're in a lot of pain right now. You vampires really can't handle the water, can you? Just be thankful it was ordinary water and not holy water, or I'm sure you'd be dead right now," said the creature, before shifting its gaze to Umemaru. "So you're not even here to fight, huh? I'm disappointed. Well, if that's all, I'll be going now," said the Sharkman. "Wait, can you at least tell us your name or something, like where can we find other strong people like you?" requested Issei. "If you want my name, you need to earn it by beating me in a fight. If you are looking for strong people though, just get Umemaru to show you to her den, I'm sure she'd be what you are looking for. Now, buzz off kid, unless you want that fight now," said the shark man, before diving underwater, when Issei didn't respond. Well, Umemaru, do you know who he was talking about? Asked Issei. Umemaru seemed to grin at this with all of his heads, before setting off again. Are you okay to walk, Mocha? Asked Issei, looking back to his still down friend. I'll be fine, said Mocha, with a small wince, before Urza scooped her up. Let me go this instant, yelled Mocha in embarrassment. Unacceptable, my job is to protect the harem and you are hurt, I can't leave you alone, said Urza. I'm sorry, when did I join this harem? Asked Mocha indignantly. It is inevitable, shrugged Urza, before the group followed after Umemaru. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you are part of the harem, doesn't that mean you should have equal positioning, instead of humbling yourself as you are now? Asked Mocha. With your pride, some humility is necessary to balance our group out, quipped Urza, with a small amused smirk. Are you sure you don't want me to carry her, Urza? Asked Issei. Nonsense, if I cannot do this much, I don't even deserve to be part of the harem, large breasts or no. Besides, if Mocha exerts herself too much, her already borderline bust will certainly shrink, explained Urza, much to her companion's confusion. What do you mean borderline bust? Questioned Mocha. Your breasts are only just ample enough to be considered large, should you exert yourself too much, they will shrink below an unacceptable level, said Urza, causing Mocha's eye to twitch in irritation. Before Mocha could retort though, the group heard Umemaru snort and come to a halt. Issei felt a tingle run down his spine and became wholly uneasy all of a sudden. Oh no, turn back now partner, you've been led to the one creature you should avoid at all costs, exclaimed Drake. Issei looked around frantically, seeing only an open space around them, with trees dotted in the periphery. What is it, Drake? Asked Issei, only for a loud roar to bellow out. Drake, so you actually grew enough of a spine to come and find me directly? Roared a voice from above, causing the group to look up. Who is that Drake? Asked Issei nervously. One of the 5 great dragon kings, Chaos Dragon Tiamat, said Drake, as the large pale blue western dragon settled on the ground in front of the group. Leviathan, where are you? We are going to need your help. Leviathan? Where the hell did he go? Thought Issei in worry, as he stared down a fully grown dragon. Line break. Leviathan, unaware of Issei's plight, was making his way through Issei's memories again, making his way towards Rainier. This is an interesting sight, you look like you are thinking, commented Leviathan. Rainier appeared extremely pensive, and the focused gaze aimed at nothing seemed wholly out of place, on the usual visage of the snarky fallen angel. Leviathan continued to approach Rainier, who seemed to be completely oblivious to him still. Now just what could have you in such deep thought? Questioned Leviathan, of the leather-clad angel, only for her head to suddenly shoot up, as though finally noticing Leviathan's presence. Leviathan raised an eyebrow, as she looked at him in terror, before her eyes seemed to gain some recognition of Leviathan and she calmed down slightly. Didn't anyone ever tell you it is rude to sneak up on someone? Asked Rainier, taking numerous deep breaths. What exactly happened to you? Asked Leviathan. Me? Absolutely nothing. Nothing happened to me. I just saw something that would make your very skin crawl. I saw a real monster, nothing like what I thought you may have been capable of. I saw destruction itself staring at me and it was hungry, begging for a chance to have its way with the world, said Rainier. What are you talking about? Questioned Leviathan. It seems that Rainier has been shown a glimpse of the truth, said the first mysterious figure Leviathan had encountered, as he appeared next to the devil. You people, what the hell are you? Snapped Rainier, a manic gleam of fear in her eyes. So, it seems you've learned some humility at the very least, I suppose that is useful. As for what we are, I'm sure that is information that you don't need right now, especially with your whole world being shattered, said the figure. What exactly did the fallen angel see that could cause such a drastic change? Asked Leviathan. You are aware of your life goal, no doubt. Well, what Rainier saw was a larger part of that thing, a portion that would cause even you to bow in fear. Rather cruel to expose a fallen angel as weak as this Rainier is currently to, but I can't say the effects were not desirable. I'm more curious as to why he would show you this though, explained the figure, shifting towards Rainier at the end. Why should I tell you anything? You are just like him, said Rainier indignantly. Well, the fact that we are alike is even more of a reason to tell me not only anything, but everything. After all, whose side would you rather be on? You are a fallen angel, greedy, arrogant, vain, proud, stupid, but you are not a being that craves destruction. At the very least, if you manage to utilize some appropriate thought, you might even be able to achieve a small victory over the beast which has terrified you. Most iterations of yourself do in fact join our group, but there are also those permutations which work with his group, sometimes willingly. It is fortuitous for you that neither of us can access this world so easily, as it causes us to be much more passive towards you and this universe, knowing that while you can make an impact, it is ultimately quite small in the grand scheme of things, explained the figure, before turning towards Leviathan, even as his form started to waver. That is also why, regardless of if you should achieve your goal, both our groups show some interest in you, Leviathan, as you may in fact be of more use to both of our groups than anything that occurs in this world. Keep that in mind. Farewell," finished the figure, before seemingly fizzling out of existence. "So, have you decided to come around?" asked Leviathan. "I'm not deciding anything right now. I need time to process things," said Rainier. "I see, given your current brain power, I'll give you a few days to mull things over, but don't forget, whatever you saw is not here right now, but I am, and I might not be able to terrify you, but I can make things uncomfortable. Think it over," said Leviathan, leaving Rainier to mull her thoughts over. Chapter 9, Snakes and Dragons. "So Drake, are we going to die here?" asked Issei quietly, as he stared down the blue dragon. "There is a very real possibility of it, but between the three of you and Umamaru, I think you could manage to at least subdue Tiamat enough to escape," said Drake, only for Umamaru to settle down on his abdomen, indicating he would not be helping. "So was I wrong earlier, Drake? Have you in fact not grown a spine?" reiterated Tiamat, almost sounding disappointed. Drake didn't respond, causing the dragon to growl slightly, before sighing. "A waste of my time once again, Drake. You would think after millennia you would return what you took from me. How annoying," grumbled the dragon, before turning away. "I think now would be a good time to make a tactical retreat," advised Urza. "I agree, however, we were brought here for a reason, and she does seem strong enough," said Mocha, sparing a glancing for the lounging Umamaru. "Well, she seems more annoyed than angry now, but I'm kind of nervous about trying anything when Leviathan isn't responding to me," admitted Issei. "You know that you can't cower behind Leviathan forever," stated Mocha bluntly. "Well yeah, but I'm not strong enough for that yet," said Issei, causing Tiamat to turn back to the group. "Did you just call me that?" asked Tiamat coldly. Sorry Miss Dragon, I didn't mean to offend you," apologized Issei hurriedly. "My name, as I am sure Drake has said, is Tiamat. Now unless you want to be burned to a crisp, leave now. I am in no mood for games, especially with Drake showing up again and souring my mood," warned Tiamat. "What did he do though?" asked Issei, causing the dragon to stare at him. "He took my treasure for his fight with Albion, and when they were both killed, thieves stole my treasure from his grasp and scattered it across the world," said Tiamat. "The fight with Albion again? Come on Drake," whined Issei in annoyance. Tiamat seemed to huff in amusement at this. "Why are you here, boy?" asked Tiamat. "Well, I'm not entirely sure, but Umamaru brought us here as we were looking for strong allies. I guess you are the strongest ally we could find here," said Issei honestly. "Strong allies for what exactly?" asked Tiamat. I'm not entirely sure," admitted Issei, causing Tiamat to look at him as though he was an idiot. "On that note, you really should speak with Leviathan and understand exactly what your goal is," interjected Drake, grabbing Tiamat's attention. "Leviathan? Meaning Seraphal Leviathan?" queried Tiamat. "No, the original Leviathan," said Drake. "And where is this supposed original Leviathan?" asked Tiamat. "In my current host's mind," explained Drake, causing Tiamat to raise her head in surprise. "Let me speak to him," said Tiamat. "Well, I've been trying to pull him out, but he is busy in there," admitted Issei, only to start suddenly. "Finally, I've been trying to get your attention for ages now, what were you doing?" shouted Issei, before his face turned sour. "Fine," said Issei, before his demeanor changed. "A dragon Umamaru? Curious decision, but strong undoubtedly," commented Leviathan, as he switched with Issei, studying Tiamat. "You are the original Leviathan?" asked Tiamat of Leviathan, only for 12 wings to burst from his back. "Yes, what of it?" asked Leviathan. Tiamat's form glowed and seemed to shrink down in size, before she transformed into a beautiful woman with straight, long, pale blue hair and dark blue eyes, garbed in a gold-trimmed, blue breastplate, which reached to her navel, with 2 straps looping around her neck and a blue skirt pulled to the right which reached mid-thigh. "If you are truly the original Leviathan, then how are you existing in this current time? You would have died shortly after my treasure was stolen, so for you to be here now is highly unlikely," spoke Tiamat, in a much smoother, yet colder voice. "If one tries hard enough, they never really die, but I'm not exactly alive either. I'm on, how would you put this, borrowed time," said Leviathan. "So you are a dead man walking? Hardly something for me to bother myself with," concluded Tiamat. "Perhaps, but I am walking, meaning I can still do what I want, to some extent at least. I can help you as well. Treasure, is it? I can help you attain all the treasure you desire if you join me," said Leviathan. "Join you? Strong allies? What business do you have spouting off nonsense?" said Tiamat. "The business of becoming the strongest," said Leviathan. "So you are a fool who dreams?" surmised Tiamat in apathy. "Only a fool doesn't dream, do you not dream of your treasure?" retorted Leviathan. "If we manage to recover your treasure, would you join us?" offered Leviathan. "If you manage to succeed, if," Now leave me alone, too many bad memories have been brought up again today, said Tiamat, walking away from the group. Umamaru stood up and moved over to Leviathan, who absent-mindedly patted him on the side. Interesting choice, Umamaru, thank you for your help with things, said Leviathan, getting Umamaru to give a small snort of amusement, before walking off. So what now? Asked Mocha. Now we should head back and get you acquainted with the others. I will take Kateria on a search to find those who are against the current regime and bring them to heel. We can see to the matter of converting people into devils later on. No sense in rushing after all, said Leviathan, before the group teleported away, courtesy of Leviathan's magic circle. Line break. Kateria, in all her grandeur and esteem, was bored. Things were not supposed to be this way. There was a plan of action. The original descendants would kick out the imposters and reclaim their land and power, or at least that was the plan. She was to be the vanguard that broke the ground, on which the bodies of the three factions would be buried under, before they ascended, or, descended if you think about it, to be the rulers of the underworld. Unfortunately, this is not how things went, and as it stood, Kateria was in the living room lying down on a plush brown leather sofa, staring at the ceiling with no plan and nothing to do. Kateria sighed, before the glow of a magic circle lit up the room. Kateria shifted into a seating position just in time to see Leviathan appear with two others. Well, Kateria, I can see you are putting your time to good use, commented Leviathan, upon seeing his descendant lounging about. Well, I don't really have much of an idea about what I should be doing at this moment in time, since my previous plan is no longer relevant, admitted Kateria. Have you done any training in water manipulation? Asked Leviathan, getting a small nod from Kateria. A little, but after using my type of magic for so long, it is taking more effort to produce minimal results. Quite annoying in fact, answered Leviathan. I suppose I will need to give you more hands-on training. In the meantime, I actually have something for you to do, but first, I will debrief those here, said Leviathan, as the rest of the Leviathan household inhabitants arrived. These two are Urza and Mocha. They will be joining us from now on. I have met with the current Beelzebub, and have attained evil pieces in order to transform you into devils. My current understanding is those of you who are already a distinct, shall we say, species, will become hybrids. Are there any objections to this? Asked Leviathan. Orochimaru raised a hand before speaking. I would like the chance to examine these pieces, perhaps I will be able to learn more about them and be able to enhance them in some manner, requested Orochimaru. I do not have any complaints with that, the actual process will be done later, once I have gathered others. Any other questions? Replied Leviathan. After a few moments of silence, Leviathan nodded, before making his way over to Kateria. Now then, take me to what remains of this old Satan faction. I need to have a discussion with them, said Leviathan, surprising Kateria. Are you sure? I doubt they will all be so easy to listen to you as I was, asked Kateria. If I need to make a few examples out of them, that is fine, but I don't like the idea of devils combating other devils with intent to kill and destroy over such meaningless things like titles. Land, power, wealth, that is fine. A title, that is childish, said Leviathan, getting a slow nod from Kateria, before she stood. Then I suppose we can leave now, said Kateria, as she stood next to Leviathan, who nodded in turn. Play nice, said Leviathan, as he placed his box of evil pieces on a blackwood coffee table, before he and Kateria disappeared. Orochimaru walked over to the box and carefully picked it up, before retreating to his room, leaving the two newest arrivals with Cobra and Kinana. So are you part of the harem as well? Asked Urza, getting bewildered looks from Kinana and Cobra while Mocha grabbed her forehead in frustration. You are the only one in this harem, and I don't even think you can call one person a harem, said Mocha. Line break. Here we are, said Kateria, as the group appeared at the edge of a small rocky outcrop. So, this is where the remnants of the old rule have come to settle. A rocky desert. I am more and more disappointed the more I learn about what has happened in my absence, said Leviathan. Kateria had nothing to say to this and turned to the side, leading the way towards the encampment below. It was largely underground, with a few buildings on the surface, mostly sentry posts and similar buildings for reconnaissance and surveillance. Kateria and Leviathan reached the ground quickly enough. Those who spotted them gave Kateria respectful nods and bows in some cases, with the majority giving them a wide berth. Well, at least you command some respect, commented Leviathan. Actually, normally everyone would be too afraid to approach me. They likely think I am in a bad mood due to my defeat and are trying to settle me, said Kateria. Are you? Asked Leviathan, only for Kateria to twitch as her mouth tightened. In a way. My targets are all alive, so I'm dissatisfied, but since you are changing that soon, I'm not as bothered as I would have been prior, admitted Kateria. Kateria, you've returned it seems, with a guest at that, said a man, with black hair tied up in a small ponytail. Yes, Cruisery. Where is Shalba? Asked Kateria. He is meeting with Rizavim by projection, explained Cruisery. Rise of him, Lucifer's son? He is alive. I must speak with him, said Leviathan, drawing the gaze of Cruisery. Kateria, who is this? Asked Cruisery suspiciously. I am the original Leviathan. Kateria, is this Shalba person of roughly the same strength as the two of you? Replied Leviathan, turning towards Kateria for his question. Yes, more or less, said Kateria, before Leviathan walked off. I'll find him myself then, said Leviathan, before walking off. Who is that person and why have you brought them here, Kateria? Asked Cruisery, keeping his gaze on Leviathan. That is something we should explain with everyone gathered, said Kateria, before following after Leviathan, with Cruisery following. If I didn't know any better, I would say that was the current Red Dragon Emperor by appearances, but that can't be right, said Cruisery. Kateria didn't reply, confusing Cruisery. Kateria, who is that person? Asked Cruisery again. He is both what he said and what you just said. Like I said, it is something that should be explained with everyone gathered, said Kateria, causing Cruisery to look at her as though she had grown another head. Line break. I see, is there anything else, Shalba? Asked a holographic figure, speaking to the brown-haired, regally dressed man in front of him. It really is you, Vim. You got old for a brat, said Leviathan, as he entered the room, gaining the attention of the other two. Who are you? Asked Shalba indignantly, only for Leviathan to ignore him. My hologram must be defective because it looks like the Red Dragon Emperor just spoke to me, said the holograph. What? Exclaimed Shalba, standing to his feet, only for Leviathan to nudge him away and take his seat. Such insolence, spluttered Shalba, gathering his magic. Here, amuse yourself trying to break this barrier, said Leviathan, throwing up a 5-layered elemental shield to stall Shalba. Now Vim, I have some matters to discuss with you, said Leviathan. Why exactly are you calling me Vim, Issei Hyoudou? Asked Rise of him. I remember you being smarter as a child. Lucifer wouldn't stop bragging about your intellect and now you can't even see what is right in front of you. Here is the son of Lucifer, capable of nullifying the gifts bestowed on mortals by Father. He shall have no equal in battle. Sound familiar, Vim? Recalled Leviathan, causing Rise of him to look at him in suspicion. Who are you? Asked Rise of him. I am the original Leviathan and I have come to speak with you on a matter. Leviathan to Lucifer, said Leviathan. Oh? Let's say I believe you, what do we have to discuss? Asked Rise of him eagerly, enjoying the conversation. Lucifer and I were developing a weapon, one which Lucifer told me you studied in order to come up with your little trick, the weapon with the codename Godslayer. I'm sure you remember that, said Leviathan, causing Lucifer to cackle. Is this even real? I am in an impossible situation where either the Red Dragon Emperor knows of a secret from hundreds of years ago, or the original Leviathan is sitting in front of me as a teenager, laughed Rise of him. This would be the scene Kateria and Cruisery would arrive to, Shalba attacking a constantly reforming multi-layered barrier, while a projection of the son of Lucifer was laughing his pants off. Tell me, Vim, you're not really wasting all of your time and energy for a title, are you? Asked Leviathan. Well, it was either that or nothing at all. I'm just a bored old man at this point, answered Rise of him, after having calmed down. Well, would you be interested in helping me in place of your father towards my ultimate goal? I can think of no one else to match his abilities, proposed Leviathan. Oh, buttering me up won't get me to sign on blindly. I'm not like this new generation of devils who all want fame and recognition, said Rise of him, with a smirk. I see. Well then, given your boredom, how does fighting a being that was a match for your father's father sound? Proposed Leviathan. I'm not even sure if such a thing exists, said Rise of him thoughtfully, stroking his beard. Well, given you are bored, why not humor me at least? Suggested Leviathan. I suppose it is better than wasting all this effort to reclaim the underworld. If I really want my title so bad, I would have just gone and fought that monster already, commented Rise of him thoughtfully. I have already decided for peace between them. It is a distraction I don't need right now, and I am on the search to find others to help me. I truly didn't expect you to still be alive after all this time, but I'm glad that you are, said Leviathan. I am looking forward to this. I need to go do some research it seems. Come by and see me when you are ready to work together, said Rise of him before disappearing. Leviathan finally let the barrier fall, letting Shalba stop his futile struggles. Peace, with those vermin, those fake devils. Who are you to decide that? Spat Shalba. One of the original devils, Leviathan, said Leviathan, as he extended his wings and exerted his pressure on Shalba. Now then, gather the troops, it is time to let them know they are all going back into devil society to integrate. Devils fighting devils for titles, ambition, fools the lot of them. If you had seen a proper fight in your lifetime, you would realize squabbling amongst your own race is disgraceful, said Leviathan, as he walked past Shalba. Gather everyone in the next hour, I'll go and see about dwellings, said Leviathan, before disappearing with a magic circle. Well, Cruisery, does that answer your question about who that was? Asked Kateria, enjoying the shocked look on Cruisery's face. Line break. Leviathan appeared near the estate of the Gremory, having consulted Hyoudu's memories for the location. Knowing that he needed some authority to agree with his decision of mass immigration and not wanting to meet with someone who had discerned the truth of his identity, Leviathan chose to consult Serzex, rather than Serafal. That being said, it seemed luck wasn't on his side. "Oh, look who it is, Serzex, it is Leviathan number 2, commented Serafal, giving a small giggle. The two had been conversing in one of the many gardens of the Gremory estate, before a maid had led Leviathan to them. The maid was quite shocked at this bit of news, thinking she had been guiding Issei Hyoudou, and quickly left once Serzex allowed her to. "Well then, Issei, what can I do for you?" asked Serzex. "I did tell you I would bring those angry with the new government back, and I've just made arrangements for it. I was hoping you would be able to help with relocating them and integrating them back into society," said Leviathan. "I see. That is definitely more Serafal's area of expertise, so I wonder why you came to see me," commented Serzex. "Simply meeting with all the current leaders, nothing personal of course," said Leviathan, noting Serafal had yet to say anything and was simply smirking at him, making him wonder if she had said anything to Serzex about his identity. "I see, well I'm sure that is something we can take care of. I also heard you found a few recruits and picked up a set of evil pieces. Seems things are moving quickly with you, almost as though you are in a rush," said Serzex, trailing off at the end, indicating that he suspected something. "Simply making up for lost time. Dying will do that to you. On that note, I should be going now," said Leviathan, only for Serafal to happily bounce over to Leviathan. "In that case, we should discuss logistics. I know you're in a hurry, but it should only take a minute. I'll see you later, Serzex," said Serafal, leaving with the other Leviathan. Line break. "So, what's new?" asked Serafal. "You mean new since the last few hours you saw me?" "Nothing," said Leviathan. "Did you use any of your pieces yet?" asked Serafal curiously. "No, I'm planning on having all of them before I do that. I don't like leaving things unfinished," answered Leviathan honestly. "So how much longer do you have left?" "Trying to bring back all those from the old Satan faction less than a few days after peace was declared is really bold," commented Serafal. "Surprisingly, less time than I thought, but things seem to be going well with everyone involved," said Leviathan. "Including you know which one," said Serafal vaguely. "Yes, I am also doing well," said Leviathan. "That's good to hear. I would hate for all of my poor Sona's work at the school to go to waste," said Serafal. "Tell me more about this school, why is it so important to you?" asked Leviathan. "Because my Sona is working so hard to make it great and I don't know why, but if she is putting all that effort in then she definitely wants to make something of it, and it wouldn't be good if all her classmates started skipping." "Oh no, skipping school is very bad," lectured Serafal. "It sounds like you have a lot of faith in her," said Leviathan. "Of course, she's smarter than me after all. You better be careful yourself. I won't tell, but you should stay alert. After all, Issei Hyoudou has quite the reputation," said Serafal. "So it seems I'm coming to learn," commented Leviathan. "Well, I better go and get things ready for all those devils you are going to be bringing back. Not exactly the best kind of presents to give a girl, but I don't mind, it should keep things interesting until we get to spend some proper time together. Bye-bye," said Serafal, before bouncing out of view cheerfully. "That devil is certainly interesting," muttered Leviathan, before a magic circle appeared near his ear. "We're ready," said Kateria over the link. "I'll go and find an area to transport you to. Preparations are being put underway by your friend," said Leviathan, giving a small smirk, as he felt the animosity of his descendant. "We'll be waiting," said Kateria, before cutting the link. Line break. "You know, I'm really getting bored wandering around here," muttered Issei, as he walked through his mind. "I mean, how much stuff can be in a teenager's head? It's not like I've done that much to this point," said Issei, before remembering that he had already died once, almost died 2 more times after that, and went up against someone who could destroy their town with 1 attack. "Correction, it's not like I've done much to this point before becoming a devil," amended Issei. "That's actually not true. You should have a look through some of your older memories now with a new perspective," commented Drake, appearing as a massive green eye, causing Issei to jolt in place. "Drake, you scared me. Can't you appear as something smaller, like a mini dragon or something?" mumbled Issei, only for the eye to break down and become a green dragon, the size of a hawk. "I do not appreciate the color scheme," muttered Drake. "Well, what do you want me to do?" asked Issei. "This is your mind?" said Drake. "Oh, right," exclaimed Issei, before Drake took on his signature red color, with only his eyes remaining green. "Wait, what do you mean look through older memories? I doubt there was anything in them," said Issei, creasing his brow in a thoughtful expression, as he started walking again. "For one thing, there was a lot, but there were at least a few things you should take note of. Another reason would be for you to gain some perspective about your goals," lectured Drake. "What do you mean?" asked Issei. "Look, just think to yourself, what did you want to do before you wanted a harem?" asked Drake. Before that I suppose it was being a hero, or at least that is what me and Irina wanted, said Issei. Before that, what was it that you wanted? Continued Drake. What I wanted? I'm not sure, muttered Issei, before a mirror slid into his view. The mirror showed a young Issei who was staring at a broken fishing rod. Issei stared at the mirror for a second, before it warped away. I guess all I wanted was not to make mistakes, kind of a weak goal, said Issei disparagingly. Only if you see it that way. After all, the other side to not making mistakes is doing everything right. One of the hardest goals of all, commented Drake. Yeah, considering I've already made so many mistakes, agreed Issei. Doesn't that mean you should learn from them, so you don't make the same mistakes again? At the very least, you could avoid making the same mistake twice. After all, no one is immune to mistakes. Greater beings than either you or I have all made mistakes. Mistakes are a part of life, but it is not learning from them that is the true mistake, said Drake. Doesn't that mean that after being destroyed and fighting against Albion so many times you should learn not to keep doing it? Quipped Issei. I don't see that as a mistake though, retorted Drake, causing Issei to chuckle. That's fair I suppose. I don't regret my collection that I spent years building up, added Issei. Well, on that note, what else do you not regret, or better yet, what is it that you don't regret? What have you taken great satisfaction in? Asked Drake. Well, I mean it was great beating Riser, thought Issei. Well that's good to hear, considering you had to sacrifice an arm to do it, literally I might add, but what else? Pressed Drake. Well, I mean I did like all the stuff I got to do with the girls, said Issei, his mind wandering towards the amount of skin he had both seen and touched over the last few months. Pull it back a little, what else have you taken satisfaction in? Said Drake. I mean it was good to help Kiba and Asia, plus Gasper was getting a lot more confident before things changed, but that wasn't really something for me, it was more for them, said Issei. This may sound like an odd suggestion partner, but maybe you need another perspective, one I can't give you, said Drake, causing Issei to stop walking. Really? Of all the things you could suggest, how is that a good idea? Asked Issei. Why not have someone play devil's advocate? Although I guess they are more of a fallen advocate. It may at least help you get down to what it is you really want, suggested Drake. Why not? I'm getting bored of all this walking anyway, muttered Issei, turning inwards. Line break. Leviathan eventually found himself in a rather desolate area outside of the city. Leviathan paused for a minute and noticed that the area itself seemed to have once been part of the city, but for whatever reason, appeared to have been engulfed in an all-encompassing fire. Upon closer inspection, Leviathan noticed some charred remains, but given that there were still the remains of a few embers burning, it must have been quite a hot fire rather than a long one. How odd, pondered Leviathan, knowing very few beings could produce fire on this level. Stopping for a moment to observe the fire, Leviathan felt a mix of holy and demonic energies, causing him to narrow his eyes in suspicion. Very few beings could produce a fire of this level, but with these components, if anything, it was more likely to be an artifact of great power that caused this, not a being. Leviathan heard the sound of groaning and quickly scanned the area, spotting a hint of purple amongst the rubble. Approaching the purple mass, it became clear that it was hair, belonging to a person who was partially buried under some charred debris. Surprisingly, despite the setting, the person didn't appear too unharmed. Unconscious and clearly in pain, but no visible wounds. Of course, the possibility of internal wounds wasn't ruled out. Approaching the person, Leviathan first noticed a band covering their left eye. Gently rolling them over, the band seemed to cover both eyes and was tied snugly, obscuring their vision. Now what would someone be doing all alone in a place like this? Mumbled Leviathan, searching for any clues to the person's situation. Aside from having a long chain, with a needle or dagger attached at the tip and being garbed in black and purple leather, nothing else really stood out. The figure seemed to silently stir and instantly seemed to snap their direction towards Leviathan, before a small hiss was heard. You should be careful, from appearances, you've been through something quite damaging recently and I'm not here to cause you harm, said Leviathan. The figure didn't relax at this, but don't make any other abrupt or threatening gestures. I don't suppose you could tell me how you ended up in such a place, destroyed as it is? Asked Leviathan. The figure seemed to stiffen, tensing up in reaction to something it perceived as a threat. Who are you? Asked the figure. I am Leviathan, a devil. You would be? Asked Leviathan, waiting for the figure to supply him with an answer. The figure didn't respond, causing Leviathan to continue. Well then, you are a being of immense power if you manage to survive what appears to be a rather extreme situation. You exude powers of a lesser deity, but also that of a beast. Lastly, considering you have quite the complex-looking seal over your eyes, you most likely possess a very strong ocular ability. That narrows down the list a fair bit now, doesn't it? Anything to add? Assessed Leviathan. What do you want? Asked the figure, once again refusing to give any personal information. What do I want? I want to fulfill my life's goal, but I don't think that is what you were hoping for. What do I want with you? I suppose that is what you meant. Well, I don't want anything from you in particular, I was just passing by and found you, resulting in my curiosity being piqued, answered Leviathan. The figure stood up at this with Leviathan following suit. I am a paradox, and I shouldn't be here right now, said the figure. I doubt that. Your presence is quite unique. I am sure you are tied to some mythology and they don't tend to follow the rules of universal creation. It is why various deity of the same supposed rank have different levels of power. You appear to sit upon quite a high tier, but not the highest, meaning you can't be the leader of any group, but are possibly a lesser being of divinity, a combination of mortal and deity, or perhaps a spawn of two lesser deity, said Leviathan. What are you trying to get at? Asked the figure. Well, I am looking for allies to help me defeat a being equal to or perhaps even above the highest tier of power. You, powerful as you are, may be of use to me and in return, perhaps I can help you in some way. You appear lost and confused. Guidance may be helpful to you, offered Leviathan. The figure seemed to mull over their options, feeling suspicious of Leviathan's offer, but sensing no lie in his words. I will join you for now at least. I make no promises about helping you fight whatever it is you planning on going up against, I just need some answers, said the figure. I'm open to an exchange of information, but first, is there something I can call you by? Agreed Leviathan. You can call me, Rider, said the figure. Chapter 10, Action. Issei had wandered his way back to the center of his memories and stood face to face with Reiner again. Considering how their last conversation had ended, Reiner was surprised to see Issei back. You know you had the upper hand when you left last time, it can only get worse from here? Pointed out Reiner, acknowledging that Issei had gotten the last laugh in their prior conversation. Issei pursed his lips, looking as though he was chewing on something distasteful, before speaking. Why did you approach me the way you did? Why go through all that trouble instead of just killing me straight away? Asked Issei. Maybe because that would be stupid, retorted Reiner, causing Issei to snort. And the rest of what you did was smart? Questioned Issei, causing the fallen to narrow her eyes. From a practical point of view, yes. I did achieve my goals. I killed you and took Asia's sacred gear, however brief that lasted, said Reiner, to which Issei did nod in reluctant acceptance. I guess you did. Why did you want to do that? Asked Issei. It was my mission, said Reiner simply. No, it wasn't. I mustered up the nerve to ask Azazel about it a while ago and you were just supposed to watch me and there was nothing to do with Asia in your mission. You went rogue, countered Issei. Not really. I was told to watch over a potential sacred gear user and gather information. The way I see it, I did just that. I watched you die and gathered information about extracting a sacred gear which I field tested, said Reiner. But enough about me. I know you didn't come because you were feeling nostalgic about our relationship, said Reiner mockingly. I just need to know if you'll be honest, or twist things is all, said Issei. Then you should already know I will twist things. It is what I do, said Reiner, to which Issei nodded. I know, I just need to understand how you would twist things before asking my real questions, explained Issei. Well, you have a captive audience, said Reiner, resting her face on her fist, arm against her throne. Why did you approach me like a girlfriend? Wouldn't it have just been easier to seduce me and kill me in a few hours? Why go to all that effort? Asked Issei. For one thing, it would never have worked. If I just walked up to you and said, let's fuck, I doubt you would have jumped on board, snorted Reiner. What makes you say that? Maybe it would have worked, you don't know me, retorted Issei defensively, although he was confused as to why he felt defensive. Look, you may act like you just want some tits, but the truth is even simpler, said Reiner. Really? What? Asked Issei suspiciously. You just want some. Not necessarily tits, you just want some, said Reiner. Some what? Asked Issei. Someone, something, some anything. Do you even get why you want a harem? Your lust isn't that much greater than the average teenage boy and it is nowhere near the level of lust of most fallen angels, said Reiner. So what are you saying? Asked Issei. I'm saying, if we had sent anyone else, boy or girl, you still would have fallen for everything the exact same way, said Reiner. I'm not into boys, said Issei. From what I've seen in here, you and your sword buddy are just a little away from playing with each other's swords. I didn't mean sexually though for the record, said Reiner. What did you mean then? Asked Issei. It isn't that hard to piece together. You were lonely. You wanted anyone, even a stranger, said Reiner. That's not true. I had Matsuda and Motohama, said Issei. A friendship of necessity. No one else, boy or girl, would have been friends with your three, so you united. You still don't get it, do you? If there was something of a non-sexual nature you were proud of, or happy with, would you have mentioned it to them? Would they have cared? Of course not. You could go to your family, but family has to put up with family. Why do you think Azazel didn't outright kill Kokobile for his betrayal, or your friend Valley? Explained Reiner. So what, you're saying because I was lonely, I made myself a target? Asked Issei. You still are. Just look at what you are doing right now. You are trying to get more friends before you lose another. You are terrified of being alone. I knew you for hours, but I bet your entire life has been about being afraid of losing someone, actually losing someone, or trying to befriend others. If a motorcycle gang had approached you, you'd be riding a motorbike and wearing a leather jacket. If the Yakuza approached you, you'd be covered in tattoos and wearing suits. Face it, you just wanted to belong, said Rainier. So all I want is to belong? That's it? Asked Issei. Tell me otherwise. Even if we consider you wanted a harem, wouldn't you still be happy with one girl? Answer, you would, because that is what you had with me, said Rainier. That's really it, huh? I just don't want to be alone, said Issei thoughtfully, before turning around and leaving. What, that's it? Asked Rainier confused. Yeah, thanks, said Issei, before disappearing from view, leaving behind a confused Fallen. Line break. Hey Drake, said Issei aloud, before his companion dragon materialized and flew beside him. Thanks for always having my back. I know I haven't been the easiest host to deal with, said Issei. True, you have not been the easiest, but you have also not been the worst. I trust you have an answer now? Asked Drake. Yeah, but I have nothing to worry about now. You are with me forever after all. I will die long before you do, said Issei. Perhaps. Don't forget, there are things out there which could kill us both, but until such a thing does happen, yes, I will be with you, said Drake. Thanks Drake, said Issei. Line break. Where are we going? Asked Ryder. To a large enough site to transport hundreds of devils, said Leviathan, as the duo trekked away from the site of disaster. The duo walked a short distance away, seeking higher ground. Surveying the landscape, Leviathan noted there was a large area of cleared land and a crumbling building nearby. It was a school? Said Ryder, causing Leviathan to hum. Arguably the best place to bring a bunch of rowdy, unruly devils, who are yet to fully mature, said Leviathan. Leviathan created 2 magic circles in front of him. Supposed Leviathans, do you hear me? Asked Leviathan. Roger, said Kateria. Yep, you even got Kateria for a 3-way call, said Seraphol. Leviathan could practically hear Kateria grinding her teeth through the magic circle and spoke up before she could say anything. I have a location for the transfer. Kateria, gather all the devils and have them stand reasonably close together. Open a transportation circle with no destination and I will use this communication circle to guide you here. Seraphol, you can just transport to my position, but it is probably best you wait 5 minutes so I can make sure no one misbehaves, said Leviathan. You got it, said Seraphol, before her communication circle fizzled out. Now you are even making me speak with her? Growled Kateria. No, the 2 of you spoke to me. I doubt a productive conversation would result from the 2 of you speaking with each other. Are the devils ready? Asked Leviathan. Yes, replied Kateria. Then create your magic circle, said Leviathan. It's ready, said Kateria. Now, said Leviathan, as the circle broke down to dust and floated away from him. The dust started to spread out, before touching the ground, cause a faint magic circle to appear on the surface, before being replaced with a much more stable magic circle, from which numerous devils emerged. Now then, those of you still wanting to fight pointlessly against the current Satans, please raise your hands, said Leviathan. After a pause, about a third of the devils raised their hands, causing Kateria down in the crowd to sigh and cradle her head. I see, said Leviathan, before pressing his presence down on them as his wings emerged. Now then, does anyone still want to pointlessly fight against the current Satans? Be honest now, said Leviathan. Not a single hand remained raised, and Leviathan withdrew his wings. Good, a representative of the current Satans will be along shortly to help guide you to appropriate dwellings. Since it seems a large portion of devil strongholds have been commandeered by fallen angels, I expect you to be accommodating, said Leviathan. Nervous and discontented mutterings start to weave their way through the crowd, but no one spoke up to Leviathan. I cannot believe we are simply rolling over and allowing this to happen, hissed Shalba Beelzebub. I don't think you should be speaking, given you couldn't even break through one of his barriers, said Kateria. It was multiple barriers, protested Shalba, but didn't speak further. It was no less than a minute later that Seraphol appeared, along with 2 administrative-looking people who seemed a tad nervous. Never fear, Seraphol is here, said Seraphol, more for the sake of her 2 accomplices than Leviathan or those below. So, I can trust there won't be any issues, right? Asked Seraphol of Leviathan. No, there won't be any issues, said Leviathan loud enough that all those below heard him. Wonderful, then the 2 of you can get started and I will keep a watchful eye from here, said Seraphol. Leviathan watched as the 2 devils hopped down below and approached the devils. Predictably, the descendants of Beelzebub and Asmodeus were first to approach, with Kateria trailing behind with a sigh. The 2 devils Seraphol had brought with her with quite professional, although there didn't seem to be much difficulty, considering the territories of the original Beelzebub were unoccupied, and while the current Asmodeus had moved into the territory of the original Asmodeus, it was right next to the land of the Glaciolabalas clan, meaning most of the space was left unoccupied. Following Issei's recent excursion to the underworld, the land of the original Leviathan was also unoccupied, but it would possibly remain so if Leviathan didn't bother to return to the land. Given his increasingly short time remaining, the decision would largely fall to Kateria, and remaining hidden from Seraphol seemed to be her higher priority. Well then, it would seem my presence is not needed here if those three have behaved themselves, said Leviathan, as the three descendants moved away and allowed a new pair of devils to approach the administrative devils. You could always stay and spend time with me, said Seraphol. Tempting offer, really, but I do have some business to take care of. Next time, said Leviathan, causing Seraphol to pout before winking. See you then, said Seraphol. Leviathan and Ryder made their way down to Kateria. Kateria, do you want to return with us or remain here? Asked Leviathan. I'd rather remain here. I don't fully trust this isn't some sort of setup, said Kateria, to which Leviathan nodded. Fair enough. If something does go south, alert me and I will return, said Leviathan before a magic circle appeared under him and Ryder. Line break. Where are we now? Asked Ryder. Consider it home base, said Leviathan, before entering the building. Ryder followed after and quickly felt the change in atmosphere. If Ryder had to match it to something, it felt like being in a home stronghold. A sense of unitedness oozed through the walls. So you've returned? Commented Mocha, leaning against a doorframe. With another harem member no doubt, added Urza, walking up to the pair. Perhaps a tad presumptuous, Urza, said Mocha. Nonsense, defended Urza. Shouldn't you at least fight him once to determine if you are in the harem or not? It doesn't sound like the two of you have fought from what you told me, suggested Mocha. That is quite a good idea actually, said Urza, before looking to Leviathan. Well, would you honor me in a battle for a position in the harem? Asked Urza. Very well, follow me. Mocha, please acquaint Ryder with the building, said Leviathan, before he and Urza left. You smell like blood, said Mocha. So do you, countered Ryder. I'm a vampire, I need blood for strength, said Mocha. What a coincidence, said Ryder, but did not elaborate further. Line break. Now, Urza, I think you need to fight Issei properly, said Leviathan. I had every intention of doing so. Should I win, I could always set the term that I, as the winner, am allowed to enter the harem myself, said Urza. I think that sets a dangerous precedent. Issei shouldn't be babysat, and he will need to become strong. I don't mind you using a challenge other than direct combat to test him however, advised Leviathan. I understand, said Urza, with a nod. Very well, I will speak with you later, said Leviathan, before his posture shifted. Urza, what's going on? Asked Issei, indicating Leviathan had not explained the situation to Issei. I wish to officially challenge you for a position in the harem, declared Urza. What do you mean? I thought I had to beat people to convince them to join. If you already want to join, what is the point? Asked Issei. I had entertained the thought, but we must all follow the same rules. There should not be preferential treatment within the harem, said Urza. I mean, I guess it would be good to spar and see how the two of us fight for team battles, but what are the rules? Asked Issei. Let's just make the first battle one that can only end when the other yields, this way, it can continue for as long or short as needed, suggested Urza. I guess that might work, although my non-lethal skill set isn't great, admitted Issei. Let's just start with some hand-to-hand combat, we can work up to swords and magic after, proposed Urza. Okay then, I'm ready I guess, said Issei, weakly putting up his fists, only for Urza to run at him and throw a straight right at him, causing him to block. Issei felt his left hand tingle from the impact. I forgot how strong you are, commented Issei. We are just warming up now though, said Urza, throwing a left, which caused to jump back. This is a warm-up? Asked Issei. Not for much longer, said Urza, before swinging her right leg into Issei's side, kicking him away. How do you have this much strength? Asked Issei. What do you mean, this is my baseline, I just needed to get some rest after all, explained Urza. What followed next was what Issei could only liken to training with Umamaru. Urza was by no means as fast as Umamaru, but her maneuverability given her size, coupled with her sheer brute strength, caused Issei to backpedal like he did when first facing Umamaru. To Issei's credit, he didn't take another strike after that first kick, but he also didn't land any either. You can't win this fight by dodging only. I'm quite sure I have more stamina than you, so waiting for me to tire isn't going to work, commented Urza. I'm trying to think of a non-lethal attack here, said Issei. Unfortunately for Issei, his only non-lethal attack was dress break, and given Urza's attitude, it wouldn't have had the same effect as it would on his previous enemies, Mocha aside. In that case, let's raise the ante, said Urza, creating a sword. Urza held the sword aloft, awaiting Issei's Ascalon. A moment later the holy sword of legend was sticking out of Issei's gauntlet and Urza lunged. Given their sword fight had less to do with raw strength and more to do with technique, Issei actually managed to hold his own. While Urza was obviously more skilled, Issei's wheeliness saved him from many devastating attacks, and with the power aspect momentarily shelved, the two were reasonably even. "Is there any reason you have not yet used your gauntlet for offense?" asked Urza. "I thought it was a spar," asked Issei. "Exactly, and I'm getting bored of the constant warming up," said Urza, causing Issei to look at her in disbelief. "This is still a warm-up to you?" asked Issei. "Like I said, not for much longer. A warm-up is no shorter than 1 minute and no longer than 5. It has been 3 now, which means we are at the very latest, more than halfway done." "Boost," echoed the gauntlet. "Very well then, the warm-up has now concluded," declared Urza, before starting to strike out at Issei in earnest with both blades and blows of a physical nature. Issei continued to boost while evading Urza, occasionally trying to capitalize on an opening here and there, but mostly focusing on the long game. Urza seemed to know this and decided to allow Issei time, but did not let up the pressure. Explosion. With that declaration, Urza renewed her fight with new vigor. The explosion indicated that the two should have been around equal in strength at the moment, but Urza's refined swordsmanship easily showed the difference in skill. Deciding to try and change tactics, Issei slashed out with his sword, making contact with Urza's, before withdrawing his sword into the gauntlet, momentarily throwing Urza off balance and allowing him to punch Urza in the shoulder, causing her sword to fly out of her hand. The battle would then become a battle of counterattacks, with both absorbing a blow from the other, before returning one in kind. The fight was evenly matched until the dreaded sound of the word reset was heard, followed by Urza slamming a kick to Issei's solar plexus, winding him. Issei then felt a sword against his shoulder and raised his hand. "I yield," said Issei, before coughing. "I won." "That's disappointing," said Urza, sitting down in front of Issei. "What do you mean?" asked Issei, having caught his breath. "Leviathan said that I needed to fight you properly. That I couldn't just join the harem, as that would set a dangerous precedent, although he did say I didn't need to challenge you in direct combat." "Issei, I challenge you to a competition of disrobing. The first one to disrobe loses," said Urza. "Ha?" asked Issei, looking up, only to see a nude Urza standing over him. "I guess I lost. This means I am part of the harem now since you have bested me," said Urza. "Doesn't this mean we are tied technically?" said Issei, before trailing off as he took in Urza's form. "I see, then perhaps best 2 out of 3 will have to suffice," said Urza, before pushing Issei and straddling him. Issei's pants were soon gone, and he gave a soft groan shortly after. "That was quicker than I was expecting. I'm not sure if I should take this as a compliment," said Urza. It's not my fault, I haven't had a chance for days now." "Best 3 out of 5, said Issei. "Acceptable terms," agreed Urza. "Line break." Leviathan roamed Issei's mind slowly, working his way through the mirrors once again. It was with a small smile that Leviathan noted that the cracked mirrors with burnt edges were now almost non-existent. The main troublemaker remained, but it had faded from a pitch black to a dark gray. A promising sign, to be sure. It was as Leviathan neared the center that he started to hear the faintest sound of grunting. "Useless pervert. Watched all that porn and hentai and he's done 3 straight rounds of cowgirl, mix it up already," said a voice sounding quite frustrated. Making his way towards the center of Issei's mind, Leviathan was amused at the scene he came upon. Rainier, in a state of sudden disrobe, had slipped her hands through her leather attire and was watching Issei's current actions in the real world. "What exactly are you doing?" asked Leviathan curiously. "Leave me alone, I have needs. Fallen angels need some TLC every now and again," grunted Rainier, never taking her eyes off the screen or stopping in her actions. "Well, you do not have needs and are not a fallen angel. You are a soul fragment, and I really don't think you need this to function," said Leviathan, causing the screen to start shrinking. "Wait, I'm so frigging close, even with all this boring cowgirl vanilla nonsense," protested Rainier. "Like I said, you don't need it," said Leviathan, as the screen disappeared completely, before he started walking away. "Damn you, you limp-dick devil, just because you could never satisfy a woman," shouted Rainier. "I think you forget that I am a Leviathan and control all water," said Leviathan, as he continued to walk away. "That doesn't mean shit in the bedroom," said Rainier. "That's why you're the dumb one," said Leviathan. "What does that mean?" asked Rainier. "You better sit down," said Leviathan, adjusting his fingers into a position that would allow him to snap his right hand. "What do you mean, oh shit?" said Rainier, her tone changing in an instant with the snap of Leviathan's fingers. "Consider that a gift, since it seems you did help Issei a little after all," said Leviathan, leaving a panting Rainier in a puddle of fluids. "Line break." So it seems we will be heading to the underworld for some training in the coming days, said Rias to her club members. That's right, I've organized a special program for each of you. You all said you wanted to get stronger, well this will be the way, said Azazel, parroting the point Rias had made from the chair of the club president. I've also heard that there are going to be some recent changes to the makeup of the underworld in the next few days, so it'll be good for all of you to get to experience things as they are currently, said Azazel. What new changes? Asked Rias suspiciously. I'm sure your family will update you on the situation as they see fit. In the meantime, I expect all of you to train hard for the next time you meet with Issei. I'll be having a word with him myself, so I may be able to pass on a message if you'd like, said Azazel teasingly. Why are you going to be seeing Issei? Asked Rias. Just wanted to discuss some points with him. Busy work is all, said Azazel dismissively. Then tell him when he has time, he should come by to the Gremory estate, we will be there for a month, said Rias firmly, causing Azazel to nod. Fair enough. I'll also pop by to see how things are later on. I do wish to have entered the underworld through the devil route for the first time, but it will have to wait. The rest of you should head off now, said Azazel, before getting up and exiting the room. Given it was a weekend, the school was currently empty, giving Azazel free rein to walk through the building and take in the features with as much or as little detail as he wanted. The school itself was both special and not. Many of the buildings were quite common to schools, but there were also oddities here and there. Azazel did not visit the school often, given the Occult Research Club's base was in a completely different building, but today he was on his way to see those who made the main building their base. As Azazel neared his destination, the playful voice of a certain Leviathan was heard. Knocking on the door, there was a brief moment of silence, before the sound of quick footsteps was heard, followed by the door opening. Good of you to make it, Azazel. I was just giving my dear Sona some last-minute encouragement and advice, said Seraphal happily. Ah, perhaps I should have arrived earlier then. If you've spent this time getting them on track, I'd hate to be the one to distract them, said Azazel. What is the issue? Asked Sona, happy for the distraction. I was just wondering how Issei's absence had been explained, said Azazel. We said he was studying abroad in an international program, why? Answered Sona. No reason, I was just wondering if it would be difficult to arrange for his return so to speak, said Azazel, causing Sona's eyes to narrow. That is a coincidence, considering Seraphal has just made a similar inquiry, said Sona. Ah, I see, in that case, am I correct to assume there shouldn't be any difficulties? If one of the Satans is on board, surely there shouldn't be any issue, questioned Azazel. Indeed, it won't be difficult. However, I do wonder why there is such certainty of Leviathan's return, said Sona. Because I made him promise me, winked Seraphal, causing Azazel to raise an eyebrow. I suppose if you made the request then he is sure to return, joked Azazel. Of course, no one can refuse the greatest Satan, said Seraphal. In any case, to put both of your minds at ease, I will make the arrangements now so the school's affairs will be sorted for the coming month. If there is nothing else to be discussed, I will ask you to leave now, said Sona. Fine, I didn't want to intrude anyway, Seraphal, would you mind accompanying me? I plan to speak with Issei shortly and would appreciate a diplomatic opinion, said Azazel. Of course, until next time Sona, winked Seraphal, as the two beings of immense power left. As they walked through the school, the pair made their way back to the old school building which was now vacated. The duo made their way into the club room, with Seraphal sitting on the sofa while Azazel sat behind the desk. So I guess you already know that Leviathan is not who he says he is, said Azazel, attempting to start a conversation. Why would I not believe Leviathan? I'm Leviathan and I believe myself, said Seraphal cheekily. I see how it is. You always were the shrewdest politician of your era, said Azazel. Flattery won't get you anything from me, said Seraphal. A small silence settled on the pair as they waited for their third party to arrive. They were not waiting long as a few moments later, Leviathan teleported into the room and sat down on the couch opposite Seraphal. So, what did the two of you need to speak with me together about? Asked Leviathan. I just wanted to confirm for myself that Issei was still in there. I know he is, considering his use of dress break on two of my subordinates, said Azazel, causing Leviathan to sigh and rest his hand against his forehead. A truly terrifying technique, but one which can backfire splendidly depending on who the target is, said Leviathan. Oh, so you claim that you used the technique yourself? I didn't know Leviathan was such a perverted beast, goaded Azazel. Fallen leader, you continue to forget that I am not Lucifer and that pride means nothing to me, said Leviathan. Besides, I'm not a perverted beast anyway, added Seraphal with a smile. Fine, I guess I shouldn't beat around the bush. I can help Issei get stronger. While I don't doubt you can train him in all other aspects, I specialize in the use of sacred gears. For instance, I can help you attain Balance Breaker, started Azazel, before Leviathan's gauntlet gave a cry of Balance Breaker and covered him, leaving his head free. You mean this? Asked Leviathan, causing Azazel to look gobsmacked and Seraphol to squeal. You have to wear this in a cameo for my show. It looks like it would make a great tokusatsu villain armor, said Seraphol. Why do I have to be a villain? Asked Leviathan. Because I'm the hero, Miracle Leviathan, said Seraphol. Wait a minute, how did you achieve Balance Breaker so soon? Asked Azazel. I'm sure you know, but all sacred gears just need the right trigger. I've simply found it, said Leviathan. Fine. I guess you don't need my immediate help, but if something does go wrong or you need assistance, I would be happy to provide it no strings attached, said Azazel wistfully. Don't pout, you don't have the features to pull it off. I do appreciate the gesture though. Is that all you wanted? Asked Leviathan. Well, the topic of conversation hasn't gone the way I thought it would, and it seems like Seraphol has already convinced you to return to school, so I will simply pass on a message from the kids. They have invited you to the Gremory territory to catch up with them. If I knew my role here was pointless, I would have just left with them 10 minutes ago, grumbled Azazel. Have fun then, I'm going to take our friend for a walk around the town then, said Seraphol, hopping up to her feet, with Leviathan slowly standing up afterwards. Fine, go and have fun you brats, sulked Azazel. Thanks, we will grumpy old man, said Seraphol, before the pair left, leaving the fallen behind. I was sure I had him, muttered Azazel, before deciding to head back to the drawing board to learn if Issei was still inside Leviathan somewhere. Line break. So you achieved Balance Breaker? Asked Seraphol curiously. Actually Issei did, said Leviathan. Really? How? Asked Seraphol. Complete accident, said Leviathan, causing Seraphol to laugh. That would have really messed up little Azazel. So, how'd it happen? Asked Seraphol. Issei had sex, said Leviathan, causing the normally unflappable Seraphol to stop for a moment, before breaking into a fit of giggles. That's it? Asked Seraphol. Surprisingly yes. Issei was quite strong to begin with, especially since he survived my training. He just needed a push to get past his own wall, a spark, explained Leviathan. Well, as much as I want to hear that story sometime, I wanted to invite you to a little party in the underworld. It was supposed to be a gathering of the major families of the underworld, but I thought it would be a perfect opportunity to get the old and new devils to socialize a bit, said Seraphol. So you want me to be a chaperone? Asked Leviathan. Of course not, I want you to be my date. The chaperone role is just reluctantly being forced on you simply by being there, said Seraphol. Maybe I should bring Issei into this. I'm not sure what a date entails, said Leviathan. Oh, it is nothing serious, but after a few of them, some other things can happen. Things like sex for instance, but it doesn't happen straight away, said Seraphol. I think Issei would be disappointed by that, especially since he was so spoiled with his first, said Leviathan. I thought you said I was already yours though, asked Seraphol. I have clarified with Issei that he can only have sex with those he can best in some battle of sorts. Combat is the first that comes to mind, but it seems there are other avenues available, said Leviathan. In that case, you definitely have to be part of my show. Whoever has the greatest reviews wins, said Seraphol. I never agreed to be part of a show, said Leviathan. Don't worry, it doesn't have to be you can use Issei, said Seraphol. That would be an interesting way for me to get some rest. Very well, I agree, said Leviathan, causing Seraphol to beam. 2 dates already set up, you are working fast, aren't you? Teased Seraphol. Fast does seem to be the theme of recent events, admitted Leviathan. Then it is all settled, you can come by to the studio this Wednesday for a rehearsal. Miracle Leviathan and the Red Leviathan, cheered Seraphol. Chapter 11, Good Girls. How long had it been? It was crippling to have such a lack of awareness. A dull throb in the shoulder and a chill of cold were the only sensations that could be felt. Something shifted, a single crack. A crack through which a noise came through. A small announcement from a television show. The rest of the detail was not important, but 2 words came through. Dragon Emperor. Rage dulled the ice. Dragon Emperor. Rage gave way to heat. Dragon Emperor. Heat melted the ice. You shitty dragons. I will get you for this, roared the figure in the slowly melting ice. Line break. That was really fun, said Issei in his paired changing room with Seraphol. Isn't it? I love making my show for all the children of the underworld, and acting is so much fun when there isn't something serious on the line, said Seraphol. It seemed one thing Issei and Seraphol seemed to share in common was the idea of being seen as a hero. While Issei's desire had later shifted to that of a harem, he still enjoyed the idea of being looked up to. I'm kind of disappointed Leviathan didn't want to act as well, but you had great energy out there Issei, said Seraphol. Aha, I think I might have got into it too much towards the end. I didn't think I could get so excited being a villain, but your lines got me really hyped up, admitted Issei, causing Seraphol to beam. Of course, I write my own lines, so I know exactly how to build suspense and feeling up, before letting it all explode on the screen, said Seraphol proudly. That's nice, replied Issei, thinking internally that what Seraphol had said had a very erotic double meaning. So are you excited to go back to school soon? Asked Seraphol. Sort of actually. After everything that's been happening lately, it might be nice to have a bit of a solid routine for a bit. Although I definitely like spending time with so many pretty girls all the time, I could do without all the fighting for a bit, admitted Issei, causing Seraphol to giggle. I still can't believe you achieved balance breaker by having sex. I don't think that has ever happened before for any sacred gear, laughed Seraphol. Please don't remind me. It's bad enough we had to use my scale mail for a television show, but reminding me how he achieved it is just rubbing salt in the wounds, groaned Drake, appearing as a gauntlet. Oh, I'm sorry little Drake, but even you have to admit it is amusing, consoled Seraphol, patting the gauntlet. Sorry as well Drake, but I will become unstoppable this way once I have my harem, declared Issei, causing Drake to sigh. I will never live this down. Just as long as Tiamat never finds out, grumbled Drake. So how are you planning to build this harem of yours up anyway? Leviathan said you need to best your members somehow. That reminds me of the deal my dear Sona has. No one is allowed to marry her unless they can beat her in chess, and no one is as good at chess as my dear Sona, inquired Seraphol. Yeah, the student council president is scarily smart. She will be an old spinster like that one day, said Issei. That's no good. Sona will always be my dear little sister. She can't become an old spinster, exclaimed Seraphol. I mean, you don't age really, so it isn't like she will become an old hag, but Sona is too smart. I guess maybe if she finds someone she likes, she could change her rules. Leviathan told me that sets a bad precedent though. You shouldn't compromise something if it is important to you. That's why I have to get stronger to build the harem, declared Issei passionately, causing Seraphol to giggle again. You are a funny person, Issei Hyoudou. You wouldn't be as much fun to tease as Leviathan, because I bet you'd like it, wouldn't you? Whispered Seraphol seductively. Very much so. Although I don't think I could beat you anyway. I'd probably have to store up boosts for weeks to be as strong as you, said Issei, initially in excitement, before becoming pensive at the end. Oh, that's a good idea. Why don't you try storing power and controlling it at school, suggested Seraphol. Oh, just like Chishoku and Satoru Soramego in Drag Sobal when they were training for Dells. That's a great idea, that's how they built up their stamina, exclaimed Issei. What's Drag Sobal? Asked Seraphol, causing Issei to still in shock. How do you not know about Drag Sobal? Asked Issei in disbelief. We don't get much in the way of human shows down here, explained Seraphol. That is unacceptable. From now on, every time you come to the human world, you have to watch at least one episode with me, declared Issei. Is this you trying to set up a recurring date with me? Teased Seraphol, only for Issei's next response to surprise her. Forget dating, everyone should have watched Drag Sobal at least once. Even if you have some of the biggest epee around, I won't forgive you if you don't watch it, said Issei passionately. Seraphol seemed to absorb the statement for a minute, before falling off her dressing chair in laughter, accidentally showing her panties to Issei at the same time. As Seraphol started to settle down, she noticed her skirt had flipped up, but upon realizing that Issei was instead looking at her face seriously, she doubled over in laughter again. I can't, haha, believe you aren't even, hee looking at me. This is the most serious I've ever seen you, gasped Seraphol between fits of laughter. Epee are important, but Drag Sobal is also important. If you can't become strong like Satoru, how can you protect the epee? Said Issei seriously. So you want to get stronger to protect epee? Asked Seraphol, standing her chair back up and sitting down on it. Of course, I want a harem with the best epee, but if I can't protect them all, then I don't deserve them, said Issei calmly. Then why don't I train you as well then? Offered Seraphol. Is that okay? I wouldn't want to upset Leviathan. He is really helping me out, I don't want him to think I am ungrateful, queried Issei nervously. Wow, you are a special boy, Issei. So loyal, it's kind of cute. Don't worry, I'll talk with Leviathan about it. If he agrees, we can watch an episode and do some training every time I come to visit, but if not, we can just watch Drag Sobal instead. If it is as important as epee to you, then I really need to see what it is about, said Seraphol. You won't be disappointed. I know Irina loved Drag Sobal as well, that's why we wanted to be heroes growing up as well, said Issei cheerfully. Irina, that's the church girl that was your friend growing up, right? Asked Seraphol. Yes, I thought she was a boy growing up, but we were very good friends. I would like to be friends with her again now, but I'm not sure how since she must think I am gone now, confessed Issei, scratching his face in confusion. That is a tough one, isn't it? Do you think she can keep a secret? Asked Seraphol. Well, she never told me she was a girl, so I guess so. I don't think Leviathan would want me letting too many people knowing right now though, especially while we are trying to sort things out, said Issei thoughtfully. Leave it to me, said Seraphol. Are you sure? Asked Issei. Just let me talk to Leviathan and I will get it all sorted for you, Issei. I can't let you be lonely after all, said Serafal, causing Issei to blush. Why? Asked Issei. Because co-stars need to look out for each other, of course. I saw the preliminary ratings for today's show. I need to have you back on the show, of course, so I can't have you being gloomy, said Serafal. Oh, thank you, said Issei, only for Serafal to pat him on the head. Don't worry, this pair of Ipei also comes with a big mind and a big heart. I'll look after you, cooed Serafal. Then I guess I will be in your care, please look after me, mumbled Issei, only for Serafal to pinch his cheeks. Oh, you are so cute. You remind me of Sona when she was younger. Sigh, now she is embarrassed by her big sis, said Serafal. Well, even if she is scary, should we invite Sona to watch Drag Sobal with us? Asked Issei. Oh, Sona wouldn't like something like that, but maybe we can work something out later, but thanks, said Serafal. Well, you said co-stars need to look out for each other, said Issei with a small smile, causing Serafal to hug him and slam his face into her chest, as she shook him from side to side. Oh, you are adorable little Issei, Issei, said Serafal, before noticing Issei went slack. I think you caused him to pass out from happiness. I'll go find Leviathan, said Drake, the green gem of the boosted gear glowing. Hee, Issei sure is a fun guy. I wonder if Sona would like someone like him. Probably not, said Serafal to herself. What are you doing? Asked Leviathan, emerging and finding himself in Serafal's embrace. I really like Issei, you know? He is like the adorable little brother I never had, only very interested in his big sister's Ipei, said Serafal. That odd imagery aside, why are you still holding me? Asked Leviathan. Don't you like it? Asked Serafal, causing Leviathan to raise an eyebrow. On the contrary, I enjoy it very much, but I don't think that is what I am here for, answered Leviathan, causing Serafal to let go of the Satan and stand up straighter. Issei needs to be able to tell his friends the truth, said Serafal. That is far too dangerous considering his friends including the leader of the fallen angels, and the daughter of the current Lucifer. It's bad enough you know already, but for whatever reason, you are using it as blackmail rather than exposing me. While I can deal with that in the short term, the more people that know, the more risk there is to Issei. You don't want to threaten the life of your, how did you put it, adorable little brother, do you? Countered Leviathan. What about just one then? The church girl isn't too important, right? And she was friends with him before. That should be fine, right? Asked Serafal. Leviathan exhaled slowly in thought. Irina Hyoudou, as Serafal had said, was not particularly important, despite having served as Michael's guard in the meeting. The other factor was that she was Issei's childhood friend and someone who he wasn't scared of at all, unlike some of the others, at least at this stage. Issei had been making huge strides in getting over his issues which Rainier had caused, but perhaps a small trial run would be helpful. If she were to tell someone else though, it would be a disaster and Leviathan's hand would be possibly forced in an unpleasant manner. That being said, she was also someone who would be suitable for the harem from Issei's perspective at least. Leviathan wasn't so sure from a power perspective. After all, she wasn't important enough. Could she become someone more important in time? Possibly, but Leviathan didn't have a lot of time to wait around for potential to be realized. That's why he was spurring Issei's growth so aggressively. Although, she could help with that too, as Issei at his current state would be able to beat her, meaning he could include her in his harem. Low-hanging fruit really. Perhaps she could even help harness his drive in non-perverted ways by re-energizing his drive to be a hero of some sort. Additionally though, if having one member led to balance breaker, what would two members lead to? Only under a set number of conditions. I need to wipe her memories of whatever happens if things don't work out well. I want you to be present to facilitate the meeting as well. It would be too suspicious for me to seek out Issei's childhood friend without an intermediate, said Leviathan. That's all? That should be fine then. We alter memories all the time as part of the various diplomatic meetings we need to organize, replied Serafal. Then I guess I can't refuse really, especially if you are the one asking, conceded Leviathan. Oh, the two of you are such sweet talkers, both of you are spoiling me, teased Serafal. Well, the fact that both of us want you in the harem is just proof that you are very special after all, said Leviathan. Of course, Leviathan is one of a kind, cheered Serafal, holding a peace sign horizontal to her right eye while winking her left eye. Line break. Now then, you are going to need to be careful at school. You obviously can't act like your old self, or the other supernatural people around may figure things out, and you can't be exactly like me, or your human classmates will figure something out, so we need to find a middle ground, said Leviathan inside Issei's mind, as he rested for his first day back at school tomorrow. Can't I just act like the me that has had sex? That means I don't need to peep and stuff so I can do other stuff in my spare time, but still act perverted about it, suggested Issei. That's not a bad idea actually, and you won't even have to lie. Despite what Serafal says, you are a terrible actor after all, said Leviathan. Hey, I'm good enough, protested Issei. Well, we will have to wait for the reviews, I guess. Reviews are more objective than your opinion. Of course you will think you did good, said Leviathan. Not really, I'd admit if I sucked, and I didn't. If they start bombing me, I know they are just jealous they didn't get to act with Seraphal in her magical girl outfit. Who wouldn't be jealous of that? Retorted Issei. While I don't doubt you are going to have your fair share of detractors, I am one of your closest supporters, and I can say with complete honesty, you came off stiff and were overacting for most of it, said Leviathan, causing Issei to hang his head. But, I will admit the chemistry you had with Seraphal and your delivery towards the end was fluid. Case in point, you are a terrible actor, but when you started enjoying yourself and were no longer putting on an act, you came across more likable and believable, appraised Leviathan. Then I really should just be myself, said Issei. Can't I interject there while a shred of my pride remains? Said Drake. Yes, that is only fair, said Leviathan. Have you ever considered just acting like how you would if you momentarily shelved thoughts of a pay and sex? Suggested Drake. But, then I'd just be some moody, apathetic guy who sits in the corner. Those guys get all the girls going after them in manga, but never seal the deal, oh, said Issei, before coming to a realization. Unfortunately, that would fit what people think of me. Even sex started to get boring to me after a while after all. This way you can still modestly brag without looking like your old self, said Leviathan. Well, Sai, I guess I don't need to brag right now anyway. One girl is impressive, but a harem will be something I can definitely brag about. Guess I will focus on that, declared Issei. Especially if you can manage to nab Seraphal Leviathan, so you better get stronger if you want that accolade, said Leviathan. Yosha, exclaimed Issei. Just when I managed to calm him down, sighed Drake. Line break. Issei made his way to his classroom and noticed something quickly. Everyone looks sleepy, thought Issei. No doubt this is the result of magic from the devils to hide their absence, said Leviathan. Guess hiding things will be easier then, thought Issei. Issei sat in the last seat in the corner of the classroom, trying to avoid drawing attention to himself. It seemed his new demeanor, coupled with the devil magic, made his classmates not realize it was him and that he was there, or that he hadn't been for the past week. As his other classmates wandered in, Issei noticed Motohama and Matsuda even seemed to be talking about erotic manga in a half-hearted manner. Class, we have a new student joining us today, please welcome them, droned the teacher, sounding almost a breath away from falling asleep. Hello, my name is Irina Hyoudou, pleased to meet you, said Irina, energetically, only to get a few quiet groans of acknowledgement. Please take a seat, said the teacher, before starting to write on the chalkboard. Irina blinked at the unenthusiastic welcome, before spotting Issei. Irina titled her head to the side in confusion and was surprised to see him in the classroom. Is it okay if I sit here? Asked Irina of the man who she believed had taken over the body of her childhood friend. Considering everyone else here is a zombie, I would appreciate that, said Issei surprisingly calmly. Why is everyone acting like this? Asked Irina hesitantly. Devil magic. The two heiresses have left the school and need to subtly reduce the shock of such a thing, explained Issei. Thanks for the explanation, Issei, winced Irina. You can call me Issei, I am still Issei after all, said Issei. Oh, thanks, said Irina, with a bitter smile. This feels mean, thought Issei. So would any multitude of enemies killing your family and friends. Just deal with it for now, said Leviathan. Can I at least be friendly? Asked Issei. Leviathan hummed for a moment. I'll allow it, but keep all erotic talk out of it, said Leviathan, with Issei mentally nodding. As the bell marking the transition from first period to second period rang, the entire classroom simply transitioned into the next subject. Irina found herself enjoying the subject matter, even if the delivery seemed to disappoint, but Irina's own liveliness wouldn't let her take a nap in the early morning. Issei on the other hand did not have the same reservations, slumping into his chair, resting his head on his hand. This sucks, thought Issei. It is what it is, said Leviathan, causing Issei to sigh again. As the bell for lunch rang, Issei raised himself out of his slump in the chair and made his way out of the room after the others had left. Could you show me to the cafeteria? Requested Irina, notably also staying back, as the others filed out like zombies. Well, I doubt anyone else can today, follow me, said Issei, with Irina quickly slinging her bag on her back. Issei, nothing, started Irina, before following Issei in silence. The two quickly grabbed some lunch, before Issei decided to lead her outside, finding the numbed atmosphere was putting him to sleep and he didn't want to fall asleep and choke on a fishbone. The two ate in an awkward silence, until Irina managed to find her voice. Thank you, said Irina, causing Issei to raise an eyebrow. Asked Issei. Showing me around. I didn't expect the day to be like this, admitted Irina. What were you expecting? Asked Issei. Well, a lively atmosphere for one thing. I also didn't expect to see you. Can I ask why you are here? Asked Irina. Serafal requested it, said Issei easily. Oh, I guess that makes sense. You must like her, right? Otherwise, I couldn't imagine you coming back like this, said Irina. I do, but I could have still said no, said Issei. I'm glad you didn't, even if I know it isn't my Issei. It was reassuring to see you, said Irina with a wistful smile. Your Issei? Questioned Issei, internally thinking that same thing, but with much more surprise and confusion than he put in his words. Yes, even when I found out Issei became a devil, I still hoped we could be together someday. When I heard of a meeting for peace, I was excited. If there is a peace, it wouldn't be a big deal if a devil and an exorcist were together, but by the end of the meeting, started Irina, before trailing off towards the end. I changed by the end of it, recounted Issei, a small frown on his face, which Irina misinterpreted. Sorry, I don't mean to blame you or anything, but I'm sad I didn't get to spend more time with Issei while he was still around. We did everything together growing up. After what happened, I spoke with my father about it. He told me that it was probably for the best Issei changed. He really liked Issei too, but he told me a story. The last time an exorcist and devil were together, they both ended up killed, so he was happy that wouldn't happen to me. Because that happened, we moved to England, and I never saw Issei again until much later, revealed Irina. So that's why you moved, said Issei in realization, causing Irina to look up, slightly startled. Yes, I was sad about it then, but now I understand why, at least a little. My father really did like Issei, but after what happened, we couldn't stay. It hurt him to break us up like that as well, and when he found out Issei had become a devil, he felt a little guilty, since with us leaving, Kuo only had devils left. He said if we had still been around, maybe Issei wouldn't have died or become a devil, and he feels even worse now. Sorry, said Irina. Issei didn't know how to respond, so he settled for keeping an impassive look on his face. I shouldn't be telling you all of this. I'm sure you don't care about any of it. You are one of the original Satans, and I'm sure you don't care about a lowly exorcist's feelings, said Irina with a smile, but Issei could see the bitterness in her eyes. You're right, I wouldn't care about a lowly exorcist's feelings. Issei, however, would care very much about his friend's feelings. Wouldn't he? Pointed out Issei, causing Irina's eyes to widen. Yes, you're right. Issei wouldn't want me to be sad either. Heroes don't cry after all. They protect others from ever needing to cry. I am sure that is what he would want me to do, declared Irina. If it helps, you can consider me to be Issei. I might not be the same Issei you remember, but wasn't the Issei you knew in childhood different to the one you met a few weeks ago? Pointed out Issei. Yes, that's true. The old Issei I knew, well, he was just as kind, but he wasn't trying to strip my clothes off. I almost regret it now, but that is a really funny thing to say, giggled Irina. What do you mean? Asked Issei, genuine confusion in his tone. Well, if I knew it might have been the last time he saw me, I wouldn't have minded him seeing me naked at least once. He thought I was a boy when we grew up, so it would have been nice for him to see me as a woman at least once, said Irina with a bitter laugh. Hey, screamed Issei in his mind. You need to get out of here now, warned Drake. Luckily, the bell rang, causing Irina's head to shoot up. Saved by the bell it seems, said Leviathan. Thank you for listening to me, Issei, said Irina with a sad smile. If you'd like, I would not mind hearing more about your time with Issei. At least while we are the only two people who can hold a conversation longer than 2 sentences here, said Issei. Thank you. I know it must be boring to you, but I suppose I haven't really accepted or understood everything yet. I will leave now, said Irina, before walking off towards the gym before pausing. I don't know where to go, said Irina, with a blush. The tiniest of cracks appeared in Issei's expression as he suppressed a smile. The flicker was so brief Irina thought she had imagined it, but she still felt her heartbeat quicken. You can rely on me for now, follow me, said Issei. Thank you, said Irina, before falling into step with Issei. Issei, I was wondering, why aren't you like those other devils? Asked Irina. Death changes people, said Issei simply. Didn't seem to change Rainier much though, thought Issei in passing. Oh, sorry to bring that up, said Irina, before continuing. I heard Issei also died to become a devil. I was very sad when I found out. I thought I would be able to come back as a hero and impress Issei, and instead the first thing we did was fight. I guess we were in the wrong then too, recalled Irina. I'm surprised anyone from the church could admit they were wrong, said Issei, channeling what he thought was the most appropriate Leviathan response. I am not an angel after all, I am just a human, I can make mistakes, admitted Irina, looking down. Issei then involuntarily pulled Irina to his side, to prevent her from colliding with a pole. Oh, thank you, said Irina. Well, I don't think Issei would let a pretty girl hurt herself, said Issei. Thank you, Issei, said Irina with a shy side glance. Guh, critical hit, I'm down, exclaimed Issei. Pull it together and sit down, said Leviathan. Issei obliged and let go of Irina, finding it took more effort than he expected. The two entered the classroom and sat down, and Issei mentally exhaled. "Get in here, Issei, take a nap, no one will notice," said Leviathan. Issei obliged and placed his head on his hand, leaving his head facing the teacher even as his eyes drooped to a close. "Get it together out there," hissed Leviathan harshly. "How can I do that? I found out a good-looking girl is regretting not letting me see her naked. Not just any good-looking girl either. Irina is top in cuteness and jankiness, even if her épée aren't that big," exclaimed Issei. "Jankiness? Is this some new term I'm unfamiliar with?" asked Leviathan. "Just move on, you wanted the drive, you don't need the understanding behind it," advised Drake. "I don't see how she is any more different than Seraph other than being weaker," said Leviathan. "That's because they are both janky girls. Irina is just more on the Mormo side, while Seraph is more of the classic idol type. Both are good girls though," explained Issei. "I don't understand any of this. Just control yourself before you give yourself away until we can be sure she will keep everything a secret, or do you want me to wipe her entire mind of you?" questioned Leviathan, causing Issei to flinch. "Sorry, I just got a bit carried away," apologized Issei, scratching the back of his head. "Good, now get back out there and try to show some restraint," instructed Leviathan, before Issei faded away. "You have to admit, his acting wasn't terrible," commented Drake. "Not terrible and believable are two different things," pointed out Leviathan. "Just go easy on him, even if I will never recover from the embarrassment he has caused, you know this a delicate situation for him," advised Drake. Issei rubbed his eyes and realized the first half of the class has passed by already. Looking around, Issei saw only Irina was managing to really pay attention to things, even the teacher had occasional pauses where Issei thought she was going to fall asleep. Issei kept his thoughts to himself, not wanting to get Drake or Leviathan involved in his current thinking, as he leaned his head on his arm against the table. Irina was very cute, he decided, even the way she focused and took her notes had a certain unique element to it. Issei gave a sharp exhale at this, turning his gaze down to his desk, before realizing something. He had something to discuss with someone first before he could think about Irina more. Line break. Entering his mind, Issei made his way to the middle of his mind. "What's up, vanilla chump?" asked Rainier. "Hot," asked Issei. 5 rounds of cowgirl. 5. "You are vanilla as ice cream," said Rainier, causing Issei to blush hotly. "How do you know about that?" asked Issei. "I am in your mind, how do you think?" scoffed Rainier. "You were watching?" asked Issei. "Yeah, and I was masturbating too. Would it kill you to switch things up next time? With some of those messed up manga you've got, I thought you'd be a little creative," requested Rainier. "What, whips and chains?" asked Issei scornfully. "How about something even more basic? I'd settle for some stand and carry, or are you too weak to hold a girl up?" teased Rainier. "I can hold you up," quipped Issei. "You can't. Leviathan can." "There is a difference," said Rainier, unperturbed by Issei's attempt to turn the tables on her. "Why are you here anyway, vanilla chump?" asked Rainier. "Why isn't Irina scary to me?" asked Issei, causing Rainier to tilt her head. "Huh? You came in here just to ask me that? Are you an idiot?" questioned Rainier. "Look, I just came to get some answers. If you are just going to insult me, I'll leave and figure out a way to block you off from any more erotic stuff," threatened Issei. "Cute really. Honestly, your vanilla nature oozes through even when you try to act dominant. Isn't it obvious? She is your friend, not your girlfriend like I was, so of course she isn't scary," sighed Rainier. "That's it?" asked Issei, sounding almost disappointed. "What, were you expecting me to say you are soul mates or something and that nothing can tear the two of you apart? That the two of you are tied by a red string of fate that not even death can break? Hell, maybe that is true, I don't know, but I sure as hell know the only reason you aren't scared of her is because you've already spent so much time with her that you trust her. You can't really say that for any of those other girls. I'm surprised you lost your virginity to that other girl anyway. You've known her for days. Kind of slutty for both of you. Would have made sense for your first time to be the childhood friend really, but guess that would make you absolutely vanilla. Bet you would have done it in missionary too. Gutless coward. For a guy that likes a pay, you didn't even get a paizuri. You are vanilla ice cream really," ranted Rainier. Hey, where do you get off talking like that to me?" huffed Issei. "I've had 2 studded dildos in all my holes at the same time while still managing to give a paizuri at the same time while squeezing someone almost unconscious with my thighs. You couldn't handle undoing my bootstrap in eroticism," said Rainier casually. Stammered Issei, causing Rainier to laugh. "I can't believe that was enough for you. You're practically on the edge of making a mess in your own mind. I'm glad I never slept with you. I probably would have fallen asleep while we were doing it," laughed Rainier. Issei frowned before glaring at Rainier, only for a blindfold to materialize over her eyes. "Hey, what the hell?" asked Rainier. "You're cut off. No hentai for a week for you," declared Issei. "You vanilla coward, you think this will stop me? My memories have way more erotic stuff in them than anything you will ever do," roared Rainier, only to feel two straps wrap around her wrists and pull them to the side. Good luck trying to enjoy them, said Issei maliciously, before he disappeared. Line break. Issei, it's time to go home, said Irina, nudging Issei awake. Wah, gasped Issei, causing Irina to giggle at his expression. Sorry to wake you, but class has finished for the day, said Irina. I see, thank you, said Issei, sitting up stiffly, before standing. Where are you staying? I will walk you there, said Issei. Oh, I don't actually have a place yet, I was just staying in the church nearby, admitted Irina. The old rundown church with the destroyed pews and floor? Asked Issei. Yes, replied Irina questioningly. Unacceptable. Come, you can stay in the spare room. The other devils moved out after I left, so there are 2 rooms spare now, said Issei. Are you sure? I don't want to impose, stammered Irina. It's fine, you are Issei's friend, aren't you? Then staying over for a sleepover is fine, said Issei, only for Irina to blush much to his confusion. Oh okay, agreed Irina. As the duo made their way home, Issei was surprised when he got home and noticed another person in his living room. Yahoo, Issei is here, exclaimed Seraphol, kicking her legs into the air as she pumped her fists. Miss Seraphol, what are you doing here? Asked Irina. I came to watch Dragso Ball with Issei. He said I need to see it, said Seraphol. You haven't seen Dragso Ball? Of course you have to see it. Issei and I watched it all the time, exclaimed Irina. Normally I don't like eating in the living room, but since we have guests, we can make an exception this time, said Issei Hyoudou, carrying a tray with bowls of food on them. Oh, Irina, are you visiting too? Issei, why didn't you tell me? Asked Mickey. Sorry auntie, I don't have a place to stay yet, so Issei said I could sleep over until I can find a place to stay, said Irina, bowing her head. Oh, of course you can stay over Irina, you are practically family, said Mickey. A sleepover sounds fun, can I stay too? Asked Seraphol. Of course, it is nice to have such energetic girls over, said Goru Hyoudou, coming in with some tea for the others. Ah, Irina, you are back again. How are your parents? Asked Goru. They are good uncle, thank you for asking, said Irina with a smile. Dear, please get another bowl for Irina as well, said Mickey. Of course, said Goru. I'll get the discs, said Issei, going to his room and grabbing his copies of Dragso Ball. What am I supposed to do now? Asked Issei in fear. Frankly, you're screwed, unless you can figure out a way to not get excited watching Dragso Ball, said Leviathan. On the plus side, you'll probably get to practice your acting. Just pretend to be Leviathan pretending to be Issei, that should be enough to reassure your parents and Irina, suggested Drake. So wait, I'm going to be Issei Hyoudou, pretending to be Issei Leviathan, pretending to be Issei Hyoudou, questioned Issei. Essentially, said Leviathan. Great, muttered Issei. What's great? Asked Seraphol, causing Issei to flinch. Ah, Seraphol, you startled me. I was just trying to figure out how to act now, admitted Issei. Just be yourself, after all, if Dragso Ball is so good, then I will also be excited, so it wouldn't be weird for Leviathan to be a bit excited too, winked Seraphol. But aren't you always excited? Asked Issei, only for Seraphol to pout. Mao, I can be serious when I need to, it is just less fun, now come on, said Seraphol, before grabbing his hand and dragging him back downstairs. Sorry for the wait, Issei needed help finding it, said Seraphol, before pushing Issei towards the television. Issei placed the disc into the disc player and the first episode started. Wah, so cute, who is that? Asked Seraphol, a few minutes into the episode. That's Satoru's son, Chushoku. He is like the second main character after Satoru, explained Issei. Chushoku is the main character of Dragso Ball. Satoru is the main character of Dragso Ball Origin, but Chushoku is the main character of Dragso Ball, interjected Irina. Oh, that's exciting, so it is like the student surpassing the master? Asked Seraphol. Kind of, they are both strong in different ways. Chushoku is peaceful and doesn't like fighting, while Satoru does it for fun. That's why when Chushoku was pushed by Dells he became the strongest, but he didn't want to fight, he was very kind, but he did it to protect everyone on Earth, explained Irina. Oh, so he doesn't want to fight, but he fights to protect his friends and family, queried Seraphol. Yes, exactly, that's why he is the main character. Satoru is the main character in Dragso Ball Origin because it was more about having fun, but Dragso Ball is more serious and sad sometimes, said Irina. Okay, I think I get it now then, let's watch, said Seraphol. Internally Issei was crying inside. 2 pretty girls are sitting next to me discussing Dragso Ball. I give thanks to whoever helped make this happen on any and every side, thought Issei, bowing his head to the flood in his mind while his co-residents watched on. We've lost him, said Drake, floating over the shoulder of Leviathan. Honestly, even I wasn't expecting both of them to be so into this. Maybe he could get Seraphiel into his harem by beating her in Dragso Ball trivia, commented Leviathan in equal disbelief. Hey, someone take my blindfold off, I want to watch too. Arg, screamed Reiner from within the depths of Issei's mind. Line break. Omake Series, Anime Girls, Part 1. Okay, so I will start with the basics. The deer types, said Issei, pointing to a chalkboard with a wooden stick, as Drake and Leviathan looked on. Of course, we have to start with the Tsundere. There is always a Tsundere. A Tsundere acts mean and sometimes violent, but they are really sweet on the inside and are trying to hide how much they like someone. Some classic lines would be, I made this thing because I wanted to, it's not like I did it for you or anything, or do things like call the main character an idiot, said Issei. So is Reiner a Tsundere, since she calls you an idiot? Asked Leviathan, only for Reiner to scream in rage. Look, that's going to take time to break down, so let's just focus on the basics first, redirected Issei. Next up is the Yandere. Yandere is almost like the opposite of Tsundere. They act very cute and sweet on the outside, but then they will kill everyone around the main character who even looks like they might like them. Sometimes, the Yandere even kills the main character to make sure no one else can have them, said Issei. But then the Yandere wouldn't have them either, pointed out Drake. They'd have the body and that is enough for them sometimes, admitted Issei. Anyway, moving on, the next one is the Kaderi. They act all cool and aloof on the outside, but they are actual very sweet later on, continued Issei, before pointing to the last one on the board. Lastly, we have the Dandere. They are shy with a capital S. They have almost no nerve in a direct confrontation and will panic, run, or hide when they see the main character. They are very caring normally, but it takes them a long time to admit their true feelings and it can mean things take a long time to progress, finished Issei. None of what you just explained covers either Genkiness or Mo, pointed out Leviathan. Hey, do you learn how to run before you can crawl? This is going to take a lot more explanation to build things up. It isn't like Seraphiel and Irina are just clear-cut girl tropes, and I can't even begin to explain Reiner yet. This will require dedication and focus. Are you up for it? Asked Issei. I guess, sighed Leviathan. Good, then next time we can cover the other less common types before we get on to hybrids, said Issei. How long is this going to take? Asked Leviathan. Enough, it will take as long as it needs to. I will not rest until you both understand the anime girl categories, declared Issei. I wonder if this will be more painful than being cut up and sealed in a sacred gear, hummed Drake. Well, if you die, don't get reincarnated back into this guy, said Leviathan. Chapter 12, Fallen's Advocate. Issei's eyes opened in the middle of the night to find someone was standing over his bed. Wakey, wakey Issei, said a voice, giving Issei an odd sense of déjà vu. Seraphiel, what is it? Asked Issei, once his eyes focused, and he was able to identify his alarm clock for the night. Let's go do some training, said Seraphiel. Now? It's 2 in the morning, whispered Issei. This way we can do some training and you can go back to sleep without anyone noticing. Come on, said Seraphiel, pulling Issei out of bed with some resistance. The pair quietly made their way down to the living room, before Seraphiel placed a small barrier around them to hide any flux of magic from anyone else. I thought I would help you with some of Leviathan's skills and teach you some of my own. I talked it over with him and he said you wanted some more non-lethal attacks to use in training, said Seraphiel. Yeah, I can't really use any of his skills because I don't want to kill anyone, said Issei. Well then, you are in luck. My dear Sona didn't learn her magic skills from our parents, she learned them from me after all, said Seraphiel proudly. Would that mean she would be scary strong? It never seems like that when her and Rias are together, said Issei. Mao, are you trying to say Sona is weak? That's a very good way to make me angry and not want to teach you, pouted Seraphiel. I didn't mean she was weak, I just can't imagine her blasting out magic like a Kamehameha wave or something. Like Rias attacks are like demon waves, or a Masenko, but I can't imagine Sona using something like that, clarified Issei. Oh, that's because our magic is more variable. It all comes down to imagination almost. If you want to make 50 water dragons, you can. I bet Rias doesn't do anything like that, said Seraphiel. No, Rias is like a hammer, the attacks will just hurt and knock you out, but they don't really have much direction or control, said Issei. That's why Sona is better. You wouldn't be able to catch her. Teehee, sorry, I'm getting off topic, just don't look down on Sona, that's your most important lesson today, said Seraphiel. I wasn't, really, I'm sorry. I just mean if you taught her and you are the strongest, I thought she would be even stronger, amended Issei. Oh, well, Sona isn't a power type really, so she wouldn't do well trying to be like me, but you on the other hand are a power type, so I can make you super duper strong, explained Seraphiel. We will start with the very basics though, said Seraphiel, placing a cup of water between them. Turn this water into something, instructed Seraphiel. What? Asked Issei. Whatever you want, use your imagination, said Seraphol. Issei closed his eyes and focused, only to hear Seraphol start giggling. Issei opened his eyes and saw a mostly nude figure of Seraphol made out of water, which quickly fell back into the glass. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I am surprised you imagined all of me. I was accepting just the Issei, said Seraphol in amusement. I wouldn't do that, all of you is top quality, it wouldn't be fair to leave things out, recoiled Issei. Really? Make it again then, I want to check something, instructed Seraphol. Issei blushed but obliged, reforming the water figurine of Seraphol. You kept the ribbons and stockings as well as my wand but got rid of the rest, why? Asked Seraphol. I think your hairstyle and stockings suit you, and if I took away the wand you wouldn't look like a magical girl anymore, admitted Issei, much to Seraphol's amusement. Well, I do usually keep the ribbons, but I don't always wear the stockings on business trips. Do you think you can get rid of them without restarting the whole thing? Asked Seraphol. I think I can, nodded Issei, before the stockings seemed to be absorbed by the miniature Seraphol. Can you make me do things too, like move around? Asked Seraphol. Issei focused, and while he could move the water Seraphol through the air, it was a static movement, unable to manipulate the joints of the creation. So you can make things solid but not necessarily move them. That's going to be helpful for what we can do later on. Now, try and slow the water down, instructed Seraphol. Slow it down? Questioned Issei in confusion. Ice is just water that is still, so you need to stop the water moving to make ice, explained Seraphol. I'll try, but I don't think that I can. All of my training with Leviathan was about being rapid and fluid, slowing down. I'll just give it a go I guess, said Issei, concentrating on the figurine. Issei's face started to appear strained as he tried to bring things to a still, but found things were still moving. Issei closed his eyes and tried to concentrate even harder, before feeling a pair of hands over his own, as something soft pressed against his back. Slowly, nice and still, coached Seraphol into his ear, causing tingles to run up his spine. Almost there now, encouraged Seraphol, before Issei opened his eyes. The figure had now crystallized to the point that only the head and wand remained liquid. It took a second, but the whole thing crystallized at last, causing Seraphol to whisper into Issei's ear. Good job, whispered Seraphol, before Issei became very aware of how close Seraphol was to him, causing the structure to turn into water again and splash on the table. Oops, said Seraphol, before leaning away from Issei. Sorry, it is hard to stay calm when you are that close to me, admitted Issei, causing Seraphol to smile. Why don't we just focus on water for now then? I'll be sure to help you get lots of hands-on experience first, said Seraphol, causing Issei to vigorously nod his head. Why yes please, said Issei, before his eyes started to droop. Bedtime now, said Seraphol, before slinging Issei's arm over her shoulder, as she deactivated the barrier and carried him back upstairs. Now get some rest. You need to do your best in class tomorrow. I'll probably have to leave early in the morning, but I will be back in the afternoon hopefully. See you then, said Seraphol, as she tucked Issei in. Sure, said Issei, eyes closing. Ah, you sure are a cute one, said Seraphol, before planting a little kiss on his forehead, which caused him to sigh contentedly, causing her to giggle. A very cute one, said Seraphol, before going back to rest herself. Line break. Issei awoke the next morning in a daze. Was that all a dream? Questioned Issei, as he made his way downstairs, only to find the cup was still on the table, with a few drops of water around it. Issei quickly picked it up and wiped down the table, before washing the cup and placing it back on a shelf. Issei turned the electric kettle on as he sat at the kitchen table, still half asleep. Issei, you're awake early, commented Issei's mother, as she came down the stairs. Yeah, still tired though, yawned Issei. Well, I'm surprised you aren't more tired, that was quite a busy evening, your friends were very excited last night, said Mickey. Friends? Is Seraphol my friend too? Thought Issei. Considering you enjoy spending time with her in non-sexual endeavors and her attitude seems to align with yours at times without the same level of perversion, I'd say the two of you will become best friends at some point, said Leviathan. That doesn't sound too bad, but I'd rather have her as a girlfriend, admitted Issei. The two are not necessarily mutually exclusive, speaking of which, started Leviathan, only to be cut off, as an even more energetic person arrived. Morning Issei. Morning Auntie, beamed Irina as she entered the kitchen, wearing a pink top with purple sleeves and purple shorts, which reached to mid-thigh. Morning, said Issei. Are you ready for another day of school Issei? Asked Irina. Honestly, I'm ready for a nap, mumbled Issei, causing Irina to suppress her laughter. That's no good, I'm sure it will be another exciting day today, said Irina. Really, said Issei flatly, only for Irina to laugh nervously. Line break. Wood undergoes rapid oxidation because it reacts spontaneously, droned the teacher, even as Issei felt himself slipping down in his seat. Could you at least try to stay awake? Asked Irina. No point, mumbled Issei, causing the perky girl to sigh. If you don't want to listen to the class, why not leave? Asked Irina. Because I told Serafal I would stay, said Issei. She must be a good friend to you then, said Serafal. I don't know if I can say that yet, but I do enjoy being around her, admitted Issei. I wonder if Issei would have felt the same with me, said Irina quietly, but not quietly enough that Issei didn't hear. Do you want to talk about it? I imagine I would find it more interesting than this, said Issei, pushing himself up in his seat. I might just start sounding like a broken record at this rate. I feel like I'm an old widow grieving, but I've never been married. It's unfair, muttered Irina. I'm sorry, said Issei genuinely, startling Irina. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that it is your fault. I think I've had a good life, really. I really shouldn't be complaining and instead thank God for all I do have. I know there are people worse off than me after all, said Irina. A little help? Thought Issei, as he held his forehead, a sharp pain having lanced through it with Irina's words. Your acting seems to be improving, why don't you say what you think I would say? Suggested Leviathan. Even if others have a worse life than you, it doesn't mean you can't feel bad over the things you lack in your own. Grief is not a competition, said Issei. It's so silly really, it was all just a childish dream and then one thing after the other happened and now everything seems so insignificant. The fate of the world is in the balance and I'm someone who can help maintain it, but I am thinking about myself and Issei instead. Issei would be so ashamed of me. I'm no hero, said Irina, chalking back her sadness. I don't think Issei would think that. Issei, even with everything that happened to him thought only of op breasts. It didn't matter to him if his life was on the line, his priority was always breasts. That is what was most important to him. There is no reason to feel bad compared to that, said Issei, causing Irina to laugh. You're right, said Irina, causing Issei to raise an eyebrow. I am, asked Issei curiously. Motivation is what matters, the goal isn't that important really. I don't always have a goal for the day, but I try to be as energetic as I can and throw myself into things so wholeheartedly. That's why I was excited to come to school, it just isn't meeting my expectations, admitted Irina. Come on then, let's get out of here, said Issei, rising from his seat and picking up his bag. Yeah? We can't just leave, protested Irina. Sensei, Irina and I need to use the bathroom, can we be excused? Asked Issei. Sure, sighed the teacher, before continuing her lecture. Well then, asked Issei. Irina hesitated for a moment, before picking up her bag and following Issei, with the two then exiting the undead class and walking through the halls. Where are we going? Asked Irina. What sport do you like to play? Asked Issei. I'm not sure there are any we can play with just the two of us, questioned Irina. Somehow, I doubt that. Come, we will find out when we get there, said Issei. Where are we going? Repeated the confused exorcist. The gym, said Issei. The pair made their way through the quiet school, making their way to gym. Issei knew there were no gym classes on a Tuesday morning, so he knew it would be empty. Opening the doors to the gymnasium, Issei saw it was all tidy and clean, almost as though no one had used it for days, causing Issei to realize something. They probably cancelled all gym class with how everyone is behaving, commented Issei. So do you think we can just stay here all day then if we wanted to? Asked Irina. I suppose. What sport should we play? Asked Issei. Well, I guess we could play basketball, said Irina, to which Issei nodded, before walking into the storage room and exiting with a basketball. How do we play? Asked Issei. Well, I guess we could play around the world, suggested Irina. What are the rules? Asked Issei. Well, we each take turns taking a shot at basket and if you get it, you move on to the next spot, whoever gets around to the other side first wins, said Irina. And I'm assuming there will be no magic used? Questioned Issei. Of course not, this is for fun, replied Irina hotly, causing Issei to smirk. Well, you are getting competitive already, so I don't know about that, said Issei, causing Irina to blush. If you don't follow the rules, you might as well not even bother playing, because it won't be as fun then, said Irina, and Issei found himself agreeing. Okay, you can start, said Issei. Irina caught the ball thrown at her and made her way to the left of the basket. Issei watched as his childhood friend took her shots and was surprised that she got all of them without missing one. Sorry, apologized Irina. I don't mind. Shall we say best 2 out of 3? Offered Issei, to which Irina smiled. Yes, agreed Irina happily. I'm not sure I'm going to make these without magic though, thought Issei nervously. Does it even matter? Wasn't the point to cheer her up? She looks cheered up to me, pointed out Leviathan. Issei looked over to Irina who was giving him 2 thumbs up. Issei mentally laughed and took his shot. He got the first 3 before missing one. Passing the ball to Irina, Issei watched as she got the first 3, before coming to stand in his current spot, with him taking a step back to give her space. Irina did not miss as Issei had and netted the ball easily. As she made it to the last shot though, she missed, giving Issei a second chance. Issei managed to get the next 4, bringing him one spot next to Irina before missing. I won't forgive you if you lose on purpose, said Issei offhandedly as he handed Irina the ball, causing the girl to twitch. Irina took the next shot, and it was a swish. Why did you try to lose to me? Asked Issei after he had collected the ball. I was having fun. I haven't had a chance to just do normal kid stuff like this for years now. After I moved away, it was like my childhood ended that day, admitted Irina. I see. Do you want to stop spending time with me? I imagine it must bring back bad memories, asked Issei. And no, even if I feel bad sometimes, I feel good most of the time. You can't have the good without the bad after all. Even if Issei is gone, seeing you and talking to you, it is like he is still here. I know that is silly, but I don't think I can just move past things so easily, revealed Irina. If I may, why do you care so much about Issei? He was a completely different person from the one you grew up with, asked Issei. I don't think that he was. Yes, he had become a pervert, but his heart was still the same. He still wanted to help people. I saw how he wanted to risk getting in trouble to help his friend. That wasn't perverted. He wouldn't have gained anything perverted by doing that. He did it to help a friend. That's just the kind of person Issei was, said Irina. Issei felt his throat start to close up on him and wasn't able to respond. Get some rest, said Leviathan, before he pushed Issei into his mind. Are you okay, partner? Asked Drake in his miniature dragon form, perching himself on Issei's shoulder. No, I'm not. This is too hard. How can someone care about me this much even after not seeing me for years? It isn't fair, said Issei, his eyes watering. Take your time, said Drake reassuringly. I'm so lame. I'm crying over nothing. What kind of guy just cries to himself over something like this? Making a harem is going to be 10 times harder than any of this, said Issei as he rubbed his eyes. I don't think Leviathan or I can offer any insight on friendship, but there might be someone who can, said Drake. No, I don't think I would stand a chance against her right now, admitted Issei, slumping down to sit on the floor. It seems she is offering you a perspective that we cannot though, something to consider, said Drake, before flying off Issei's shoulder. Line break. Hello you two, said Serafal, waiting outside the Hyoudou household, as Irina and Leviathan arrived. A little birdie told me the two of you played hooky today, said Serafal. Ah, I'm so sorry, said Irina nervously with a bow. So? The classes are boring when the teacher is a mindless drone, replied Leviathan, causing Serafal to pout. You said you would go to school? Pouted Serafal. I did, I never said I would stay in class, we went to the gym, said Leviathan. Ah, a dastardly loophole, of course. Exactly what I would expect of a villain, said Serafal, pointing an accusatory finger at Leviathan. Villain? Asked the confused Irina, as she raised her head. Yes, Issei is the newest villain in my show Miracle Leviathan, said Serafal. I never agreed to being a recurring character, said Leviathan. Oh that's fine, you aren't a recurring character, said Serafal before pausing, her face quickly shifting into a mischievous grin. You are my new co-star. The audience loved you, said Serafal, causing Leviathan to stagger backwards. Impossible, denied Leviathan, only for Serafal to wag her finger. Don't worry, I will make sure you get your fair share of royalties. In fact, as a bonus of our new partnership, why don't I remodel the house for you for free? Offered Serafal. Leviathan frowned, seeing Irina looking down at the ground. That is unnecessary, the current house is fine, said Leviathan, causing Irina's head to shoot up. Okay then, time for more Dragsoball, said Serafal, before opening the door and walking through. Come on now, we shouldn't keep her waiting, said Leviathan, patting Irina on the shoulder. The girl raised her head and looked at Leviathan's face, but found it didn't seem to make her heart race the way it had previously. Yes, we should go inside, agreed Irina, the slightest quirk in her expression. Line break. Fuck me, when did I sign up to be your therapist? Grumbled Rainier, as Issei appeared in front of her. Rainier felt her blindfold and bindings disappear and saw Issei looking somewhat regretful. I'm sorry, said Issei. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you apologizing to me? Asked Rainier. I never thought about your friends. Before we killed you, Rias showed you their feathers, said Issei, causing Rainier to recoil. Why are you bringing that up? Asked Rainier. I just wanted to say I'm sorry about that, said Issei. Don't be, they sucked. They were teammates, they weren't my friends, scoffed Rainier. Did you have any friends? Asked Issei. Hey, watch it, hissed Rainier. Issei didn't flinch though, but kept his sympathetic gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Asked Rainier. It must be tough, feeling that you don't have any friends, said Issei. What the hell are you saying? I have friends, said Rainier, even as Issei sat down on the floor. Really? Asked Issei. Rainier's expression morphed between a multitude of expressions ranging from embarrassment to outrage, before it settled on annoyance. So what, I didn't have any friends, happy now? Asked Rainier. No, everyone should have a friend. Life without a friend, That's too cruel a fate for anyone to endure, said Issei, causing Reiner to recoil. So what, now you feel sorry for me, is that it? Asked Reiner. Would it be wrong to say yeah? Asked Issei. Reiner's entire being urged her to give some scathing retort, but the words that came out of her mouth surprised even her. Whatever, scoffed Reiner. Having expected a biting retort himself, Issei was surprised at the response. What was the Grigori like? I imagine with Azazel as the boss it must be some kind of laboratory or something, asked Issei. That's not far off really, admitted Reiner. I wonder sometimes, when I think about you, Azazel, and Akino. You all seem so different. I guess I imagined all of the fallen angels to be similar, like the angels, said Issei. That's because the angels can't think for themselves, they just do what they are told. They never think of their own desires, their own wants or needs. If you want to feel sorry for someone, feel sorry for the angels, said Reiner. But they also don't know what they are missing, so isn't it okay? It is different when you had something once and then you don't anymore. That's even harder, said Issei, striking a chord with Reiner. Why are you here? Asked Reiner quietly. I just wanted to come and visit. Other than Drake and Leviathan, I'm the only one who even knows you exist, and I don't think they would want to come and speak with you, said Issei. So what, this is just you pitying me? Asked Reiner. No, even with everything that happened? I like talking with you. Sure, you're pretty rude and you were a terrible girlfriend, but you are honest, and I appreciate that, said Issei. First of all, I was an excellent girlfriend. Second of all, you are a limp, vanilla loser, who is being cucked by a ghost, said Reiner, getting the opposite response she expected. I guess I am. I can't even tell my friend that I'm alive even though me not being there is hurting her. I really suck, don't I? Chuckled Issei. Oh oi, it's no fun if you also trash talk yourself, interjected Reiner. Did I say something that wasn't true? Countered Issei, to which Reiner shook her head. I wonder if it would just be easier to give Leviathan control until we merge, at least then I wouldn't have to deal with stuff like this. I know I am a coward, but I don't think even I could do that, said Issei thoughtfully. You might be a limp, vanilla loser cuckold, but you aren't a coward. Do you even realize how terrifying you looked walking towards me with spears riddling your body and blood gushing out like a beast? Refuted Reiner. Well, where is that Issei now? I almost broke down crying over nothing. I feel as weak as I ever have, said Issei. You are weak. I said you weren't a coward, not that you weren't weak, said Reiner. I don't know what to think about you anymore. I kind of liked the idea that you were just some crazy, power-hungry bitch. It made the fact that you killed me seem more reasonable, said Issei. Who says I'm not? Quipped Reiner, causing Issei to chuckle. I know you aren't kind, but you aren't a bitch, and you aren't crazy. I guess you are power-hungry, but most people are, so I can't fault you there, said Issei before going quiet. So what's happening out there? Asked Reiner. Don't you know already? Asked Issei. I'm not watching you all the time, I need my beauty sleep in here too, said Reiner, causing Issei to laugh. I guess they do say you can sleep when you are dead. I guess I feel like if I could understand how you felt when you lost your friends, I might have some idea of how Irina feels now. I didn't mean to remind you that you didn't have any friends, honest, said Issei. I take it back, forget whatever I said before, you're just a wimp, said Reiner, causing Issei to furrow his brows. What? Asked Issei. What is stopping you from going out there and telling the truth? Who is going to stop you? What? Are you worried about what will happen if you tell the truth? How is that any better than what you are dealing with now? You come in here like a wimp and tell me that you almost cried and what, want sympathy from me? You pathetic wimp. Why don't you grow at least one ball and go out there and do something about it? Ranted Reiner. Thanks, said Issei with a smile, again causing Reiner to recoil. What the hell is wrong with you? Sighed Reiner, feeling a headache starting to build. A lot of things, but they can be fixed. I guess I need to work on that. Is there anything you need before I leave? Asked Issei. How about a dildo, you wimp? Taunted Reiner. Issei smiled and stood up, before walking away. Once he had completely vanished, something massive came into existence and Reiner only had one thing to say. Fuck me, exclaimed Reiner, staring at the larger-than-life sex toy Issei had created for her. Line break. Omake Series, Anime Girls, Part 2. Okay, so now that we know the basics, I will move on to some more specific types, said Issei, whacking his chalkboard again with a wooden stick. Why is she joining us this time? Asked Leviathan, as Reiner sat with her arms over the back of a chair, resting her head on them. Hey man, I'll get friction burn if I don't get out of there every once in a while. Besides, I'm filling a role here too, why can't I listen in? Countered Reiner. Look, we are here to learn, save your arguing for after the class, scolded Issei, before whacking the board again. Okay, so first up is Mo, said Issei. Finally, grumbled Drake. As I was saying, Mo is next. Mo is pure of heart, sweet, adorable, trusting, and radiates an aura that makes people want to protect them, said Issei. Sounds like Asia, commented Reiner. Yes, Asia is basically the prototypical Mo, agreed Issei. So what does that make me since I killed her? Asked Reiner. Please save your questions for the end of the class, we have a lot to get through, admonished Issei, causing Reiner to sigh. Next is Nadeshiko, or simply, the ideal wife. Nadeshiko usually have long hair, a ladylike aura and are perceived to be soothing, nurturing, polite, and wise. The closest example would be Akino, but without the S factor and the teasing, said Issei. As if any fallen angel could be considered an ideal wife, scoffed Reiner. Moving on. Next, we have the Genki girl. A Genki girl is always full of energy and optimistic. They are almost always happy, usually loud, and excitable, and they do their best to cheer everyone up and make others happy. As you can see, Irina and Serafal both show traits of this, but aren't singularly like this, said Issei. Next, we have the lowly. Now, the simplest explanation is stop, do not pass go, and go straight to jail, said Issei. Are we playing Monopoly? Asked Drake. Fine, for completion's sake, a lowly is a cute person, usually appearing younger than they are and are basically sugar gremlins. Kaneko is the best example of a lowly, but to be honest, she is a bit too old to be considered a true lowly, said Issei thoughtfully. Wait, the cat girl is considered old? You are right, let's skip this one, this sounds like trouble, said Leviathan. I mean, Middle is a lowly, but she was hundreds of years old. Age is just a number, shrugged Reiner. Stop, just stop. I can hear the sirens already, interjected Issei, causing Reiner to shrug again. Okay, moving up the age range then, we next have the Imudo, the little sister type. Now these can be any age, Imudo is more a state of mind, but usually they are younger than the object of their affection. They are slow learners and look up to others, usually an Aniki or Onizen type older brother. They always ask for help and assistance, but do well with the help of friends, said Issei. I don't think we have one of those, said Reiner. Anyway, the next type is the Ain or Onizen type. They are the female counterpart to the Aniki or Onizen type. They are usually older than the object of their affection and treat them like the male equivalent of the Imudo, otherwise known as an Otudo. The Onizen is usually more mature and exhibits a caring parental quality. They are practical, helpful and take care of others, usually an Otudo type, said Issei. I don't think we have one of those, said Leviathan. Rias and Serafal both have traits, but we don't have a single type for either of them, said Issei. Hey, what about me? Asked Reiner. You are definitely not a Onizen type, you killed people. You actually are a single trope, and I didn't plan to discuss it during this class, but I guess I can consider it an extra credit session today. Reiner is your textbook Myadir, said Issei. What is that? Asked Reiner. The Myadir usually starts as the villain and goes after the hero and tries to, or even sometimes successfully, kill the main character. As time goes by though, they usually become friends with the hero and start to help the hero, becoming almost like a tsundere, but might still try to seriously hurt the hero at times. Eventually though, they might fall in love with the protagonist and start to develop as a character and be less harsh with them, which usually means a new villain appears to push them closer to the hero, said Issei, before a light spear smashed his chalkboard. My chalkboard, wailed Issei. Myadir my ass. I'll kill you for real, idiot, said Reiner. I see, is this the tsundere coming through now? Asked Leviathan, even as Issei continued weeping. Screw you guys, shouted Reiner. Actually, she is probably going to screw herself, said Leviathan, as he watched Reiner walk away. You okay partner? Asked Drake. My poor chalkboard, whimpered Issei, holding two pieces of green wood together. I guess we can do hybrids next time, said Leviathan. But I wasn't finished with all the types yet, cried Issei. There are more? Oh boy, sighed Drake. That's it guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.